Ingerd. The sitting is open. Dear colleagues, I remind that members who wish to take the floor should insert their badge before taking the floor. As you begin your speech, press the microphone button once only, wait for a couple of seconds, and then start talking. Before I move on to our first item, I remind the Assembly that members who have not submitted an annual declaration of interest are required to start any intervention with an oral declaration of interest under paragraph 20 of the Code of Conduct for members of the Parliamentary Assembly. I also remind members that speaking times are limited to 2 minutes for this afternoon debates. The next item of business this afternoon is a debate under urgent procedure on global peace under threat, halting the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, and addressing the wider conflict in the Middle East. The document is 16210, presented by Mrs. Ingetskou, rapporteur on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. We will then hear from Mr. Paul Galles, who will present an opinion on behalf of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. The document has the number 16212. In order to finish by 6 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:45 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call now Mr. Ingetskou, rapporteur. Ingrid, you know that you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
President, thank you. It is with a deep sense of responsibility that I present this report, and I thank you for your trust to appointing me as rapporteur. And let me begin by recognizing the obvious. This is a deeply polarizing issue. There are strong, passionate, and often painful feelings on all sides of this debate across our societies and, yes, within this assembly. But what we are trying to do today is not deepen division. It is to try to path to consensus on 2 urgent principles. First, the absolutely necessity of de-escalation in the region and the need for renewed commitment to multilateralism, to dialogue, and to international cooperation. President, we will not find lasting solutions in the language of threats, retaliation, or hatred. We only find them by returning to diplomacy, to the rule of law, and to dialogue. Second, we must speak with one voice on the need to protect civilians from the horrors of war and be clear that international humanitarian law is our shared responsibility, that international standards are there to be upheld. And colleagues, when I took on this report, my first question was, what is the role of the Assembly here? The answer is simple, and it is essential. We are resolved to unite around our values, even in the face of division, even in the face of conflict. These values, President, are the bedrock of our continued freedom, peace, prosperity, and security. We are resolved that multilateralism is the most effective way of addressing global challenges and conflicts. It is multilateralism that has underpinned our Assembly's engagement with the Israeli Parliament for nearly 70 years. It is multilateralism that bring Israel and Palestine delegations together in this hemicycle. The current situation is a complete breakdown of this multilateralism, and it is a serious threat to global security. We must work here in this assembly for the peace that democratic security builds. We will not accept the erosion of international law and reaffirm our commitment to peace, dignity and justice. Since the appalling terrorist attack by Hamas in 2023, the region has been thrust into dangerously escalating and increasingly complex crisis. This assembly clearly condemned the attack, and we reiterate our call for immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. But we must also confront with equal clarity the scale of human suffering that has followed and the critical situation engulfing the Middle East. The humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza is quite simple beyond tragic. Israel's response in exercising its right to self-defense has, in many instances, been disproportionate. The resumption of hostilities in Gaza, despite international appeals, has stretched any understanding of what is proportionate and what is human and what is within the bounds of international law. This assembly cannot and must not look away from the devastation. The regional context is no less alarming. We now face direct hostilities between Israel and Iran and military intervention by and against the United States. The risk, President, of wider conflict is now very real, and the consequences could be catastrophic, not just for the Middle East, but for the global peace and stability. We must be clear-eyed about Iran's destabilizing role in the region, its defiance of nuclear commitments, its military ties with Russia. This is a regime that threatens not just Israel, it is a regime threatening peace across the region and ours. But amid this broader geopolitical crisis, we cannot allow the suffering of civilians in Gaza become secondary. To this end, the report is clear in its aims. It calls for urgent and sustained regional de-escalation. It calls for a permanent and unconditional ceasefire for the sake of the civilians of Gaza, for the hostages who remain in captivity. It urged unimpeded humanitarian access that is vital to prevent further loss of life and restore basic human dignity. And finally, President, it insists that the principles we seek to uphold, human rights, accountability, the rule of law, must be applied universally, not selectively. Colleagues, this report does not claim to offer easy answers to a crisis of such scale and complexity, but it does rest on a clear foundation that international law matters and that human life must never be threatened as expendable. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Ingrid. I call now Mr. Paul Galles for the opinion from the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. Paul, as you know, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Committee of Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has been asked for a report of opinion. And we were honored to do so because it's not a usual thing. And this is good that our committee has been asked for our opinion, because in our discussions in the committee, we saw that we brought a lot of the experiences that many of our members have made in the last weeks and months into the discussion. I want to thank my colleague Ingrid for the very good report, and I want to thank all those who have worked in these days on these reports and on our commitment as the Assembly of the Council of Europe to have a strong position. We wanted to follow our mission as the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons, and it means to strengthen the humanitarian aspect of the conflicts, to underline it and to repeat it. Yes, we also share this common mission to be balanced and to pronounce, repeat, and defend the multilateralism. And that's why, in the discussions in our committee, we tried to hear all the voices and to raise our opinion in the way that it will be as balanced as possible. It was, nevertheless, very important to the committee to clearly condemn all the horrible things that have happened. October 7th, but also the current situation in Gaza, with the killed civilians, the destroyed hospitals, and we went until the point also to talk about the genocidal intent. We also mentioned in our committee the difficulties and the negative consequences for the civilians of Israel. We talked about the crisis of refugees that could now approach coming from Iran and the horrifying actions of the Iranian regime that just also in these days have arrested many people and killed many who have been condemned for actions that are not in a good way presented by the regime. As the committee, we wanted not only the Assembly to call upon all the responsibles, but also to motion ourselves as neighboring countries of Iran and also as parliamentarians to stay in touch and to keep our contacts with all the representatives of the different countries. It is a very complex and difficult situation. As a Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons, we try to underline our mission to defend the human rights and the humanitarian aid rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Dear colleagues, I will open now the list of the speakers on behalf of the political groups. I remind you, all speakers from now on have 2 minutes. We start with Gabriel Català on behalf of the United European Left. Gabriel, you have the floor.
Merci, Président. Depuis 21 mois, nos semblables gazaouis sont bombardés, affamés, assoiffés, humiliés, exterminés. 21 mois que le premier génocide de l'histoire tourné en direct n'en finit pas de montrer l'impuissance du système international. Génocide, écocide, urbicide, éducide, futuricide, ce qui se passe à Gaza a mis en lumière des catégories de compréhension du désastre inédites. Des atrocités qui conduisent à priver Gaza d'écoles, d'hôpitaux, d'universités, de terres agricoles, où la vie y est rendue impossible à long terme. Le génocide n'épargne personne, 56 000 personnes assassinées, des milliers qui gisent encore sous les décombres, des enfants, des médecins, des humanitaires, des journalistes tués impunément. Un État veut effacer le peuple palestinien et le priver de futur. Mon groupe regrette par conséquent l'absence du mot génocide au sein du texte qui nous est proposé. Ce crime de masse est pourtant caractérisé. En retour, Israël fait-il l'objet de 16 trains de sanctions comme la Russie? Son Premier ministre, M. Netanyahou, sous mandat d'arrêt de la CPI, a-t-il interdiction, comme M. Poutine, de survoler l'espace aérien des États qui ont ratifié le statut de Rome? Les pays membres du Conseil de l'Europe, comme la France, l'Allemagne, le Royaume-Uni, ont-ils sans attendre cessé de livrer à Israël des armes qui leur permettent de massacrer un peuple? Ont-ils reconnu l'État de Palestine comme 146 États dans le monde? Ont-ils œuvré pour rompre l'accord d'association UE-Israël comme le fait l'Espagne? Ces mêmes États condamnent-ils chaque jour les crimes de guerre commis lors de macabres distributions alimentaires devenues elles aussi une machine à tuer? Non, ils ne le font pas. Pire, l'Occident perpétue le récit selon lequel l'histoire aurait commencé le 7 octobre. Tout se passe comme si la Nakba n'avait jamais existé, comme si les Palestiniens n'avaient pas subi des décennies de colonisation, de confiscation de leurs terres et de crimes. Ce récit qui veut faire croire au monde que les Palestiniens méritent quelque part ce qui leur arrive, qu'ils meurent par leur faute. Comme si l'entreprise coloniale israélienne ne s'était pas, elle aussi, accélérée en Cisjordanie, comme si Israël ne pouvait pas répondre aux atrocités du 7 octobre par la civilisation, par la diplomatie, par l'arme du droit. Chers collègues, le droit international, les droits humains sont universels, ils ne sont pas réservés qu'aux Blancs. Quelle crédibilité aura l'Europe pour défendre le droit international si elle n'est pas capable de le faire respecter, si elle se rend elle-même complice de crimes internationaux, si dans notre monde, seule la loi du plus fort prédomine? Si elle n'est pas capable d'écouter les peuples européens qui se lèvent partout pour faire cesser le massacre, notre Assemblée doit sans détour condamner ces crimes de masse, condamner le génocide et tout faire pour que la Palestine soit libre. Merci.
On behalf of the Socialist, Greens and Democrats, Piero Fassino. Piero, you have the floor, 2 minutes.
I speak Italian, President. Abbiamo avvertito tutti i rischi enormi suscitati dal conflitto tra Israele, Stati Uniti e Iran e ci auguriamo che tutti adesso rispettino il cessate il fuoco, non sia una decisione temporanea e le parti accettino di partecipare a negoziati per definire il problema nucleare. Così come rinnoviamo con forza la richiesta alle autorità dell'Iran di cessare le attività di destabilizzazione degli assetti politici della regione. La drammaticità degli eventi degli ultimi giorni non può rimuovere dalla nostra attenzione la gravissima situazione della striscia di Gaza. Da 18 mesi, bombardamenti indiscriminati, distruzione di abitazioni, scuole, ospedali, continui sfollamenti, penuria di beni essenziali e soprattutto 50.000 vittime, tra cui migliaia di bambini, donne, persone civili, operatori umanitari, giornalisti, funzionari internazionali. Il mondo ha riconosciuto e riconosce a Israele il diritto all'autodifesa, ma quel diritto non può trasformarsi in una punizione collettiva di un intero popolo, violando fondamentali diritti umani e civili. Per questo, da questa Assemblea, rinnoviamo con forza la richiesta che l'esercito israeliano rispetti i diritti della popolazione palestinese e si rispettino le prescrizioni delle corti internazionali della giustizia. Soprattutto, la decisione che invochiamo è che si metta fine alle ostilità militari con il cessato al fuoco permanente, il ritiro progressivo dell'esercito israeliano, la dislocazione di una forza internazionale che consenta di dar vita nella sicurezza a un'amministrazione palestinese indipendente a Gaza. E chiediamo allo stesso tempo che cessino le aggressioni organizzate di gruppi estremisti di coloni nei territori occupati della Cisgiordania. L'obiettivo, in conclusione, rimane quella di riprendere il cammino per una soluzione due popoli, due stati. Tutti sappiamo che oggi quella soluzione appare lontana e difficile, però altra strada non c'è. Ed è una responsabilità della comunità internazionale, quindi anche nostra, lavorare per questo obiettivo. E in questa direzione deve agire il Consiglio della nostra Assemblea, rafforzando la cooperazione con la Knesset, il Consiglio legislativo palestinese, le istituzioni di rappresentanza dei paesi arabi e con le altre istituzioni internazionali e il mondo delle ONG e delle società civili.
Thank you, Piero. Thank you. On behalf of the European People's Party, Emanuele Zingeris. Emanuelis, you have the floor.
Just finished our meeting in Political Affairs Committee overviewing your great job done by Migration Committee, but sorry for some amendments was rejected, and we will discuss this amendment here for a very clear reason. Very clear reason. Israel was attacked, and from our point of view, of course, blood, Israeli blood and Arab blood have the same value, that's clear. But until now we have hostages in Gaza, and this card, the House of Cards of Iran was destroyed, and Hamas was a part of this House of Cards, and that is clear that after 5 elections in democratic state of Israel during the COVID and later, we have no real at all expression of the will of Gaza people while they're in the hands of dictatorial Iranian-type fanatics like Hamas. So, telling, yes, we have tragedies in Gaza, but we should remember that those people who were attacked, they belong to a peace camp. They left, it was not settlements, I'm sorry, it was small cities, mostly from led by Social Democrats on Israeli side, like Sderot and others. It was peaceful, huge peaceful Woodstock-type festival, including homosexuals, women, and Buddhists, and all possible nationalities. And those people who presented anti-Netanyahu camp, peace camp, they were attacked and they were pressed and they now are eliminated after this terrible Hamas attack on peaceful Israeli, very Israeli soil. From my point of view, I am encouraging you to support a Political Affairs Committee opinion and restore the idea that after this Iranian conflict, Israelis have right to think about their security. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, Lord Blackgathra. Dear David, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza was caused by the evil terrorist organization Hamas when it invaded Israel and brutally murdered 1,200 men, women and children and kidnapped 250 more. They are the cause of the war in Gaza. Hamas, of course, is funded and supplied with guns, missiles and bullets by Iran. The war in southern Lebanon was caused by the evil terrorist organization Hezbollah, launching missiles into northern Israel. Hezbollah gets its money, guns, missiles and bullets from Iran. The innocent international shipping in that vital Red Sea Suez Canal route is being attacked by the evil terrorist organization, the Houthis of Yemen. They too are supplied with money, missiles and guns by Iran. Mr. President, Iran is behind all terrorist attacks on Israel. In fact, it's been waging war on Israel for 25 years through its terrorist organizations. We've all known that, and we've known it for some time, but we've done nothing about it except talk about peace. Iran is developing nuclear weapons, not for defense, but solely for the purpose of wiping Israel off the face of the map and exterminating 8 million Jews. Between Trump and Israel, they may have cut off the head of the snake, possibly bringing about a whole new peace settlement in the Middle East. Calls for de-escalation and peace are premature. The only peace which matters is the one where terrorist guns have been silenced in defeat. Of course, Iran is not alone. It is the support of other evil dictatorships like Putin in Russia and North Korea. But if Trump and Israel have really neutralized Iran so quickly, then I hope that the lesson is not lost on Putin. I now call on the United States to pile in more military aid to Ukraine to support them in a heroic battle. Putin must not win. I also call on Israel, since Iran is now possibly out of the picture, to step up food and humanitarian assistance to the population of Gaza. There is strong evidence that many in the UN Relief and Works Agency were conspiring with Hamas, and some participated in the murderous attack in October. So Israel, get the food to the people directly, not through Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you, David. On behalf of the Liberal Democrats, Damien Gauthier. Damien.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En 1864, les États réunis à Genève ont voulu faire entrer un peu d'humanité au cœur de la guerre. C'était la première convention de Genève. En 1949, les nouvelles conventions ont élargi le champ humanitaire en protégeant en particulier les populations civiles et les travailleurs humanitaires. Ces conventions de Genève sont de portée universelle. Elles s'appliquent à tous, États ou groupes armés. Elles constituent le socle de notre humanité commune, surtout dans les moments les plus durs. Le groupe ALDE lance un appel fervent à Israël. Il est plus que temps de tenir cet engagement qui implique un accès humanitaire immédiat, complet et sans condition. L'accès humanitaire n'est pas une option, c'est une obligation. Le droit à se défendre est incontesté, mais il implique des obligations, en particulier à l'égard des populations civiles et des travailleurs humanitaires. Le Hamas doit aussi respecter ses obligations et libérer immédiatement et sans condition tous les otages. Leur détention depuis 2 ans est inacceptable, contraire au droit et à notre humanité commune. Elle aggrave le conflit. Notre groupe appelle à un cessez-le-feu immédiat à Gaza pour mettre fin aux souffrances civiles. C'est dans ces moments difficiles mais cruciaux comme celui-ci que la volonté politique doit être la plus forte, celle de résoudre enfin un conflit qui n'a que trop duré. Il faut enfin permettre la solution à 2 États. Il faut mettre fin à la tragédie de la guerre avant qu'elle ne devienne un gouffre irréparable, a dit il y a quelques jours le pape Léon XIV. Plus le conflit s'enracine, plus les souffrances se multiplient, plus la reconstruction sera difficile et lointaine. Le risque de contagion dans la région est hélas bien réel, on le voit. Nous appelons toutes les parties à respecter strictement le cessez-le-feu entre Israël et l'Iran et à s'abstenir à toute action susceptible de relancer les hostilités. Si la politique de l'Iran constitue une menace grave pour la région, une nouvelle spirale militaire ne ferait qu'aggraver l'instabilité. Il est temps de laisser la place à la diplomatie. Il faut moins de missiles et plus de diplomatie. Nous sommes ici à Strasbourg, une ville qui a été au cœur des deux conflits mondiaux et qui prouve qu'il est possible de surmonter les horreurs de la guerre s'il y a la volonté de construire la paix.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, with Damien, we have closed the list of speakers on behalf of the political groups, and now I open the list of the rest colleagues. I will start with our colleagues from Israel and Palestine who will address the Assembly online. Meirav Ben-Ari is the first speaker. Meirav, are you online? We can hear you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to begin by apologizing for not being able to come to this week due to the situation in the area. 2 weeks ago, Israel launched Operation Am-Kelavi with the strength of a lion in order to thwart Iran's plan to develop a nuclear bomb. As the German chancellor said, Israel is doing the dirty work of all of us. While Israel is carefully targeting nuclear facilities, ballistic missile sites, and senior military commander, Iran is targeting civilians, including homes, kindergarten, school, hospital, and other civilian infrastructure. Yesterday morning, 1 hour before the ceasefire went into effect, Iranian missiles struck a building in Beersheba, killing 4 civilians and injuring 26 others. Iranian terror regime has launched more than 450 missiles and hundreds of UAV at population centers in Israel. Almost 30 people have been killed and 1,200 injured across more than 40 impact sites. And now, regarding Hamas, Iran proxies in the regions. While Israel is engaging in a difficult and ongoing conflict against Hamas and Islamic Jihad, we continue to uphold our humanitarian obligations. Even during wartime, Israel provides extensive humanitarian assistance to the civilian population of the Gaza Strip. Every day, hundreds of humanitarian aid trucks enter Gaza through the crossing, carrying essential goods, including food, water, medical fuel, medical supplies, tent and hygiene products. I want to make it clear, Israel is not against the people of Gaza, it's against terrorism. We remain committed to humanitarian principle, even under fire. And we call all the international community to stand with us, bring our 50 hostages back home, and call Hamas to put down his weapon and end the war. Thank you.
Thank you, Meirav. I just want to inform our colleagues that by Meirav it was our colleague Boa Bismuth who has asked for the floor later. And now I will give the floor to Bernard Sabella from Palestine. Bernard, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as a Palestinian parliamentarian, I speak today not only with deep concern, but with deep pain. For over 20 months now, Gaza has endured unimaginable suffering. Entire families erased, hospitals turned to rubble, children pulled from the ruins, some alive, many not. Over 55,000 lives lost. This is not a statistic, it's a collective wound on the conscience of humanity. And yet, we Palestinians often feel invisible. Our pain, our narrative, our rights, too often dismissed or sidelined by the double standards of international politics. The proposed draft resolution of the Political Affairs Committee addresses many of the urgent issues facing Gaza, its people, and the ongoing crisis between Palestinians and Israelis. It rightly calls for a political solution, but let us be honest, unless Europe and its governments summon the will to act, statements and resolutions, no matter how well worded, will remain just that, words without consequence. We welcome the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Every step away from war is welcome, but peace in the region is impossible while Gaza remains under siege, while the West Bank is strangled by occupation, and while Palestinian aspirations for freedom, dignity, and statehood are continuously denied. This war on Gaza must stop, not only for Palestinians, but for the peace and security of all, including Israelis. Our freedom is not a threat to others, it's the pathway to a lasting peace, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Michael Farrugia is next. Michael.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Words are not enough. It is time for action. I am not in favor of Iran manufacturing a nuclear bomb. Neither am I in favor of other countries harboring armaments of mass destruction. I am a person who believes that problems can be solved around the table, and any war can be terminated diplomatically if there is goodwill and mutually understanding by all sides. I condemn, and I will always condemn what happened on 7th October and the abduction of hostages by Hamas. But I have no hesitation to condemn whatever happened for tens of years before 7th October and after in Gaza and in the West Bank. I am not a person who harbors Islamophobia or anti-Semitism. I have close friends on both sides. How can I be? How can I stay quiet? How can we not condemn the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the starvation, persons murdered while desperately queuing for food, the destruction of nearly all hospitals, or schools, or support services, a country that has been flattened, the continuous displacement of 80% of population in Gaza, the cold-blooded killing of 8 workers while at work, the killing of doctors and nurses, whole families dying under the rubble, the killing of 56,000 persons, most of them women and children, the killing of journalists, and the thousands of children who are either orphaned or mutilated. We are told that this behavior is acceptable collateral killing. Stop killing journalists and let foreign journalists into Gaza and the West Bank to see with their own eyes and to report freely what they see happening around them. It is not enough for a tear or two to come out of our eyes. The anger in you. We have to put a pressure on our governments to press on Israel and Hamas to come to peace. In the meantime, let's give the children of Gaza a future and a dream of growing up in peace.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sara Sofia Siren is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Middle East is serious. It concerns the entire international community. My heart breaks for the situation in Gaza, the children, the families. It is right that we condemn the suffering of civilians, be it caused by terrorist groups or state actors. All countries have the right to defend themselves, but no country has the right for war crimes or violations of international law. We demand immediate and permanent ceasefire, removal of all obstacles to humanitarian aid, protection of civilians and aid workers, and release of hostages. I am also deeply concerned about the situation in Iran, the nuclear question, as well as support for armed groups. These undermine security also here in Europe. Iran's support for Russia in Ukraine is an example how conflicts and wars are interconnected. I believe that the people in Iran want change. We need to continue supporting movements like Women, Life, Freedom. The voices of Iranian people, these voices are genuine and come from within, not from outside. And our job is to support justice, freedom, and human rights. During past weeks, Israel and Iran were engaged in an open military confrontation with the US supporting Israel. Our message should be clear. The cycle of violence must be broken. We must rely first and foremost on diplomacy and respect for international law, human rights, democracy, and rule of law.
Thank you. Sir Edward Lee is next.
Mr. President, I've been a friend of Israel for the whole time I've been in Parliament for 43 years, and I fully support the right of Israel to defend itself. I condemn utterly Hamas and all their actions. I support the actions of the United States and Israel in the last 10 days. But I just want to be balanced in this. Just because you are a friend of Israel doesn't also mean that you can't be a friend of Palestine. Just because you support the human rights of Israelis doesn't mean that you can't support the human rights of Palestinians. And we are not seeing that at the moment. The death of 1,500 medics in Gaza, the weaponizing of food, the mass bombing, this is not proportionate. Israel has a right to defend herself, but she does not have a right to obliterate whole areas of Gaza into rubble. And at the same time, and I've seen this with my own eyes visiting the West Bank recently, it's not just me surmising, it's actually the policy of Prime Minister Netanyahu not to have a two-state solution. I've seen with my own eyes Israeli settlers threatening Palestinian villagers and forcing them out of their villages. The action of the present Israeli government is an extreme policy designed to make a two-state solution impossible forever. And I put this question to this Assembly: are we not humanitarians? Do we not believe in the human rights of all people? Are all people not equally? Have not the Palestinians the right to yearn for their own nation and their own human rights, just as the Jews for 2,000 years yearned for their nation and their human rights? So let's be equal, let's be proportionate, and let's support the Palestinians and the right of Israel to exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Alfred Kerr is next. Alfred, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm somehow surprised about the discussion in this room. And you, sir, as a British citizen, a former occupying force of Palestine, you're not a very good example to talk about human rights if you see what you did before 48. I'm sorry to say so. Maybe you're part of the problem. But the main problem we have, the hostages are still being kept by Hamas. That's the root problem that we have. Israel is trying to liberate the hostages. They are trying to fight Hamas, and Israel is giving humanitarian aid to the Palestinians. You know exactly Hamas, what did they do with all the money we sent to them? They bought rockets that they can send to Israel. They made a military fortress out of Gaza. Did they use the money that we sent for humanitarian aid? Did they use it for their people? No. They keep their people hostages. And if you speak about Iran, they made a ring of fire. They destabilized Lebanon with the Houthis, with the Hezbollah, Yemen with the Houthis. They were active in Syria with the Assad regime. And now it was the time that we had to destroy their nuclear capabilities. And Donald Trump tried it on a diplomatic way. You know it exactly. He was speaking with Iran. They had the option to renounce on nuclear weapons. They refused it. And if you can't get through diplomatically, then you must use military force. I'm sorry to say so, but that's how the world is. And I'm happy that they acted together, and I'm convinced that Saudi Arabia and the Arabic neighbors of Israel will soon find peace, and Iran will be isolated. And if Hamas is away, there will also be a bright future for the Palestinians. Free Palestine from Hamas.
Thank you, Alfred. Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri is next.
President, dear colleagues, the situation in the Middle East doesn't give us time quite for a relaxed summer yet. Gaza, in particular, is in extremely and urgent need for international help, also for the ceasefire, way towards the two-state solution and international humanitarian aid. I want to welcome this report, which is quite balanced through this infected topic and managed to navigate through polarized issues. But we are a house of the human rights. We are not here to take sides, but we are here for the people, and we are here not to close our eyes on civilian victims. I underline that the draft resolution says that we should not lose sight of the people of the Gaza, and that main focus should be on tackling the humanitarian catastrophe that is unfolding in front of our very own eyes. Israel started defending itself, but disproportional attacks by Israel for 20 months in response to Hamas terrorist attacks has caused immense suffering and deaths of tens of thousands of civilians, UNESCO giving us the figure of 15,000 children victims. As the text states, we must clearly and loudly condemn the clear violations of international law, all attempts to obstruct the distribution of humanitarian aid, and attacks against civilians seeking aid. I urge us all to call ceasefire to stop these brutal attacks that have practically burned Gaza to the ground and allow humanitarian aid to reach famine people, families and children, and stop the suffering of innocent people still under siege of their destroyed land, hospitals, schools, homes, water district systems, and so. So at least we have to require to let the rapporteurs to enter the zone of war.
Thank you, Ms. Petra. Nikos Tornaritis. Nico.
Cyprus has always valued its strong partnership with Israel. We condemned from the beginning the horrific Hamas attacks of October 2023, and we fully support Israel's right to security and self-defense. However, the scale of the response in Gaza has gone too far. Thousands of civilians have been killed. Homes, schools, and hospitals are in ruins. Access to water, food, and medical aid is dangerously limited. Gaza's population is facing a severe humanitarian crisis. This level of destruction does not bring lasting security. It risks creating more instability and anger, not only in Gaza, but across the region. Children who grow up in a rubble, who have lost everything, may carry pain and hatred into the future. We must break this cycle, not fuel it. We urge Israel to protect civilians, allow full humanitarian access, and act within international law. And we call on all parties to return to diplomacy. Only a political solution can lead to lasting peace. Both Palestinians and Israelis deserve a future of safety, dignity, and coexistence. Let us act now, before more lives are lost, and before peace slips further out of reach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikos. Seda Geren-Beluk is next.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers parlementaires, avant de commencer, je voudrais dire que ce discours sera consacré à une petite fille, Ward El-Sheikh Halil. L'Israël a bombardé la nuit du 25 mai une nouvelle école transformée en abri à Gaza. Parmi les 35 victimes recensées, on compte au moins 18 enfants morts brûlés vifs dans les flammes, tandis que des dizaines d'autres ont été grièvement blessés. 2 salles de classe se sont entièrement réduites en centre, avec à l'intérieur de nombreux réfugiés qui s'y étaient abrités. Une vidéo largement diffusée sur les réseaux sociaux montre une fillette, Ward El-Sheikh Halil, tentant de fuir l'école en flammes. Je sais bien que nous avons tous regardé avec une grande honte. Contrairement à d'autres, elle a réussi à s'échapper sain et sauve. Par contre, ce soir-là, Ward a malheureusement perdu sa mère, qui était docteur comme son père, ainsi que 6 de ses frères et sœurs, ensevelis sous les décombres des salles de classe dont les toits se sont effondrés, avant d'être ravagés par les flammes. Elle a survécu, mais peut-on vraiment parler de vie après une telle tragédie? Cette nuit-là, pour échapper à la mort, la petite Var a dû passer en marchant sur les corps de sa propre famille. La seule chose qu'elle a pu emporter avec elle était une pantoufle, celle de l'un de ses frères qu'elle n'a jamais lâchée. Après ce bombardement atroce, Vart a crié « Il y avait beaucoup de feu, j'ai dû marcher sur les flammes pour m'enfuir. J'ai dû marcher sur les flammes pour m'enfuir. » Ce que Var a vécu n'a rien d'une invention, c'est une réalité terrifiante. Depuis de longs mois, les images en provenance de Gaza nous confrontent à une réalité insoutenable. Face à cette réalité, un mot continue d'être évité, le génocide. Ce silence nous engage, il fragilise la crédibilité de nos institutions et interroge nos valeurs. La responsabilité qui est la nôtre ici n'est pas de détourner le regard, mais de nommer les faits, d'exiger des comptes et d'agir pour protéger les droits humains là où ils sont les plus violemment niés. Je conclurai par les mots de l'écrivain gazaoui Nour El-Assi. Si les droits humains, la morale ont un sens, la bande de Gaza est l'endroit où ces valeurs doivent subsister ou mourir. Car si le monde continue à nous regarder sans rien faire, rien de ce qu'il prétend défendre ne sera réel. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Sada. Oleksiy Goncharenko. Oleksiy.
Thank you, President. And I want to thank Israel. Let us thank Israel for what they are doing. Because we are here only talking, and we are talking, and we are talking again. We are making resolutions. But can you stop Iran from having nuclear weapons with 1,000 resolutions? Maybe with 1 million resolutions. Can we stop Iran from having nuclear weapons? Oh, let us imagine if this mullah's regime, which killed so many Iranians, yes, they're killing Iranians every day, this awful regime. So what do we want? To have them nuclear weapons? Maybe to attack by nuclear strike Strasbourg. Why not? Imagine that Mr. Khamenei will see now this assembly. I want to tell you, dear ladies, he will not like the way you look like. He will not like the way we speak here. He will not like us at all. So maybe he will just send a nuclear missile on us. Why not? So Israel is protecting the basic values we all here have. We're speaking here about women's rights. Who is protecting women's rights in the Middle East? Israel. We're speaking about democracy. What is democracy in the Middle East? Israel. We're speaking about human rights. We're speaking about rule of law. Israel, Israel, Israel. So instead of criticizing Israel, instead of attacking Israel, we need to support Israel. If we can't do nothing, at least let us not intervene and let us not attack Israel when Israel is doing its job, protecting Israel itself, definitely, but also all of us. All of us. Am Israel high. Thank you to Israel for what they're doing. Let's support them, not making any steps to stop them, because what they're doing is important for everybody of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleksiy. Stefan Senach. Stefan.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident. Wir sprechen, lieber Goroschenko, wir sprechen über Gaza. Und Gaza ist die derzeit wahrscheinlich weltweit größte humanitäre Katastrophe überhaupt. Und wenn meine türkische Vorrednerin gesagt hat, niemand traut sich hier das Wort Genozid in den Mund zu nehmen, ich habe das schon mehrmals gemacht, auch im österreichischen Parlament, auch in dieser Versammlung. Was in Gaza stattfindet, ist Genozid. Das hat mit Selbstverteidigung Israel nichts mehr zu tun. Das ist ein Töten, das ist ein Morden und damit muss Schluss sein. Menschen auszuhungern, den Spitälern jegliche Möglichkeit von Energie zu nehmen, an die 190 Journalisten zu erschießen, das geht nicht, das können wir nicht hinnehmen. Und weiters können wir nicht hinnehmen, dass im Westjordanland kriminelle Siedler glauben, sie können hier Sheriff spielen und einfach palästinensische Bevölkerung schikanieren bzw. töten. Das alles geht nicht. Diese humanitäre Krise
ist alarmierend und sie soll nicht durch andere Dinge überschattet werden. Das ist derzeit die größte humanitäre Krise, die wir durchaus und berechtigt Genozid nennen müssen, denn es ist der Bruch jeglichen humanitären Völkerrechts. Das ist eine Tatsache und auch der jüngste Bericht der Europäischen Union unterstreicht dies, wenn er schreibt von Folter, von Morden und von Apartheidsystem. In diesem Sinne, stoppt das Töten im Gaza und gebt den Menschen wieder Essen.
Thank you, Stefan. Gareth Ahern is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Middle East is a central foreign policy priority for Ireland. Israel's blockade of humanitarian and commercial supplies for Gaza, imposed on the 2nd of March, has rapidly deepened the hunger crisis in Gaza. Ireland is deeply concerned by the latest assessment by the IPC Global Hunger Monitor that the entire population of Gaza is facing high levels of food insecurity, with 500,000 people facing starvation. The small trickle of aid that is getting into Gaza is a drop in the ocean. Israel must lift the blockade immediately. The obstruction of life-saving aid by Israel is a violation of its international obligations. We're deeply concerned by the mass casualty incidents as Palestinians try to reach distribution centres. We call on Israel to allow a full resumption of aid in accordance with international law and humanitarian principles, and to enable UN and humanitarian organisations to work independently and to do their job. Ireland urges all parties to return to talks aimed at securing an immediate ceasefire and hostage release deal. The remaining hostages must be released, and Ireland has consistently called for the unconditional release of all hostages held in Gaza. Ireland is extremely concerned about the situation in the West Bank. Since January, Israel's military operations have displaced at least 40,000 people and caused destruction of civilian infrastructure and homes. The scale, speed and severity of displacement is unprecedented. This is in addition to a rising trend of settlement expansion and settlement violence prior to the 7th of October, conduct within an environment of impunity. Ireland has strongly supported sanctions adopted by the EU against both individuals and entities involved in settler violence. We welcome the announcement made at the Foreign Affairs Council on the 20th of May that the EU conduct a review of the association agreement with Israel. Ireland and Spain first called for this step in February 2024. And to conclude, I listened to the Israeli speaker talking about how they're not against Palestinian people. Well,
thank you, Gareth.
1,700 children under the age of 1 who've been killed.
Carla Monen is next.
I'm deeply concerned about the catastrophe and the...
We cannot hear you. Have you inserted your buds? Have you pressed the button?
I'm deeply...
Just press the button once.
No, it is red again. Yeah. I'm deeply concerned about the catastrophe in the occupied Palestinian territories, especially in Gaza. Palestinian people are suffering immensely from starvation, bombings, and forced displacement by the Netanyahu government. Too many innocent lives have been lost. Too many children have been killed. Too many families live in fear and mourning and without hope. The International Court of Justice has ruled that there is a real and present danger of an infringement of the rights of the people in Gaza that the genocide treaty should protect. We already see ethnic cleansing in Gaza. As parliamentarians, we do not only have the political mandate, but also the moral imperative to act. We need an immediate and real ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of hostages and political prisoners, and unrestricted humanitarian access. The access to medical care, food, and production is a non-negotiable right. We must advocate for a peace process that recognizes the legitimate rights of both Palestinians and Israelis, confronts historical injustices, and ensures that all people can live in dignity and freedom in 2 states, free from rockets, checkpoints, displacement and fear. I call on all of us to urge our governments to pressure the Israeli government to comply with international law. Let history not remember us as passive witnesses to suffering, but as leaders who choose courage, action and compassion when it mattered most.
Thank you. Thank you, Carla. Valérie Pillet-Carrard is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers et chers collègues. En janvier dernier, nous avons accepté un rapport de notre commission sociale intitulé « L'absolue et urgente nécessité de mettre fin à la crise humanitaire concernant les femmes, les enfants et les otages à Gaza ». Ce rapport dénonçait les horreurs que vivait la population gazaoui et le non-respect du droit international. À ce moment, nous avions l'espoir, car un cessez-le-feu était entré en vigueur. Nous avions l'espoir que l'aide humanitaire soit distribuée à la population gazaoui, qu'un accès aux soins soit rétabli, que les enfants puissent grandir en toute sécurité et retourner à l'école. Oui, nous avions l'espoir. Mais le 2 mars dernier, la première phase du cessez-le-feu à peine terminée, Israël a décidé de suspendre toute entrée de marchandises et d'approvisionnement dans la bande de Gaza. Tous les points de passage pour l'acheminement de l'aide dans l'enclave palestinienne ont été fermés. Depuis ce moment jusqu'au 19 mai dernier, la population de Gaza est confrontée à un risque critique de famine. Cette situation est sans précédent. Le comportement d'Israël est une forme flagrante de punition collective illégale et commet un crime de guerre consistant à utiliser la famine comme méthode de guerre. Son intention déclarée d'étendre ses opérations militaires, d'annexer des territoires et de déplacer de force des Palestiniens dans la bande de Gaza occupée et assiégée constitue une grave violation du droit international. Nous avons une responsabilité, les États membres. Nous devons nous engager pour mettre fin à cette catastrophe humanitaire en autorisant les ONG expérimentées à entrer à Gaza afin d'effectuer les distributions alimentaires, en les sécurisant et non en tirant sur la population qui vient chercher un peu de nourriture. Nous devons appeler à un nouveau cessez-le-feu et surtout, nous devons faire respecter le droit international afin de favoriser une paix durable.
Thank you, Valerie. Benjamin Dahl is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached a critical point. Independent NGOs face severe restrictions. Aid is limited to narrow corridors under Israeli control. Civilians queue for hours for food or water. Some are shot. Many return empty-handed. Who can accept that people, including children, are starving while trucks are parked at the border, unable to enter? This Assembly has spoken clearly in January through Resolution 2582 and again in April during our urgent debate. We called for full and unconditional humanitarian access and compliance with international law. Those calls were not answered. The situation has only worsened. I welcome the new report and the draft resolution. But let's be honest with ourselves, dear colleagues. We said these things before, in January, in April, and we were ignored. If we want our voice to matter, we cannot simply repeat our positions. We must demonstrate that this Assembly has the courage to act when its calls are disregarded. And let me be clear. Terrorist organization Hamas bears grave responsibility. But Israel is a sovereign state, a democracy, and an observer to this Assembly. That status comes with responsibility to uphold the values we defend here. That is why I have tabled a motion to suspend Israel's observer status, because our credibility as a human rights institution is at stake. Let us prove that our values mean something. Let us prove that international humanitarian law means something, in words and in action. Thank you.
Dear colleagues,
The escalation in the Middle East is already echoing beyond its borders. These events pose a direct threat to the South Caucasus. The last 5 years of Armenia's geopolitical history make us understand that international institutions are losing their authority, universal norms are losing their relevance, national borders are losing their stability. And ultimately, each country is forced to have its own survival strategy. The conflict in the Middle East has shown the importance of the partnership factor and the value of trust in relations. Unfortunately, for Armenia today, they are challenging. When we talk about values, we become pro-European. But when we need to deal with risks and resolve conflicts, we became a real part of the wider Middle East. And then completely different rules of game come into play. Optimistic expectations cannot fight the dangers on the ground. Unlike our organization, recently the Organization of Islamic Cooperation adopts openly anti-Armenian resolution, which is weaponizing the religion against Armenian cultural heritage and Christian identity. The Council of Europe keeps diplomatic silence and balanced approach on Armenian-Azerbaijan track, avoiding to speak with moral clarity and political determination. At the same time, European institutions are pushing Armenia to accept further so-called bold compromises in its relations with Turkey and Azerbaijan, which will ultimately undermine the long-term stability of Europe. Mr. Chairman, in the global region of the Middle East, the greatest support for Armenia today is not to hinder its efforts to strengthen traditional partnerships and not put it in new geopolitical dependencies. Forcing Armenia to abandon historical and objectively established geopolitical ties will only make it more vulnerable and open the door to new aggression. Thank you.
Mr. Gevorgian, the floor now it's Mr. Lukaidis has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will speak in Greek. Θέλω να ξεκινήσω την παρέμβαση μου για να πω ότι αισθάνομαι μεγάλη ικανοποίηση που βλέπω συναδέλφους από όλους τους πολιτικούς ιδεολογικούς χώρους να στηρίζουν αυτό που έπρεπε όλοι να κάνουμε σε αυτόν τον οργανισμό. Την ανάγκη να βρισκόμαστε στη σωστή πλευρά της ιστορίας. Και η σωστή πλευρά της ιστορίας είναι απλή. Γιατί είμαστε ένας οργανισμός ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων. Ένας οργανισμός προστασίας της δημοκρατίας και του κράτους δικαίου, ένας οργανισμός υπεράσπισης του διεθνούς δικαίου και του διεθνούς ανθρωπιστικού δικαίου. Και έχουμε καθήκον και υποχρέωση όσο πιο δυνατά μπορούμε να φωνάξουμε και να αγωνιστούμε ενάντια στη γενοκτονία και στην ανάγκη να τερματιστεί αμέσως. Να απαιτήσουμε να σταματήσουν οι βομβαρδισμοί. Να απαιτήσουμε το Ισραήλ να τερματίσει τη λιμοκτονία των Παλαιστινίων στη Γάζα. Να απαιτήσουμε να τερματιστεί το εθνικό ξεκαθάρισμα στη Γάζα. Να απαιτήσουμε να τερματιστεί το καθεστώς apartheid που έχει επιβληθεί απέναντι στους Παλαιστίνιους, στη μοναδική κατά τα άλλα δημοκρατία στη Μέση Ανατολή. Να απαιτήσουμε να τερματιστεί η ολοκληρωτική καταστροφή της Γάζας. Να απαιτήσουμε, κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι, να σταματήσουν όλοι να είναι συνένοχοι είτε δια της σιωπής είτε δια της στήριξης του Ισραήλ με την παραχώρηση εξοπλισμού και όπλων για να συνεχίσει τη γενοκτονία. Ολοκληρώνω, κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι, με την έκκληση σε όλους. Αν θέλουμε να είμαστε στη σωστή πλευρά της ιστορίας, θα πρέπει να υιοθετήσουμε όλες τις τροπολογίες που έχουν κατατεθεί και οι οποίες έχουν απορριφθεί στην πλειοψηφία τους στην Επιτροπή με μια επιχειρηματολογία παρόμοια με αυτή που ακούσαμε από τον κύριο Κοτσαρέγκο. Ένιωσα ντροπή, πρέπει να σας πω, για αυτό που είδα να γίνεται στην Πολιτική Επιτροπή. Μπορούμε να το αλλάξουμε σε λίγο.
Thank you. Salma Zahid is next.
Honourable colleagues,
Last January, this Assembly passed a resolution condemning Hamas' appalling terrorist attack and the unimaginable humanitarian crisis in Gaza that has resulted from Israel's response. That is, incessant bombing and ground operations. The resolution called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and the immediate release of hostages. Here we are, however, 6 months later, approaching 2 years of death and the destruction of Palestinian homes, hospitals, and schools. And tragically, too little has changed. Wars have rules, and international law must be applied to everyone. I don't know how any parent can look at what is happening in Gaza and explain it to their children. I don't hesitate to say, as I have in the Canadian Parliament, that what is unfolding in Gaza bears the hallmarks of genocide. And in that respect, the ICC's arrest warrants and South Africa's proceedings against Israel at the ICJ must be respected in the name of justice and accountability. While today's debate is rightly focused on the horror in Gaza, we must not lose sight of the broader picture. We must do everything in our power to hasten the realization of a viable and sovereign Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. This remains the only credible path to lasting peace. Recognition of the Palestinian state is long overdue. I applaud the European countries that have already taken that step. I hope more will follow, and Canada as well. But as illegal settlements continue to expand in the West Bank, where settler violence and hateful rhetoric routinely target Palestinians, there are those who seek to foreclose that possibility permanently. I visited the West Bank and the occupied East Jerusalem, as well as refugee camps in Jordan in 2024, to meet Palestinian families and to hear firsthand. They are forced to endure daily humiliations and inhuman treatment. If we are serious about the two-state solution, about peace, then the time for bold action is now. Until peace is achieved, there must be stronger sanctions.
Thank you, Salma.
There must be a full two-way arms embargo. There must be accountability and justice for elect.
Thank you. Luis Morel is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la rapporteure, chers collègues. Je voudrais d'abord saluer le travail de Madame la rapporteure. Son rapport est, je le crois, à la hauteur des enjeux, clairs, fermes et exigeants. Session après session, notre Assemblée revient sur la crise humanitaire à Gaza. Mais ce n'est plus seulement une crise, c'est un drame sans précédent. Et le conflit israélo-palestinien, loin de s'apaiser, s'enlise et s'élargit. Depuis l'attaque du 7 octobre, le bilan est insoutenable. Plus de 56 000 morts à Gaza, dont 80% de civils selon l'ONU. Des dizaines de milliers de blessés et il y a quelques jours encore, des frappes qui ont tué des civils venus chercher de la nourriture près des points de distribution humanitaire. Je veux ici avoir une pensée profonde pour toutes les victimes, pour chaque famille endeuillée et pour les proches des otages, qu'ils soient palestiniens ou israéliens. Le message de ces familles est clair. Ils nous implorent d'arrêter cette guerre. Ils attendent que nous agissions. À ce titre, je voudrais insister sur une phrase essentielle de votre rapport, Madame la rapporteure, celle qui mentionne la nécessité de créer, et je cite, un processus politique inclusif visant à jeter les bases d'une paix durable, de la stabilité, du respect et de la réconciliation entre les peuples. Disons-le clairement, cela doit s'accompagner de la reconnaissance de deux États. Il n'y aura pas de paix réelle sans un État palestinien souverain, viable et démocratique aux côtés d'Israël. Et sur ce point, la France a été claire. Elle est prête à reconnaître l'État de Palestine, non seulement comme un symbole, mais plus encore comme un levier politique, diplomatique et stratégique pour sortir de l'impasse. Cela doit s'accompagner de mesures concrètes, un cessez-le-feu effectif garanti par un mécanisme international de suivi, la libération de tous les otages, la justice internationale sans exception pour les crimes de guerre commis et un accès humanitaire libre, sécurisé et massif à Gaza. Ce sont les fondations indispensables d'une paix véritable, une paix qui ne peut reposer ni sur la vengeance ni sur le silence. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Aisha Bankioglu is next. Aisha.
Dear colleagues, the humanitarian emergency we have witnessed in Gaza has reached unimaginable levels. more than 55,000 people have been killed, 130,000 people have been injured. These are devastating facts to which we unfortunately have become accustomed to. We check the latest numbers, underline the grave situation, express our wish for ceasefire as well as unhindered humanitarian aid. We also say that hostages should be released. But we have to admit that we fail time and time again to take decisive action. It is commendable that we will be adopting a resolution today and we will be taking a stand against the grave injustice that the world is turning a blind eye to. But we have to look beyond this chamber and this organization. It is time we start mobilizing our peoples and communities to put pressure on our parliaments and governments to make sure that the crimes of Israel are not condoned and, as we have seen lately, not encouraged by the governments. It is time we take responsibility and free Palestine from illegal occupation and settler colonialism. If we claim to stand for human rights, for peace, for international order, then this is the moment to prove it, not with words, but with courage, with conviction, and with concrete steps. The people of Gaza deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Isu. Elizaveta Iasko.
Dear colleagues, I want to devote my speech to all women of Iran and other countries who are silenced, who are struggling and fighting for the voice, and very often to access the education, to access the right to sing. Do you know that in Iran, for instance, women cannot sing? It's forbidden. Do you know that in Afghanistan, if you are a young woman, a child, there is no guarantee that you will receive an education? And that revolution in Iran, where women were singing and expressing their resistance through the music, was incredible. I'm very happy that in my life I had an honor to talk to some of them. And I think our role here is to acknowledge their bravery. I want to emphasize that when we talk about the Middle East, Iran, it's not just a political battlefield there. That's the area where there is a lost trust and a lot of pain, and how to recover that pain. A few minutes ago, the US President Donald Trump gave a press conference after the NATO meeting, who said that he comes back completely different person. He finally believed in NATO. So, dear Chair, dear President, I want to suggest maybe on behalf of this Assembly, we invite US President Donald Trump here to reflect and to talk with us about the future of international law. I really hope that together we can change his views on international law, and we can use this discussion as the invitation. That would be great. And I think it would be our role and even mission of our European solidarity here. Thank you.
When he will say a few good words about the Council of Europe, be sure Elizaveta will ask him to come. So, Mariam Geka.
Thank you so much, dear President and colleagues. Israel's radical ultra-far-right government continues a deliberate strategy of regional destabilization through massacres in Gaza, attacks on Iran, Lebanon, and Syria, and open defiance of international law. We condemn all acts that endanger peace. Justice must never be selective. What has been unfolding before our eyes in Gaza is not a war, it's a genocide, despite the world's once promised never again. It's settler colonialism driven by ethno-supremacism and executed through starvation, bombardment, dehumanization, and forced displacement. It is the calculated erasure of a people's future. And yet the world delays, excuses, enables. Approaching an aid truck has become a death sentence. Bread lines have become front lines. Dystopian footage fills our screens daily. This is quite literally a textbook definition of dehumanization, and this must never become the new normal. Conscience has reached its breaking point, and it's rising across borders, across voices. The Madlinship and international marches to Gaza were some of its responses, and once again, Israel blocked hope and morality. As a country from the region, we know all too well a region cannot afford another war. President Erdogan reaffirmed Turkey's readiness to facilitate diplomacy and dialogue, offering the only viable path to just and lasting peace. Dear colleagues, the world must stand for justice, not whitewash crimes under political pressure. How long will Israel remain the forever justified, immune to consequences, exempt from morality, shielded from justice? I cannot help but ask, upon a recent unfortunate remark, what is the context of this so-called dirty work? Are we surrendering the rules-based international order to a system where power excuses everything, regardless of law? Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Kasper Maciej Plasinski.
Hamas attack 2 years ago was horrible, but Israel's response is not justice. More than 50,000 Palestinians already dead, most of them women and children. Another tens of thousands wounded, hundreds of thousands homeless and starving. It's not justice. Also, volunteers of humanitarian aid organizations being killed in Gaza. One of them was Polish citizen Damian Sobul. I ask Assembly to pay respects to all of the victims. I ask to give them a moment of silence.
Excuse me, colleague, maybe you are new in this room. Please sit down, be seated. There are some rules that have been announced many times from me and the Vice Chairs. Whoever wants to ask for a minute of silence has to present a paper to the Secretariat, and the Presidency, who is presiding at the time, will decide if and when. So if you want, you can continue your speech and give us a paper asking the moment of silence. Thank you. Now we're going to Saskia Kluit.
Thank you very much, President. As you know, I have been reporter for the humanitarian crisis for the children and women in Gaza. So let me tell about the children. Children have the right to go to school, yet all schools and universities in Gaza have been bombed to pieces. Children have the right to a family, yet 40,000 children live now as an orphan. Children have the right to safety, to health, and to a life, and yet 15,000 children are dead. Thousands and thousands of children have lost an arm or a leg or have been wounded otherwise, very often after being directly targeted by snipers. Children have the right to housing. All houses have been gone. Children have the right to a homeland. 80% has been taken from them. They have no right to return. Children have the right to food and water. They are hungry. They are thirsty. And if they try to get food, you know what they get? They get bullets. They are being shot every day. Tens of children, dozens of children are shot each day. And what kind of government does this for these children? I mean, I'm so desperate. What kind of politicians keep silent again and again? Why do we not speak about ethnic cleansing? Why do we not speak about genocide? If we do not speak about this now, when do we do it? Then we lose all right of existence. I am so sorry, but if we do not act today, if we do not accept the migration amendments, we can just as well bury humanitarian law. We can bury it in the ground, the Palestinian ground, next to the children who are there lying dead after us doing nothing. So please, dear colleagues, let's act, please.
Thank you, Saskia. We will connect now online with our colleague from Israel, Boa Bismuth. Boa, are you with us? We listen. You have the floor. Boa, we cannot hear you. Is there a problem with your microphone? Do you need to press any button there? No, we cannot hear you. Maybe you use the microphone that Meirav has earlier, or is it the same microphone? No, sorry, I cannot listen. I cannot hear you. Okay, Boa, please stay online. I will go to the next speaker and I'll come back to you. Liane Rood is next.
It has been almost 630 days since Hamas terrorists carried out the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, murdering, torturing, and kidnapping innocent civilians. 50 hostages remain in captivity. The majority are believed to be dead. Today's debate highlights the urgent need to put an end to the war in Gaza, a goal that everyone here in this place shares. I'm certain much of this conflict would have been avoided.
Liane, can you go closer to the microphone, please?
Sure. I am certain much of this conflict would have been avoided and that we would be on a path toward long-term peace if Hamas had released the hostages and disarmed. Palestine is not the only country who foolishly refused to act in the interests of global peace. After decades of warning, Iran pursued its weaponized nuclear agenda while failing at the bargaining table. Justifiably, Israel intervened before Iran could complete their schemes and follow through on their abundant threats towards this neighbor. In the words of the Canadian Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre, quote, "I think the idea of allowing a genocidal, theocratic, unstable dictatorship that is desperate to avoid being overthrown by its own people to develop nuclear weapons is about the most dangerous and irresponsible thing that the world could ever allow. If Israel were to stop that genocidal, theocratic, unstable government from acquiring nuclear weapons, it would be a gift by the Jewish people to the state, by the Jewish state to humanity," end quote. I'm glad this gift has been given and hope the people of this unstable region are able to overthrow the harmful regimes they have been forced to abide by for far too long. President Trump announced he has brokered a peace deal, and we will see if this will last. It is up to the Palestinian people to remove Hamas and decide whether hatred of Israel is greater than love for the people of Gaza. It is up to the people of Iran to remove the supreme leadership authority and end the hatred of Israel and the Western world so that they may live in peace and prosperity. Throughout history, Israel's enemies have tried and failed to destroy the Middle East's only true liberal democracy. I truly believe that ordinary people across the region long to live in freedom, peace, and security. Since October 7th, and now with recent events, they have learned again that Israel, when provoked, will not hesitate to respond forcefully and with the aid of powerful allies. As the G7 leaders reaffirmed last week in Canada, Israel has the right to defend itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Liane. Nerea Heddo is next. Nerea.
Minutos lo voy a hacer telegráficamente. Lo primero, debo mostrar una gran preocupación por la situación en la región, en Oriente Medio, por la inestabilidad general en la zona, que consigue además tapar la situación terrible que se vive en Gaza y de la que hemos hablado en muchas ocasiones. Y me preocupa también el conflicto, que además puede acabar siendo un conflicto global, y la crisis humanitaria subyacente, tanto en Gaza como en Irán, donde la situación previa de privación de derechos ahora se le añade la de, por ejemplo, el número de desplazados dada la situación de conflicto. Es necesario un alto al fuego ya en Gaza y también en el frente abierto unilateralmente por Israel y Estados Unidos en Irán. Trump iba a acabar con las guerras en el mundo y vemos que contrariamente provoca más. Y veremos si el anunciado alto el fuego es realmente estable. Pero en Gaza también hace falta, primero, liberar a los rehenes, por supuesto, pero fundamentalmente asegurar el acceso a la ayuda humanitaria con garantías. Es algo obligatorio, pero en este momento es una auténtica trampa. Y hay que decidir entre me muero de hambre o me matan cuando busco comida. Me parece triste ver gobiernos supuestamente democráticos, alguno incluso miembro observador de este Consejo, incumpliendo normas internacionales y no respetando derechos humanos. Estamos viviendo momentos de incertidumbre y Europa estudia mucho y actúa poco, y cuando actúa muchas veces lo hace con un doble rasero, porque no hay más que ver la reacción entre Rusia y Bielorrusia por la invasión de Ucrania y la que hemos tenido ante Israel por un genocidio. que no es la misma, ni siquiera en el deporte del que hemos hablado esta mañana. Y creo que también debemos tener cuidado para que la diversificación de focos de tensión en el mundo no nos haga olvidar que todos los conflictos y crisis humanitarias son importantes, que Oriente Medio no nos haga olvidar Ucrania, y no hablo, por ejemplo, de Sudán. Debemos trabajar por una desescalada en la región, por una solución basada en el diálogo y la diplomacia, y hacer una apuesta clara por la paz, la estabilidad y el multilateralismo. Gracias.
We will go back now to Israel. Boa Bismuth. Boa, are you there? Can we make a new try with that to dialogue with Israel? Can you please try again, Boa? Since I see that we have still technical issues, I will go to my colleague Dan Aldridge, but we will try to connect again with Israel. Dan. Next is Iona Arendt.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, Gaza is suffering. Women, children, simple people are dying under the rubble and from hunger. The International Court of Justice has found that there is a real risk of genocide. Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch confirm that we are dealing with mass war crimes. The United Nations is sounding the alarm. People in Gaza are starving, bombed, and have no access to water or medical care. Innocent children suffer the most. Do Palestinian lives matter less than the lives of the other nations? Are human rights only for some? We here, as an organization that was founded to protect human rights, should be the moral voice of our organization in the face of the suffering of other people. Silence in the face of crime is complicity. Poland, which I represent, knows the price of suffering and occupation. My mother stood at the wall of the dead and told me about the fear of a small child watching loved ones die. She also told me about the fear of hunger. Today here in our organization, we must express our opposition to the Israel blockade of Gaza, where one of the largest humanitarian crises in the world is taking place. We must stop this silence. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Zeynep Yildiz is next.
I think. For 628 days, Israel has caused the collective trauma not only for Palestinians, but for all humanity through its genocidal crime perpetrated against people of Gaza, carried out with insane cruelty. From the outset, we warned that if international institutions fail to act, Israel's violation of international humanitarian law will endanger the entire world. Today, we see with deep sorrow that this warning has tragically come true. This course is filled with lessons humanity must urgently internalize. It has revealed that to prevail or to be defeated is ultimately a matter of moral stance. Those who surrendered to Zionist capital for political interests have been defeated. The international institutions whose dysfunction has been laid bare has been defeated. Those who turned Gaza into an open-air prison, then a graveyard, who deliberately targeted children, women, journalists, and hospitals have been defeated. Those who once feared the Mavi Marmara, which carried playgrounds for children, and now fear a small boat of 12 people carrying only a bit of flour, has been defeated. On the other hand, those who had the courage to name genocide as it is have prevailed. Those who marched for Gaza across the world, who stood by humanity, have prevailed. Those who remained in their destroyed cities, the dignified people of Gaza, resisting starvation and genocide, have truly prevailed. In this moral reckoning, it is Israel that stands defeated, overwhelmed by the conscience of our shared humanity. Gaza, through its endurance, now bears the mantle of moral supremacy. Dear colleagues, to give meaning to our presence under the umbrella of this assembly, I urge once again, it falls upon us to act, to go to Gaza with a fact-finding mission for ensuring humanitarian aid reaches those who in need, through a diplomacy guided by parliamentary conscience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zeynep. Baron Moon is next.
Muraz, thank you, Mr. President. The breakdown of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas and the devastating return to violence in Gaza have had catastrophic consequences, both for the people of Gaza and potentially for the remaining Israeli hostages. The scenes of human suffering are beyond shocking. It is now glaringly obvious that the Israeli government's response to the horrific attacks of the 7th of October have been wholly disproportionate. As European allies, we can and must work with international partners to amplify our collective voice and push for an immediate ceasefire and a path for peace. I'm deeply troubled by the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Aid must never be used as a political tool. Blocking essential supplies, goods and energy is a breach of international humanitarian law. The most desperate scenes of starving people coming under fire from what appear to be Israeli military forces needs to be urgently and independently investigated. I'm also deeply alarmed by the impact on healthcare services. The targeting of medical staff and facilities is a disgrace. While UK ministers are working to apply pressure through close collaboration with our allies, the Council of Europe must continue to press for urgent action to end the crisis. I strongly support the UK government's recent sanctions targeting individuals responsible for violence in the West Bank, including Israeli ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. And the UK has suspended all free trade negotiations with the Israeli government. The recent escalation between Israel and Iran and the intervention by the US has added a dangerous new dimension to the conflict. De-escalation must be a priority. The path to peace, the path to a two-state solution, is found not at the nose of a missile, but at the point of a pen. We must continue to raise our voices for a just, lasting peace for the people of Gaza, the hostages, and for all those poor souls caught in the crossfire across the Middle East of this truly devastating conflict.
Thank you. Thank you, Baron. Lesia Zaburana is next.
President, dear colleagues, this is one of the most difficult topics for Ukrainian delegation. We highly understand all the pain and we highly sympathize with all those who suffered from this tragedy and from this conflict. Because we met with the same axis of evil, which includes Russia, Iran, North Korea, and others in 2014. All our kids, all our people, if you ask small kids, what is this Shahed, they know answer. Because Iran's drones Shahed kill our kids every night, every day. Even yesterday, we had about 20 people which were killed, among them a lot small kids. Iran is Russia's accomplice in the war against Ukraine. Tehran supplies Moscow with drones and technologies, which is systematically used to kill our people and to destroy critical infrastructure. And we have to admit that Russia is highly interested in the conflict in the Middle East. Why? Because they need money. And when the conflict started, the prices, oil prices, is increasing. And this is very well for the Russian budget for the war. So who is interested in this conflict. A few hours ago, we had NATO summit declaration in which mentioned that Russia is long-term threat for the alliance. And now we together have to understand with whom we are, with the axis of evil or with democratic values. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go back to Israel now. Let's make a third try with Boa Bismuth.
Mr. President, does it work?
Yes, you have the floor.
I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for being patient, and I'm so glad. I wished I could speak before because I heard the speech of Miss Saskia Kloit, and I was supposed to speak just after her. And in a very, I would like to be in the most sympathetic way. I would like to reassure Israel not only is not targeting children, we're targeting terrorists, and you know that perfectly well. Yet, I would like to know if her tears, if the tears we have seen, if the sincere tears I saw, if she had the same tears for little Kfir and Ariel Bibas, 1 year and 4 years old, when they were kidnapped after the massacre of the 7th of October, murdered bare hands. When she says little Palestinians deserve school.
Bo, I'm afraid that we cannot hear you. We heard you for the first minute, but then there is a lot of noise. Let us try once again. Can you make a try? No, I cannot listen. I cannot hear you.
We try again. We continue and we try again.
Let us be patient, colleagues. Let us be patient. Boa, can you try once again? No. I will come back to you. Colleagues, we continue with Edith Estrella. Edith.
Thank you, dear President. Dear colleagues, how many more children must die before we call this a genocide? How many mass graves? How many bombed schools, shattered hospitals, and starving babies? Children are dying of hunger and the lack of medicine, not because aid doesn't exist, but because it is being systematically denied. Trucks are blocked. Relief workers are killed. Starving people are shot at while waiting for food. This is not collateral damage. It is barbarism. Prime Minister Netanyahu calls it self-defense. There is no defense for targeting civilians. There is no justification for starving children. How it is possible that this inhumanity is committed by a people who themselves were victims of the Nazis' inhumanity? I say this not to insult the Jewish people, whose suffering should never be forgotten, but to remind us of what Hannah Arendt, herself Jewish, warned us about, the banality of evil. Evil doesn't always shout. Sometimes it comes wrapped in flags, in orders, in silence. We must not be silent, not now, not ever. We must demand an immediate ceasefire. We must open the gates to aid. And we must hold those responsible, Netanyahu and his generals, accountable for crimes against humanity. This is not just about Gaza. This is about who we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. Kat Ekles, if I pronounce it well, is next. Kat.
Thank you. And I rise to tell you of my recent visit to Israel and Palestine to bear witness to the situation on the ground. I met with politicians and civil society on both sides. I visited the Kfar Aziz kibbutz and the Nova Festival site where the October 7th massacres played out. The kibbutz sits just 1 kilometre from the Gaza border, and as I looked on into the distance, drones buzzing above my head, mushroom clouds of smoke followed by the boom of bombing littered the landscape. I was witnessing the genocide firsthand, safe behind a fence. Meanwhile, back in Tel Aviv, life continued as normal. Families visiting the beach, going for dinner, shopping, and this juxtaposition I cannot reconcile, but I think it sums up the essence of this conflict, those who have freedom and rights and those who do not. We can all agree the ongoing assault on Gaza and the West Bank is intolerable. Yet since the strikes on Iran started, the world's attention has shifted away from the Palestinian people. We must not allow these atrocities to become normalised. We must not stop speaking up, and we must call for an end to this conflict. It is duty-bound on every one of us, colleagues, under the goals of this organisation to uphold human rights, democracy and the rule of law. We must insist on an immediate ceasefire, a return to diplomacy, allow aid into Gaza, release of hostages on both sides, and political will to work towards a sustainable peace option. The state of Palestine must be recognised, but we cannot let them move forwards with Hamas at the helm. There are no winners in war, only human tragedy and trauma. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Kat. Larissa Bilosi is next.
President, dear colleagues, this debate reminds us that continued hostilities, obstructions of ceasefire, hostage-taking, and denial of humanitarian aid only deepen suffering in the Middle East, in Ukraine, and beyond. We must respond with decisive political and humanitarian actions. Conflicts in the Middle East, Indo-Pacific tension, and African escalations form one global chain, with Russian influence at the center. Crises benefit Moscow in energy market, directly fueling the Russian war machine. As Ukrainian, from a country facing daily missile strikes, displacement, and civil loss, I urge you to see this not as isolated wars, but as one global confrontation. Ukraine and the Middle East are connected, not by geography, but by shared weapons, allies, and strategies. World War III won't start with a declaration. It begins when Iranian Shahed drones exploded in Kiev, when North Korean missiles entered Russian stockpiles and flew over Europe, when Moscow offered Iran nuclear cooperation, while buying its Iranian drones by the thousands, showering Ukrainian heads. This is the authoritarian axis. In the Middle East, Russia fuels Hamas. It supports Hamas, meets with Hezbollah, and props up Assad using bombing tactics in Syria on Ukraine. These conflicts are not separate. They are coordinated in Moscow, tested in Syria, armed by Pyongyang, echoed in the Middle East. This is a reality unfolding now. Peace is not a slogan. It's a responsibility we must act on together.
Thank you. Thank you, Larissa. Stéphane Mazaras is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, l'attention de ces derniers jours au Proche-Orient s'est concentrée sur les frappes israéliennes et américaines menées dans le but de mettre un coup d'arrêt salutaire à la course à l'armement nucléaire du régime des Mollahs. Mais cet épisode ne doit en aucun cas détourner notre regard de la situation dramatique qui perdure à Gaza et de la souffrance de sa population civile, désormais prise en étau entre la guerre, la faim et le désespoir. Plus de 40 000 morts, près de 2 millions de personnes déplacées. En tant que député français au sein de cette Assemblée, je tiens à relayer avec gravité la position du président Emmanuel Macron qui, comme de nombreux chefs d'État, appelle depuis des mois à un cessez-le-feu immédiat, à la levée des entraves à l'acheminement de l'aide humanitaire et au respect indispensable du droit international. Car priver les Gazaouis de soins, de nourriture, d'eau, d'abri, c'est non seulement une violation du droit, mais un reniement profond de notre humanité. Bien évidemment, aucune paix durable ne pourra être envisagée sans une solution politique claire, la création d'un État palestinien à côté d'Israël. Cette position est portée depuis de nombreuses années par la France et elle a été réaffirmée encore tout récemment. Il faudra pour cela que la reconnaissance pleine et entière de l'État palestinien devienne réalité. C'est un engagement clair que la France assume aussi devant la communauté internationale. Condamner aujourd'hui les exactions commises par le gouvernement israélien des actes pour lesquels leurs auteurs et les responsables devront répondre devant l'histoire et devant les juridictions compétentes ne signifie ni l'amnésie ni le déni quant à l'origine du conflit. Car nous n'oublions évidemment pas l'horreur des massacres du 7 octobre, ni la responsabilité pleine et entière du Hamas, organisation terroriste, dans le déclenchement de cette spirale de violence. Mais aujourd'hui, la réplique militaire, la chasse aux terroristes, les représailles menées dans Gaza se font à un prix humain et moral qui n'est pas acceptable. Je voudrais enfin relayer un message fort, celui porté par les familles des otages israéliens encore détenus. Ces familles, dans leur douleur, ne cessent de supplier leur propre gouvernement d'accepter un cessez-le-feu, car elles savent que chaque jour de bombardement à Gaza met davantage en danger la vie de leurs proches.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the technical issue with Israel could not be fixed. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call now Mrs. Cow, rapporteur, to reply. Ingrid, you have 3 minutes. We cannot hear you.
Yes, okay. Yeah, thank you, President. Dear colleagues, and thank you for this debate and also for seriousness with which you have engaged in this debate. I said at the outset that this is a deeply polarizing issue, and it is. There are no easy answers here, but the work of this assembly is not to mirror division. It is to rise above it and seek clarity, unity, and a way forward, especially when the situation is most complex. Therefore, I have tried to find our consensus on 2 urgent principles. First, the absolute necessity of de-escalation in the region and the need for renewed commitment to multilateralism. And second, we must speak with one voice on the need to protect civilians from the horrors of war. This means stopping the suffering in Gaza. We must keep advocating for humanitarian solutions and an end to intolerable suffering. This need to try and bridge a consensus has been my guide for this report and in the consideration of the amendments. I have held as a principle that the Assembly does not and cannot substitute itself for a court. Nevertheless, we have a clear responsibility to speak out and take action when confronted with serious violation of international law. This report does indeed outline Israel's obligations under international law and calls for all states to uphold their duties under international law. I repeat what I said, President, at the start of this debate. The role of the Assembly must be clear. Resolve to unite around our values, even in the face of division, even in the face of conflict. We must work here in this Assembly for the peace that democratic security builds, and we will not accept the erosion of international law and reaffirm our commitment to peace, dignity, and justice. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Ingrid. Does the chairperson of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, Mr. Bertrand Wicks, wish to speak? Bertrand, you have 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, je tiens tout d'abord à vous remercier pour la qualité et la gravité du débat que nous venons d'avoir. Il s'agit d'un sujet profondément difficile, chargé d'émotions, de souffrance et de division. Mais c'est précisément pour cela que notre échange aujourd'hui est nécessaire. Je remercie chacun d'entre vous pour votre engagement, votre franchise, vos mots et votre sens de responsabilité. Je voudrais remercier tout d'abord notre rapporteure, Madame Schko, pour son travail sur ce rapport. Elle a mené cette tâche avec sérieux, équilibre et dans un esprit de responsabilité que nous avons retrouvées tout au long du débat aujourd'hui. Je tiens également à souligner le travail de fond mené par la Commission des affaires politiques et de la démocratie sous la direction de sa rapporteure sur la situation au Moyen-Orient. Je veux parler de Madame Doria Bakoyannis. Depuis de nombreux mois, elle suit l'évolution de cette crise avec constance, en cherchant toujours à faire entendre la voix du dialogue et du droit international. Je salue en particulier le rôle de la sous-commission sur le Proche-Orient et le monde arabe, présidée par M. Fassino, qui continue d'assurer un suivi attentif des événements, tout en s'efforçant de définir un rôle constructif pour notre Assemblée dans un contexte régional de plus en plus instable. La participation active des délégations israéliennes et palestiniennes aux travaux de la Commission, y compris lors de ces réunions récentes, ainsi que leur présence aujourd'hui dans cet hémicycle, sont le signe tangible de cette démarche. Maintenir cet espace de discussion, aussi fragile soit-il, est en soi un acte politique important et je tenais à le souligner aujourd'hui. C'est précisément cela qui donne du sens à notre travail, faire vivre le multilatéralisme, non pas en théorie, mais dans sa pratique, en gardant ouverts les canaux du dialogue, même dans des moments de tension intense. La force de notre Assemblée repose sur cette capacité à rassembler, à parler ensemble, même dans la difficulté, et à défendre des principes communs. Ce débat n'efface bien évidemment pas les désaccords, mais il affirme une conviction partagée que le droit international, la protection des civils et la recherche de la paix doivent rester notre boussole et notre seule boussole. Je remercie une nouvelle fois tous les collègues pour ce débat difficile mais indispensable. Merci.
Thank you, Bertrand. The debate is closed. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy document 16210 has presented a draft resolution to which 26 amendments have been tabled. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 3, 15, 23, 18 and 21 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, be declared as definitely approved. Is that so, Mr. Bouygues?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you. If no objects, I will consider the amendments to be approved. Any objections? No. So the amendments are approved, and I repeat, it is the amendments 3, 15, 23, 18, and 21. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 24, 5, 6, 22, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 25, 16, 19, and 20 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with a two-thirds majority, be declared as definitely rejected. Amendments 26 and 13 were also rejected by two-thirds by the committee, but this will need to be taken separately because if Amendment 26 is agreed, Amendment 13 falls. Is that so, Bertrand?
C'est ça, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. If no objects, I will consider the amendments to be rejected. Any objections? Yes. So, if there is objection, we will need to verify that the objection has the required support of 10 people. So it's obvious that it's more than 10 people. And thus, the request of the committee is rejected, so each of the amendments will be taken individually in the order in which they appear in the compendium. Amendment number 1. Yes, I am listening. Emanuelis, I cannot hear you.
Yes, it's in. Dear President, can you investigate, please, the issue while those guys from Knesset were switched off, and come back to us with your investigation? Well, the people there known, some of them in Israel, like opposition members against Netanyahu, others are in favor, but that was the democratic procedure, and we have no their voice. Looking to their biographies,
Thank you,
important to have that. Sir.
Emanuelis, two points. First of all, we're not talking about guys, if I may. We're talking about colleagues, parliamentarians. The second point is that I'm not Sherlock Holmes to investigate. Of course, I can ask, but the reply is obvious. One of our colleagues was there, and we heard her at the beginning. Then we made at least 10 tries to listen to the other colleague of us, who was listened by us for 1 minute, and then suddenly we all have heard that there was noise. So for sure the Secretariat will ask what happened, and if we have any info on that, we will come back. It's the connection that was very difficult, as we can all understand. I go now to amendment number 1. I will call Paul Galles to support amendment number 1. Paul, you have 30 seconds.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Commission des migrations a à grande majorité voté en faveur de l'amendement numéro 1, comme ce sera aussi le cas pour les autres amendements qu'on va discuter après. On était dans le souci de la balance, de l'équilibre. Notre définition de l'équilibre est un peu différente peut-être, mais on a voulu mettre l'accent aussi de mettre dans le texte la réponse d'Israël pour avoir cette balance, pour cet équilibre. Merci.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. So I will now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 1 is agreed. Amendment number 24. I call Mr. Loukaides to support amendment 24. George, you have 30 seconds.
Dear colleagues, we are rightly in paragraph 4 and in many other paragraphs criticizing, rightfully, Iran about what it is, a theocratic oppressional regime. Nevertheless, at the same time, we have an act of aggression by Israel and the US that violates international law. And this amendment strikes to include this perspective of the reality as well in order to be correct.
Thank you, George. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? You can take the floor and speak against the amendment. 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, I think it's too far going, this amendment. We don't have the security info how advanced the nuclear program of Iran was actually, or is actually, what progress has been done in the last years, and I believe that all of us would not like to have another North Korea in the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Inget, I didn't ask you because it was the committee that rejected. So the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 24 is rejected. I call Paul Galles now to speak on the amendment number 2. 30 seconds, Paul.
The amendment number 2 is about the movements that are reported from Tehran. And I think this one has been accepted, Mr. President, because it has also been accepted by the Committee of the Political Affairs, if I remember well, if I see it well.
Thank you, Paul. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Ingrid, including you, if you want to speak against the amendment. No, okay. What is the view of the committee? Bertrand?
Désolé, Monsieur le Président. La position de la Commission sur cet amendement numéro 2 était l'acception à une grande majorité.
Thank you. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 2 is agreed. Amendment number 4. I call Mr. Galles to support amendment number 4. Paul.
Mr. President, thank you very much. We only added the number of the resolution which has been voted here by the Assembly. So the Committee of Migrations has voted unanimously, I think, for this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against? No, I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open.
Oui, la position.
Just a moment. Mr. Boix.
Merci. La position de la Commission était l'approbation à l'unanimité.
It was unanimously approved. Okay, I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Number 4 is agreed. Amendment number 5. I call Mr. Galles to support amendment number 5.
Président, ce sont des nombres que nous avons reçus de l'UNICEF. Nous voulons les mettre dans le texte pour être plus concret. Donc la commission des migrations était à grande majorité en faveur.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority, but I have first to ask, sorry, if anyone wishes to speak against. Yes. Lord Belcathra, yes, sir.
I wish to pose this because I believe that the figures need to be verified, and I'm not sure that the UNICEF figures are trustworthy because they get them from Gaza Information Ministry and Health Ministry. I'm opposed.
Thank you, Lord Belcathra. The committee, I repeat, rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 5 is agreed. Amendment number 6. I call Mr. Galles to support number 6.
Merci. Ce sont des précisions qui nous semblaient importantes. La commission des migrations a voté en grande majorité pour cet amendement.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Alfred, yes, Alfred here.
This is propaganda that you're writing. I'm sorry, Israel is delivering enough water and enough food. And when they presented the hostages, those Hamas terrorists, did you see how well fed they were? And did you see the hostages, how thin they were? So stop lying.
Now, the committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 6 is agreed. Amendment 22. I call Zeynep Yildiz to support Amendment 22. Zeynep, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. The proportionality is important, and the current violations of Israel to the international humanitarian law is far from self-defense. That's why we moved that amendment. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak against the amendment?
I believe this amendment assumes guilt without due process or any investigation, and I don't think this organisation should be making declaratory accusations, and I think it's legally and morally inappropriate for us to do so. It has not been confirmed. We can only say that if there's a proper investigation and it's confirmed, in my opinion.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have a lot of amendments and a lot of work, and the night is long. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 22 is agreed. Amendment 7. Paul Galles to support. Paul.
Monsieur le Président, notre commission d'immigration était d'avis qu'il n'y avait pas seulement le risque de violation, mais que cette violation a déjà eu lieu. C'est pour cela que la commission d'immigration a voté en grande majorité pour cet amendement.
Anyone who wishes to speak against? Lord Blecanthra. Press the button.
Yes, the Political Affairs Committee strongly rejected this amendment on the basis that it is not proved. If it's proved, we're happy to go along with it. If it's not proved, then we should not be saying so.
The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 7 is agreed. Amendment 8. I call Paul Galles to support.
Merci. Notre commission d'immigration a vu comme sa mission de mettre dans le texte, en tout cas, la grande souffrance dans les hôpitaux de Gaza, avec toutes les conséquences qui en font partie. Et donc, notre commission a voté en grande majorité en faveur de cet amendement.
Anybody who wishes to speak against? Lord Blecanthra.
I think the Political Affairs Committee again rejected this with a huge majority on the basis that the amendment fails to point out that Hamas have deliberately hidden their terrorists inside hospitals, their missiles have been fired from inside hospitals, they have militarized hospitals, which unfortunately and regrettably under international law make them a legitimate target.
The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 8 is agreed. Amendment number 9. I call Paul Galles to support amendment number 9.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est dans un souci d'équilibre que nous voulions aussi mettre dans le texte que des parties de la société israélienne sont de ce côté et que donc notre commission d'immigration a de nouveau en grande majorité voté en faveur de cet amendement.
Ingrid, you wish to speak against?
President, and unless my memory fails me, the Political Affairs Committee...
Lord Blecanthra,
sorry.
I have given the floor to Madame Skau.
I apologize.
Press the button. Press the button. Okay, now. Okay, you can go on. Proceed.
We have a competition here, so that's why. Sorry.
I have seen that the two committees have a slight competition this night.
I want to speak against because it's confused to have this domestic reflection in this paragraph, which is about the actions of the international community and their calls on Israel to meet its international obligation. So that's why I think it's, in a way, it's not the right place to have it here. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is rejected. Amendment 10. Paul Galles to support Amendment 10. Paul.
Thank you. Also, after long discussions, the Committee of Migration had the impression that this sentence is important. We put it into discussion and into the vote, and the Committee of Migration voted in favor.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Lord Blencathra.
Again, Mr. President, I think our committee rejected this with a very large majority on the basis it is not true. It is the United States who said they wanted to remove the Gaza people elsewhere. That is not the policy of the Israeli government. And Operation Gideon is not about removing people from Gaza. It's about occupying Gaza permanently, keeping the Gaza population, but trying to destroy Hamas. It's technically untrue.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 10 is agreed. Amendment 11, Mr. Galles. Support the amendment.
Encore merci, Monsieur le Président. D'ajouter la parole sérieux, serious, a pour nous un effet de souligner voilà. C'est vrai que chaque crime est sérieux, mais donc vous voulez mettre la parole et donc on l'a voté aussi dans la commission d'immigration qui était d'accord en faveur de cet amendement.
Thank you. Anyone who wishes to speak against? The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 11 is agreed. Amendment 12. I call Mr. Galles to support Amendment 12.
Merci encore, Monsieur le Président. C'est un amendement très important parce qu'il s'agit de terminologie. Je sais que c'est difficile. Nous avons eu la discussion dans la Commission et je sens le mandat, la mission de la Commission qui a voté en faveur de cet amendement, de le proposer ici, donc de mettre dans notre texte ce qui se passe vraiment.
Ingrid, to speak against.
Do you hear now? Yes, thank you. I want to speak against this amendment because, as we said at the start of this meeting, we are not a court. We are not in a position to substitute ourselves as a court. We are trying to build a consensus, to build a consensus report on the urgent need to protect civilians and for regional de-escalation. Feel that these amendments take us away from that goal. So I want to vote against.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 12 is agreed. Amendment 25, Mr. Lukaidis. Sorry.
Amendment was rejected.
Sorry, my mistake.
My mistake.
We're all making mistakes. It is, I repeat, Amendment 12 is rejected. Amendment 25, I call now Mr. George Lukaidis to support Amendment 25. George, you have 30 seconds.
Mr. Chair, Our colleague Ayman Odeh is under a petition for the expulsion of him from Knesset. And we urge our colleagues from Knesset not to proceed with the expulsion, to stop the procedure. Ayman Odeh is an advocate for the Arab-Jewish partnership for peace and justice, and it's one of the few voices in Knesset that is opposing what is happening now in Gaza by the government of Israel. So if Knesset and Israel is a state of democracy, should respect what we are.
Thank you, George. Ingrid Kau has asked the floor to speak against.
Yes, I recommend to vote against this amendment because this is a domestic parliamentary issue that is outside the scope of the title of this report. Thank you.
I shall now, the committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 25 is rejected. Amendment 26, I call George Lukaidis to support Amendment 26. George.
It's the similar amendment that we have voted earlier. I have given the reasoning for tabling this amendment. Allow me to say furthermore that as we have heard in the discussion that Israel had the right of self-defense. There was no self-defense issue. It was an act of aggression that happened. And at the same time, we have Tulsi Gabbard rejecting in March 25 that Iran has nuclear weapons or intend to have nuclear weapons. This is the intelligence of USA.
Pablo Hispan has asked to speak against.
Yes, thank you, President. This amendment supports Iran and condemn United States. That's not only unbalanced, it's a false issue, and I think that if this assembly reach and approve a resolution that supports Iran and condemn United States, we will be out of scope in this moment of history and what is happening now in the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 26 is rejected. Amendment 13. I call Mr. Galles to support Amendment 13.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of Migration thinks that it is not only important to be concerned about the direct hostilities, which have been there since a longer time, but also about the breaches of international law that are happening now. So the committee has been in favor of this.
Thank you, Paul. Ingrid Kau has asked the floor to speak against.
President, I recommend also here that we vote against. We are not making judgment about international law in this report. We need to keep the message clear about the need for de-escalation and restraint. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 13 is rejected. Amendment 14, Mr. Galles, to support Amendment 14.
The Committee of Migration has been in favor, as far as I know. I remember also the Committee of Political Affairs. Yes, so we are in favor of our side.
Does anyone wish to speak against? What is the view of the committee?
Voilà, j'attendais qu'on me donne la parole. La position de la Commission, c'est l'approbation. Nous avons approuvé cet amendement.
The committee approved the amendment. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 14 is agreed. Amendment 16. I call Mr. Galles to support Amendment 16.
Amendment 16 is about the weaponization of humanitarian aid. Many of us this afternoon have talked about this topic, which we think is very important. The Committee of Migration has been in favor of this amendment.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment?
I think political affairs were opposed to this, strongly opposed to this as well, on the grounds that it misses out the fact that Hamas has been weaponizing aid. They've been commandeering all the aid going into Gaza and using that for their own political ends, keeping a lot of it for their own fighters, but also being in charge of distribution, which was quite unfair. So they've weaponized aid as well, and the motion should say that.
Thank you. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 16 is agreed. Amendment 17. I call Mr. Galles to support Amendment 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a topic that we have discussed several times. We will do it also tomorrow here in the Assembly. In a side event, the Committee of Migration has been in favor of this amendment.
Does anyone wish to speak against? What is the view of the committee, Mr. Bouygues?
La Commission a approuvé.
Approved by the committee. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 17 is agreed. Amendment 19, Mr. Galles to support Amendment 19.
Thanks again for the Committee of Migration. It's important to have humanitarian funding that is, and a humanitarian assistance that is sufficient and adequate. So the committee is in favor of this amendment.
Does anyone wish to speak against? Ingert.
Yes, President, I want to speak against it because here I think we cannot support calling on the Committee of Ministers to a resolution rather than a recommendation. I would recommend, and it's inappropriate vessel for the call. So I think this rather would be a very good thing to have in the resolution, but not here because the Committee of Ministers, we cannot address them like this.
The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 19 is agreed. Amendment 20, I call Mr. Galles to support 20.
Thank you, Mr. President. I made a mistake before because I was talking about the 18 and it was the 19, but I'm very happy that we accepted it. So about the 20, also here the Committee of Migration is in favor because it sees in it a very important instrument.
Does anyone wish to speak against? Yes, Mr. Eric Ross.
I'm strongly against this amendment. While it's good that the EU is conducting a review, the review has no conclusions, and in this amendment we already throw blame on Israel as if recommending what the outcome of the review should be. This is very unbiased. We shouldn't accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 20 is rejected.
35.
We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution as amended, contained in document 16210. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. Colleagues, we vote for the draft resolution. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16210 as amended is adopted. Now, colleagues, the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Social Mobilization. Yes, who is asking for the point of order? Yes, I'm listening.
Dear President, as head of the Dutch delegation, I would like you all to pay attention to the following. Several times, my Dutch colleague Kluit is personally attacked by members of the Knesset. Each time they mention her name. It happened yesterday. It happened again today, this afternoon. On behalf of the Dutch delegation, I ask to stop these personal attacks and references. The Dutch delegation, and I hope you all, want to protect the work of our valued colleague Kluit.
The leader of the Dutch delegation has put her point on the record. I'm continuing by saying that the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Social Mobilization, Social Unrest and Police Reaction in Council of Europe Member States. Is there a need for a new social contract? Document 16191, presented by Mr. Pierre-Alain Fridet on behalf of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. In order to finish by 7, maybe a bit later because we are already late, we shall interrupt the list of speakers a bit earlier. I call Mr. Frides. Pierre-Alain, when you are ready, you can take the floor. You know that you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. Colleagues, I remind that all other speakers have 2 minutes this afternoon. So Pierre-Alain, when you are ready, you can take the floor.
La proposition de résolution acceptée par le Bureau qui a débouché sur ce rapport trouve son origine dans les manifestations massives en France contre la réforme des retraites en 2023. Une contestation d'une ampleur rare, marquée par des violences, des blessés, des tensions extrêmes. Cette réforme est passée en force et avec elle un sentiment profond d'injustice, d'incompréhension, de déconnexion entre une partie des citoyens et ceux qui les gouvernent. Mais la France n'est pas le seul pays confronté à de telles situations. Partout en Europe, les mobilisations sociales se multiplient, les tensions s'aggravent et la réponse des autorités pose parfois question. Pensons aux affrontements en Grèce en lien avec la tragédie ferroviaire en 2023 ou aux récentes nuits d'émeutes en Irlande du Nord. Ailleurs encore, des manifestations ont dégénéré, les forces de l'ordre ont été critiquées, la confiance dans les institutions a reculé. Le projet de résolution s'inspirant de la situation en France et mes visites d'information et d'établissement des faits s'étant déroulées auprès des acteurs français, la France est souvent citée, à titre d'exemple, dans l'exposé des motifs. Mais dans le texte de la résolution, j'ai veillé à ne citer aucun pays en particulier, car hier, aujourd'hui ou demain, tous nos États pourraient être concernés. Le plan de l'énoncé des motifs suit une logique en 3 temps, inspirée des piliers du contrat social. Premièrement, interroger le rôle et la doctrine du maintien de l'ordre dans nos démocraties. Deuxièmement, identifier des mécanismes institutionnels et sociaux qui creusent les fractures dans la société. Troisièmement, proposer des réformes concrètes pour restaurer la confiance, prévenir la violence et revitaliser la participation. Régulièrement, la tonalité exprimée lors des manifestations donne le sentiment qu'elles ne sont plus seulement l'expression de simples revendications. Elles sont le reflet d'un contrat social en crise. Mouvements sociaux en série, encadrement affaibli, violence croissante. Le tableau est inquiétant. En face, l'État répond avec une doctrine du maintien de l'ordre de plus en plus musclée. Depuis 2018, en France, par exemple, à l'occasion de la crise des Gilets jaunes, un tournant semble s'être opéré. On est passé d'un maintien de l'ordre fondé sur la distance et la retenue à une logique d'intervention rapide, mobile et ferme. En plein cœur de cette mutation, une arme, le LBD. Officiellement, moins létale, cette arme a provoqué des mutilations graves. Utilisé largement par des agents non spécialisés, il est devenu un symbole de l'escalade sécuritaire. C'est pourquoi le projet de résolution appelle à reconsidérer l'usage des armes intermédiaires dans le cadre du maintien de l'ordre lors des manifestations en réservant leur emploi à des unités spécialisées et correctement formées. Mais au-delà des armes, c'est la philosophie du maintien de l'ordre qui est interrogée. Le projet Godiac, mené dans plusieurs pays européens, propose une autre voie.
Please take your seats.
Le projet Godiac, mené dans plusieurs pays européens, propose une autre voie, celle de la désescalade. Ce modèle repose sur 4 piliers. Bien connaître les groupes protestataires, faciliter les manifestations, assurer une communication constante et cibler de manière musclée uniquement les individus problématiques. Le projet de résolution appelle à promouvoir activement le droit de manifester dans un cadre démocratique en privilégiant la désescalade comme principe directeur dans la gestion des manifestations, en lieu et place des interpellations préventives, des stratégies d'empêchement et de toute approche répressive, et en renforçant le dialogue et la médiation avant, pendant et après les manifestations. Le deuxième chapitre s'ouvre sur un constat lucide. Les tensions entre les forces de l'ordre et les jeunes des quartiers populaires de certaines villes françaises sont devenues un point de cristallisation majeur. En 2003, la mort de Naël, un jeune de 17 ans, tué lors d'un contrôle routier, déclenche 10 jours d'émeute. Ces mobilisations traduisent un sentiment d'injustice, d'isolement et de non-reconnaissance. Au cœur du malaise, les contrôles d'identité répétés, vécus comme humiliants et discriminatoires. Les jeunes perçus comme arabes ou noirs ont 20 fois plus de chances d'être contrôlés. En 2025, la défenseure des droits dénonçait même une politique institutionnelle d'éviction de certaines populations de l'espace public. Le projet de résolution appelle à lutter contre toute forme de profilage, notamment ethnique, lors des contrôles d'identité, et à mettre en place un système efficace de traçabilité et de suivi des contrôles afin de prévenir une pratique discriminatoire, même non intentionnelle. Il appelle à intégrer dans la formation des forces de l'ordre des modules obligatoires sur les biais cognitifs et discriminatoires et la gestion des foules. La restauration d'une police de proximité disparue en France est aussi une voie prometteuse, plus ancrée dans les territoires, mieux formée, connectée aux habitants. Le projet de résolution, enfin, recommande d'investir durablement dans la formation continue et l'équipement des forces de l'ordre afin de leur permettre d'exercer leur mission dans les meilleures conditions possibles. Le troisième et dernier chapitre porte un message simple. La démocratie n'est pas le consensus, mais le dissensus. Elle vit du débat, de la contradiction, de l'inclusion. Or, ces dernières années, cette dynamique s'est fragilisée. 2 tendances nourrissent la fracture. La contestation est perçue comme une menace et d'un autre côté, le pouvoir se centralise au détriment des contre-pouvoirs. Le mouvement des Gilets jaunes en France a exprimé à l'époque une colère brute, une volonté de dignité, un besoin de reconnaissance. Le refus du dialogue traduisait alors une perte de confiance. La contestation contre les réformes des retraites en 2023 a prolongé cette logique. Le recours à l'article 49.3, bien que constitutionnel et tout à fait légal, a été vécu comme un passage en force. Cela alimente l'idée d'un pouvoir sourd. D'autres pays, comme la Suisse, le Danemark ou l'Allemagne, montrent que des formes plus inclusives de démocratie, appuyées sur des instruments participatifs et une culture du compromis, peuvent prévenir cette défiance. Le projet de résolution appelle à s'inspirer des approches fondées sur une culture politique qui favorise le débat inclusif dans l'élaboration des politiques publiques. En résumé, je dirais que non, je ne nie pas la présence de casseurs. Non, je ne minimise pas les violences subies par les forces de l'ordre. Elles méritent reconnaissance et protection. Mais oui, il faut dire que certains usages de la force ont été disproportionnés. Et oui, ces dérives alimentent la défiance. Mon rapport ne se contente pas de souligner les dysfonctionnements. Il s'appuie sur les expériences provenant de différents pays, sur des auditions et des témoignages. J'ai écouté toutes les parties, forces de l'ordre, syndicats, jeunes des banlieues, ONG, parlementaires, défenseurs des droits, chercheurs. Tous disent la même chose, il faut reconstruire la confiance, il faut du respect, il faut du sens. Alors en conclusion, je propose 4 pistes claires. Premièrement, repenser l'usage des armes dites intermédiaires, notamment le LBD. Deuxièmement, mettre fin au contrôle d'identité discriminatoire. Troisièmement, restaurer la démocratie du dialogue.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Instituer une culture du consensus. Non, nous ne répondrons pas durablement à la colère par la force. Merci pour votre...
Thank you very much, Mr. Frites. I give the floor now to Mr. Vertucci Francesco.
Presidente, voglio ringraziare Alain Frites per il suo lavoro. Questo rapporto affronta un punto nevralgico in ogni società, e cioè la dinamica tra la mobilitazione, la protesta sociale e il potere istituzionale e le forze dell'ordine. Mentre i regimi autoritari reprimono le voci critiche, il cuore di una democrazia sono la partecipazione e il conflitto in forme pacifiche e non violente. Noi abbiamo il dovere non solo di tutelare questa libertà, ma di incentivarla. Invece oggi molte democrazie sono snaturate da una strisciante torsione autoritaria che restringe e impedisce spazi e libertà di manifestare, e questo è inaccettabile. Questo spesso avviene nei sistemi che concentrano i poteri nell'esecutivo a scapito dei parlamenti. Mai in una democrazia dovrebbero fronteggiarsi come nemici manifestanti e forze di polizia. Io ricordo quanto avvenne a Genova nell'estate del 2001, durante il G8, ricordo quanto avvenne alla mia generazione, la repressione, gli abusi, la tortura nei confronti di ragazzi inermi che volevano solo far sentire la propria voce ai potenti del mondo. Le forze di sicurezza sono un presidio imprescindibile a tutela delle nostre libertà, per questo ogni abuso di potere, anche singolo o isolato, è intollerabile, perché è perpetrato da chi ha il compito di difendere ognuno di noi, il nostro Stato di diritto. Per questo è giusto che ogni divisa abbia un nome e un codice identificativo per rafforzare la fiducia e il patto tra cittadini e forze dell'ordine, che in una democrazia nessuno, neanche qualche cattivo governante, può mettere gli uni contro gli altri, e che invece stanno insieme e insieme sono la forza delle nostre democrazie. Grazie Presidente.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Mr. Marco Pavic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the rapporteurs. One word that best describes this new social contract is trust. Trust in institutions, trust in democracy, trust of the people into us that we can deliver. Deliver in wages, deliver in economy, deliver in security, deliver in social stability. Thus, partnership that promotes this report between institutions and citizens is for full recommendation. We have seen various influences on our democratic systems, from foreign interference to populist parties that offer solutions that in practice do not work but sound appealing. In our democracies, elections are accepted as regular, free and fair, and citizens believe that change must occur through democratic means, not violence. This is the values we promote, and this is the values in EPP that we promote. When we discuss social mobilization, social unrest and state response in Council of Europe members, Croatia brings important lessons to the table. First, we learned that peaceful mobilizations can lead to systemic political change, and second, we recognize that vibrant civil society plays a crucial role in oversight of the power and push the reforms. Third, we learned that democratic maturity includes tolerance and dissident. It requires political courage to hear criticism. What we can bring to the table is also experience from the systems that we built from European Social Fund, the partnership between government and civil society. We have doubled the number of people working in civil society in the last 10 years and invest more than 300 million euros a year into the civil society. To conclude, we must act now and we must show trust between citizens and institutions. That's the way forward, and we congratulate the rapporteur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. Billy Simone has the floor.
Thank you, President. Standing by our national police is not an ideological position. It's a national responsibility, because concern two pillars of a democratic life: public safety and social cohesion. Those who make accusation against our police when such claims are unfounded and unsupported by solid evidence undermine every single security check and erode the vital trust between citizen and the state. My colleagues, this approach has two serious consequences. First, it damages the credibility of the Council of Europe itself. Whose authority depends on impartiality and institutional integrity. Rhetorical excess or lack of concrete proof compromise the legitimacy of the work of the Council of Europe in front of the public opinion and national parliaments. Second, my friends, it damages the credibility and moral of the national police, fostering mistrust, social tension, and a climate of insecurity. Discourage police from taking necessary action in complex or high-risk situations. My colleagues, I often hear directly from the police officer, if we intervene to stop a fight involving non-European citizens and someone gets injured, we end up under investigation. If the police are the ones injured, we risk our life. Either way, we lose. Unfortunately, certain narratives, sometimes even within the Council of Europe itself, can contribute to this dangerous climate. My colleague, this is unacceptable. We therefore invite international monitoring bodies, when raising concern about national police, they must present clear and solid evidence, citing reliable sources and transparency, listening all meetings and consultation held during these missions.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Like the ECRI Commission must ensure that their press release and public statements reflect an impartial and institutional tone, so as not to compromise the credibility
Mr. Simone,
of the entire
thank you very much.
monitoring.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the floor goes now to Mr. Cormier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. Le rapport de Monsieur Fridès et la résolution qui en résulte sont pour le moins, une source d'étonnement. Étonnement qu'un rapport du Conseil de l'Europe contrairement à nos usages, se concentre à ce point sur un seul des pays membres, la France, sans prendre en compte ni les éclairages des collègues de la délégation française pourtant rencontrés par le rapporteur, ni les conclusions de la procédure de monitoring dont la France a fait l'objet il y a quelque temps, avec l'accord de la délégation française d'ailleurs. Étonnement qu'un rapport ignore à ce point que la France est un État de droit exemplaire, où tous les fonctionnaires agissent dans le strict respect des lois adoptées par les représentants du peuple, députés et sénateurs, et la loi que vous avez citée sur les retraites n'échappe pas à cette règle. Étonnement sur la méconnaissance de ce qu'ont vécu la France comme d'autres pays en matière d'actes de violence inouïs par des groupes extrémistes armés qui s'en prennent aux biens et aux personnes, à commencer par les manifestants syndiqués que la police républicaine française protège, et ces actes de violence n'ont rien à voir avec la démocratie, monsieur le rapporteur. Étonnement quant à une forme de double naïveté de la résolution. Naïveté dans son constat, l'origine des violences résiderait dans le manque de cohésion sociale de nos sociétés, et dans sa préconisation, il suffirait de rétablir un contrat social pour faire disparaître la violence des groupes extrémistes. Outre que cela est une illustration parfaite de la culture de l'excuse qui ne résout rien, bien au contraire, notre Assemblée ne peut ignorer que la France accorde à la cohésion sociale une attention soutenue en consacrant 57% de sa richesse nationale à l'action publique, dont une large majorité à des dépenses à vocation sociale. Cette donnée à elle seule invalide la thèse de la résolution. Notre Assemblée ne peut ignorer non plus que ces groupes sont radicalement opposés à l'état de droit, à la démocratie représentative, à l'économie libre de marché, ni que ces mouvements sont bien souvent manipulés par des puissances étrangères qui tentent des ingérences dans chacune de nos démocraties. Et ce rapport est une forme d'ingérence pacifique. Pour toutes ces raisons, le groupe de l'Alliance des démocrates et libéraux pour l'Europe votera contre la résolution.
Thank you. Yes. A point of order.
Yes, Mr. President. I would like to ask if you would please ask the honourable members here not to refer to your report. The report is from the committee and not from one person. I think it is good if we keep the content on the content of reports and not on persons.
The point of order is right. We all refer to the committee. Mr. Lukaidis has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, let me begin by thanking the rapporteur for this timely and important report. Across Europe and many Council of Europe member states, we see an alarming trend: excessive police violence and mass arrests, not only during this protest, but even at peaceful demonstrations. This debate focused on restoring the social contract as the foundation for protecting the right to peaceful assembly is both timely and vital. The right to protest, dear colleagues, peacefully is not a privilege. It is a fundamental democratic right and cornerstone of civic life. Yet, this right faces increasing attacks. Let us be clear: violence, whether by individuals during protests or by state authorities, must never be tolerated. But we must ask why so many civilians take to the streets. The answer lies in the social and economic injustice surrounding us. When people confront unaffordable housing, dismantled health and welfare systems, climate crisis impacts, systemic racism, and political exclusion, when their voices are ignored by institutions claiming to represent them, their mobilization becomes not only understandable, but also necessary. What is unacceptable is when democratic governments respond to legitimate grievances not with dialogue, but with batons, repression, and tear gas. The Assembly, dear colleagues, has made progress through Resolution 2435 and Recommendation 2230, yet more is needed. We must tackle the root causes of social unrest, not only the symptoms. Austerity, social exclusion, and discriminatory policing erode trust and fuel unrest. The solution lies in renewing a shared social contract founded on dignity, justice, and equality. This means investing in public services, community policing, meaningful participation, and viewing the state as a rights guarantor not an agent of fear. True social peace is not imposed. It is built through social justice, democratic dialogue, and equal respect for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lukaidis. The floor now goes to Mrs. Zamba. We are not hearing you.
Ah, ok. Thank you. Grazie Presidente. Il rapporto dell'onorevole Frides pone a tutti noi un tema di riflessione che va molto al di là, come lo stesso Frides ha ricordato, dei limiti geografici, la Francia in questo caso, e che si è concentrato sulla Francia per l'attualità di alcune manifestazioni, episodi che hanno aperto la discussione in tanta parte del resto d'Europa. Il tema pone alla nostra riflessione il nesso molto stretto su che cosa sia una società e cosa sia un contratto sociale oggi, e ci indica una serie di limiti importanti, ma anche di nuovo pensiero necessario per ritornare a dare vita a un contratto sociale che restituisca ai cittadini il desiderio di partecipazione dei destini della propria società. Quindi chi vuole stare di fianco alla polizia, a cui va il ringraziamento per ciò che di buono la polizia fa nell'interesse collettivo e per la tutela della nostra libertà individuale e collettiva, deve oggi interrogarsi sulla negatività di spingere la polizia a scontri perché non c'è la capacità di dare altra risposta alla società. Le nostre società vivono un malessere grandissimo dovuto a moltissimi temi che non posso certamente indicare. Voglio solo ricordare da ultimo la pandemia Covid, che ha tolto ai cittadini la possibilità di esprimersi, di partecipare, di lavorare, di vivere in un certo senso. E oggi noi dobbiamo sapere comprendere questo, quindi dobbiamo davvero ripensare al nostro contratto sociale.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Sir Christopher Chope has the floor. So, we proceed with Monsieur Bernard Box.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, le rapport de Monsieur Pierre-Alain Frides, adopté en Commission des questions sociales, de la santé et du développement durable, appelle plusieurs remarques. Tout d'abord, si le titre du rapport adopte une perspective générale, de même que le projet de résolution, dans lequel sont émises des recommandations à l'ensemble des États membres du Conseil de l'Europe, l'exposé des motifs se montre particulièrement critique à l'égard de la France. Pourquoi pas? Mais il est en inadéquation avec l'objectif exposé du rapport. En effet, ce rapport se concentre exclusivement sur la France. À cet égard, il est précisé presque ironiquement dès l'introduction, je cite, que la France n'avait pas le monopole des mobilisations sociales et de l'utilisation de la force en cas de débordement. Fin de citation. Cette phrase vient presque comme un solde de tout compte, dès lors qu'aucun autre pays n'est mentionné négativement dans le corps du rapport, et toute mention d'un pays autre que la France s'inscrit dans une volonté de mettre en avant les bonnes pratiques pouvant y être recensées, accentuant l'impression d'un rapport excessivement en charge contre la France. Ainsi, si la France n'a pas le monopole, on reste un peu sur sa faim quant à savoir quel autre État utilise la force. Le lecteur innocent qui lirait le rapport aurait l'impression d'un pays de barbarie au milieu d'un océan de démocratie, ou alors que le rapport mène une croisade personnelle. En outre, le projet de rapport ne reflète que très à la marge le point de vue porté par les nombreux représentants du ministère de l'Intérieur et les parlementaires de la délégation française à la PCE rencontrés par le rapporteur à l'occasion de ses visites à Paris, tout en mettant largement en avant le point de vue porté par ses interlocuteurs de la société civile, avec un certain nombre d'imprécisions factuelles sur lesquelles je ne reviendrai pas. Enfin, ce rapport est présenté au nom de la Commission des affaires sociales, mais déborde largement de son champ pour ne viser que les questions régaliennes de police et de justice. Cela pose un problème quant au périmètre de nos commissions permanentes. En définitive, il s'agit d'un rapport qui manque de sérieux et qui semble essayer de rejouer le match retour du rapport de monitoring discuté l'an dernier dans cet hémicycle. Il fragilise le Conseil de l'Europe et décrédibilise son Assemblée. Je voterai évidemment contre. Merci.
Thank you very much. Mr. Emre Yunus has the floor. The delay doesn't count to the... Okay.
First of all, I would like
proceed.
to thank the rapporteur. This report is of great importance, both in terms of its timing and its content. Social mobilization has been on the agenda since the earliest days of democratic politics. As democracy has evolved to foster consensus building and the establishment of a space for critical and rational debate, there has been a decline in the expression of social unrest through protests. However, at the most advanced stages of democratic consolidation, the door must remain open for social discontent to be expressed through protest. Attempts to ban or obstruct this, for whatever reason, reflect a fundamental mentality problem and run counter to the core principles of democracy. I would like to express my support for the main views and recommendations highlighted in the report. In my own country, Turkey, I would like to draw your attention to two waves of discontent that have emerged under the current government. The first began in May 2013 in Gezi Park in Istanbul and quickly spread across Turkey. Initially sparked by environmental concerns, the protests swiftly evolved into a broader movement against authoritarianism in the country. To this day, there are individuals imprisoned due to their involvement in the Gezi Park protests. Osman Kavala was sentenced to aggravated life imprisonment. Can Atalay, who was elected as a member of parliament from the city of Hatay in the last elections, along with 3 others, was sentenced to 18 years in prison and remains in jail. More recently, on March 19 of this year, following the detention of Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, widespread protests took place. Many were detained during these protests, and a significant number of demonstrators were sent to prison. These protests also brought to light issues of injustice and economic problems in my country, with a strong demand for democracy being the central theme. In conclusion, at a time when democracy is facing many challenges, there is a great need for active citizenship. The topic we are discussing today is of major importance in terms of citizens' participation in addressing public issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The Secretary of the Council just informed me that we can have another 3 speakers. So now I give the floor to Mrs. Sasheva Denitsa from Bulgaria.
Distinguished colleagues, I sincerely commend the initiative of this report and appreciate the work of our rapporteur, Mr. Frides. Currently in Europe, we are witnessing many social protests and rallies, including in my country, Bulgaria, which also have violent outcomes. Recently, during an anti-Euro protest, some police officers were harmed during the rally, and the building of the European Commission and the European Parliament in Sofia was damaged. In many cases, the police officers were unable to exercise their function to keep the public order and to prevent the perpetrators' violent acts. There is a clear trend that some police officers are afraid that after imposing force to maintain the public order, they will be accused of excess use of force. This situation is definitely not acceptable. also. Free demonstrations are part of democracy only if they are peaceful and not violent. In this regard, I would like to list some of the Bulgarian initiatives, such as the declaration adopted by the Standing Committee of the Assembly in 2015 in Sofia during the Bulgarian chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers, as well as the declaration of the Committee of Ministers of 1999 for education for democratic citizenship. This report may be considered in the context of the current discussions on the new Democratic Pact for Europe. The new Democratic Pact for Europe could be achieved through dialogue involving not only the governments and parliamentarians, but also the civil society, media, associations of workers and entrepreneurs, churches and all other social interlocutors. For this purpose, the Council of Europe is the best place among the institutions of the European architecture where such a dialogue could take place and produce satisfactory results.
Thank you very much, Denitsa. And now the floor goes to Mr. Sanchez Garcia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Estos documentos que se nos presentan son, en mi opinión, y se ha dicho por algún orador ya, desconcertantes. Por una parte, hay una apelación retórica vacía de contenido a conceptos muy poco sólidos desde el punto de vista intelectual, a pesar de haber sido defendidos por supuestos intelectuales y difundidos por ellos, tales como democracia deliberativa, la cultura política del consenso, el nuevo pacto democrático, etc. Digo supuestos intelectuales porque son estudiosos del pensamiento político que probablemente ignoran las ideas de Platón, de Aristóteles o de Santo Tomás. También, sorprendentemente, es un grado adicional de perplejidad, se hace una referencia a tener en cuenta los cuerpos intermedios. Este es un concepto característico y tradicional de la doctrina social de la Iglesia católica. Curiosamente, el informe, el rapport, se refiere expresamente a movilizaciones sociales en Francia en 2023 sobre la reforma de las pensiones. Parece trasladarnos a esta asamblea un debate interno de la República Francesa, en particular una oposición con una parte de violencia en las calles de la France insoumise contra el gobierno del señor Macron. No seré yo quien vaya a defender aquí al presidente Macron, que me parece una calamidad para Francia y para Europa, pero no entiendo bien esta forma de transponer un problema nacional a un ámbito europeo. El rapport también muestra, a pesar de esas aparentes contradicciones, creo, una visión negativa de las fuerzas de orden público en el más tradicional, anticuado, rancio y superado pensamiento de la izquierda. No acabo de entender esto, ni acabo de entender por qué se presenta este texto, y esa verdadera cara del texto se muestra cuando, como vemos, se hace una referencia, por ejemplo, a una posibilidad de democracia participativa en razón de una reunión de 184 personas en Francia para hablar de la eutanasia como algo significativo. Comprenderán ustedes que esto no es un ejemplo de nada, sino de un grupo de personas que se reúnen poco menos que en un café o en un cine. Por todo ello, no podemos compartir esas inclinaciones partidistas que muestran una faceta ideologizada, y me pregunto qué sea para la izquierda ese nuevo contrato. Entre otras cosas porque el contrato social, como ustedes saben o deberían saber, es una ficción intelectual. Nada más, gracias.
Thank you. So, last but not least, Madame Recall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak in French. Renforcer nos démocraties est un enjeu majeur pour nous toutes et tous ici, et c'est même un des enjeux qui nous réunit. Et une démocratie vivante est traversée par des critiques, des oppositions et des mobilisations sociales. Merci donc infiniment, Monsieur le rapporteur, pour votre travail qui, en prenant l'exemple de la France, qui n'est qu'un exemple, nous demande de réfléchir collectivement au socle social que que nos démocraties pourraient et devraient partager. La Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen de 1789 nous rappelle d'ailleurs ce qu'est la police. La garantie des droits de l'homme et du citoyen nécessite une force publique. Cette force est donc instituée pour l'avantage de toutes et tous. Ce n'est pas anecdotique. En France, la police est pensée comme l'outil garantissant les droits de toutes et tous, et c'est pour ça qu'elle est aimée, mais parfois aussi infiniment critiquée, parce qu'elle est cruciale à notre socle démocratique. Il est particulièrement intéressant et toujours compliqué de poser la question sociale à travers le prisme de la sécurité, parce qu'on dérive souvent, et on vient de le voir, d'un débat de fond à une question: êtes-vous pour ou contre la police, qui n'a absolument aucun sens. Je le rappelle, la police est garante de nos droits. La seule question, c'est comment et avec quels moyens elle peut faire son travail au mieux. Or, la doctrine du maintien de l'ordre en France a peu évolué ces dernières années, voire parfois a régressé. On sort à peine des NAS qui sont condamnés internationalement et provoquent des violences lors des manifestations, là où nos pays voisins, nos voisins européens, en sont sortis dans les années 80. Et l'actualité internationale donne, à chaque fois que ces violences ressortent, une image très dégradée de la France que nous regrettons toutes et tous. Plusieurs pays présents dans notre Assemblée ont fait le choix de recourir à la recherche, à la science, pour pouvoir éclairer leurs débats et pour pouvoir faire avancer leurs forces de l'ordre, leur police, leur gendarmerie. Ce n'est pas le cas chez nous et je le regrette. Pourquoi ne choisissons-nous pas d'aller vers le haut pour avancer vers ce qui marche le mieux? Et j'ai entendu beaucoup de critiques sur ce rapport, et pourtant le point 7 de vos propositions me semble primordial pour bien comprendre, et je conclurai là-dessus, Monsieur le Président, la complexité et la difficulté croissante des missions confiées aux forces de l'ordre, ainsi que l'engagement quotidien de leurs agents pour assurer la protection des personnes et des biens, appellent une reconnaissance institutionnelle et sociétale à la hauteur des responsabilités qu'elles assument. C'est là toute la question, mes chers collègues, de prendre un peu de hauteur, de traiter le fond de la question. Il ne s'agit pas de taper sur la France, il ne s'agit pas de taper sur la police, mais bien de poser la question de la vision sociétale que nous voulons. Merci donc à ce rapport que je soutiendrai avec plaisir d'avoir posé enfin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rigol. Ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you that right now we have some good and some bad news. The good news are that we are proceeding with the speakers. The bad news is that Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky, will be here 45 minutes later, so 9:15. So we proceed with the list, and the next speaker is Mr. Kamelchuk from Ukraine.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, today we are confronted with a profound and timely question: do our democracies need a new social contract? I want to thank Mr. Pierre-Alain Fredes for his courageous and thoughtful report. It speaks not only to France or Western Europe, but to every one of our countries. As a member of parliament from Ukraine, I know how fragile democratic trust can be and how high the price of its loss is. We are defending not only our land, but also the right for our citizens to participate in public life without fear, with dignity and with confidence. Even before the war, Ukrainian nation faced this challenge. During the revolution of dignity, we saw what happens when the state stops listening. Violence may silence people temporarily, but it never erases the demand for justice. This report makes a powerful point: when citizens, especially youth and marginalized groups, are excluded, trust erodes. When the police act as an instrument of repression instead of protection, the social fabric is torn. Strong democracy is not about silent streets. It is about dialogue, transparency, and participation. In Ukraine, despite martial law, we are striving for direct dialogue with our citizens and working on maintaining connections through appropriate civic engagement tools. That is a new social contract we are striving to build. Not a radical idea, but the foundation of legitimate governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Short and sweet. So we're proceeding with Mr. Casey Patrick. So Patrick is not with us. We are proceeding with Madame Kathala Gabriel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, j'ai pris connaissance de ce rapport que je vais personnellement soutenir et que mon groupe soutient, et je vois que mes collègues français ici, macronistes, sont piqués au vif par ce rapport. Ils ont raison parce que ce rapport est désastreux pour la France et que la France d'Emmanuel Macron n'a finalement que ce qu'elle mérite dans ce rapport. Le collègue qui a présenté le rapport parlait de la lutte contre la réforme de la retraite à 64 ans. Et il faut savoir que la violence d'Emmanuel Macron a commencé bien avant. Elle a commencé avec les Gilets jaunes. Les Gilets jaunes, c'est plus de 300 personnes blessées à la tête et 30 personnes éborgnées par la police française. Parce que la police française, à la différence de ses voisins, utilise des outils, des armes qu'on dit mutilantes, qu'on appelle le LBD, ou la grenade GLI-F4, qui sont interdits dans d'autres pays d'Europe et qui ont depuis changé de nom, mais qui ont la même teneur en TNT et qui continuent à blesser des manifestants, qui les ont blessés aussi pendant la réforme des retraites, qui les ont blessés à Sainte-Soline, les militants écologistes qui luttent contre les méga-bassines, et qui continuent à blesser les manifestants dans des manifestations de la jeunesse ou dans des manifestations pour soutenir le peuple palestinien. Et je voudrais rappeler quelques chiffres ici pour que tous les collègues soient au courant. En 2023, lors de la réforme des retraites, lorsque la Première ministre a annoncé le 49.3, c'est-à-dire le fait de passer en force la réforme sans vote, alors qu'il y avait eu des millions de gens dans la rue, les plus grandes manifestations en France depuis 30 ans, que tous les syndicats y étaient opposés et que 93% des actifs étaient contre la réforme des retraites. Quand Mme Borne, la Première ministre, a annoncé ça, il y a eu, dans les 3 jours qui ont suivi, 425 personnes en France qui ont fait l'objet de garde à vue préventive. Sur ces personnes, 52 ont été poursuivies et déférées et aucune n'a été condamnée. On a eu donc une répression à la fois policière et judiciaire. Et donc je salue le collègue ici présent de mener ce rapport parce que le libéralisme autoritaire de M. Macron ne peut tenir que grâce à sa police et c'est pour ça qu'elle est si violente.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Hasipoglu has the floor. So we're proceeding with Mr. Mazars.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, en prenant la parole, j'ai l'impression d'être un avocat de la défense qui plaide la cause de son pays sévèrement mise en cause au terme d'un réquisitoire de Monsieur le procureur Friedez. En premier lieu, on peut s'étonner qu'un tel rapport sur un tel thème émane de la Commission des affaires sociales. C'est manifestement un sujet qui relevait des affaires politiques ou des affaires juridiques, avec des députés familiers de ces matières. En second lieu, les travaux menés par notre collègue Friedez, qui devaient concerner la réaction de la police des États, ne concernent en réalité quasiment que la France. Il y a manifestement un a priori concernant mon pays de la part du rapporteur. En troisième lieu, on peut s'interroger sur l'intérêt de mener de telles investigations sur ce thème en France, alors que ce pays a été sous monitoring il y a de cela quelques mois et que ce sujet a déjà été largement discuté ici même. Quatrième lieu, il semblerait que les réactions et réflexions des interlocuteurs français rencontrés par le rapporteur à Paris n'aient nullement été prises en compte par celui-ci, ce qui est particulièrement regrettable en termes d'objectivité. Enfin, c'est en ma qualité de député de la Commission des lois à l'Assemblée nationale que je souhaite rappeler à M. Friedez qu'au cours des dernières années, une nouvelle doctrine du maintien de l'ordre a été mise en œuvre en France, et ce justement pour faire face aux nouveaux comportements rencontrés à l'occasion des grandes mobilisations et manifestations. En outre, à la tête de l'inspection générale de la police nationale, un magistrat remplace désormais un fonctionnaire du ministère de l'Intérieur pour apprécier les éventuelles exactions commises par les forces de police dans le cadre de leur intervention, puisque le risque zéro ne peut bien évidemment pas être exclu. Enfin, au cours des dernières années, de nouveaux textes ont été adoptés par le Parlement français pour mieux isoler les fauteurs de troubles ultra-politisés et de plus en plus radicalisés et violents, et partant mieux protéger les manifestations dites pacifiques, objectif pour le moins louable. Pour terminer, il est regrettable que M. le procureur Friedez n'ait pas tenu compte de ces éléments dans ses réquisitions. C'est donc en défense de mon pays que je suis contraint de les rappeler pour amener un peu d'objectivité et de loyauté à nos débats.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Saskia Klude has the floor.
Is here as chair, Mr. President, so you can go to the next.
Thank you very much. So now we are visiting San Marino and Geraldo has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Parlerò in italiano.
La democrazia non è sorretta solamente dal diritto di voto, esso rappresenta solo uno strumento attraverso il quale il cittadino decide da chi essere rappresentato. Vi sono altri diritti necessari alla stessa vita della democrazia. Il diritto all'informazione è uno di quelli. È indispensabile avere la possibilità di decidere alla luce di informazioni libere, veritieri, capaci di innescare dialogo e non conflitti, discussione e non posizioni partigiane. Già questa è una sfida più difficile del passato, paradossalmente, grazie alla saturazione di notizie spesso fuorvianti, circolanti sui nuovi media, sui social. Questo è, diciamo così, un diritto esercitato passivamente dal cittadino che serve poi per praticare in maniera attiva la partecipazione democratica, che deve essere favorita, non demonizzata, ma nemmeno limitata. Negli ultimi anni la partecipazione alla vita politica è diminuita significativamente, sia per la crisi dei partiti in tanti paesi, sia per la diminuita percezione dell'importanza dell'impegno individuale per il bene collettivo e non solo per il proprio. Ecco perché questo rapporto e le sue raccomandazioni sono così tempestive e centrate. Non si può barattare l'ordine pubblico con il silenzio o con l'impossibilità di manifestare, se non al rischio di un indebito controllo o addirittura dell'incolumità personale. Il rapporto distingue bene qual è la differenza tra espressioni violente di minoranze eversive e la grande maggioranza delle manifestazioni che sono l'esito della volontà di rappresentare pubblicamente una battaglia o le proprie posizioni politiche. La tendenza che si sta affermando in diversi dei nostri paesi purtroppo invece è quella di confondere la necessità di mantenere l'ordine pubblico con la repressione, e questo è uno di quegli elementi che contemporaneamente porta a violazione dei diritti umani, a smontare lo Stato di diritto attraverso leggi speciali, mina alla radice la democrazia, uno dei modi più veloci per arrivare alle autocrature e agli autoritarismi. Grazie quindi al rapporteur Frides che attraverso questo rapporto pone le condizioni per un nuovo contratto sociale per un argine a questa deriva.
Thank you very much, Geraldo. Madame Louise Morel has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le rapporteur, chers collègues. Ce texte est censé traiter des mobilisations sociales, des troubles et de la réponse policière dans les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe, tel que son titre l'indique. Or, il se concentre presque exclusivement sur un seul pays, la France. Je crois profondément que ce déséquilibre fragilise la crédibilité du travail parlementaire accompli ici. Par ailleurs, il existe dans ce rapport de nombreuses inexactitudes. D'abord, il y a une erreur sémantique grave. Dans l'introduction, il est affirmé que la réforme des retraites a été passée en force. Cette formulation n'a rien d'anodin, elle reprend les éléments de langage d'un camp politique français. Je voudrais rappeler que le recours à l'article 49, alinéa 3 de la Constitution française est parfaitement conforme à notre ordre constitutionnel, en vigueur depuis 1958 et utilisé à de multiples reprises dans notre histoire parlementaire. Il prévoit un équilibre institutionnel en réponse à l'engagement de la responsabilité du gouvernement sur un texte de loi. Le Parlement peut déposer une motion de censure. En l'occurrence, cette motion a été déposée, elle a été rejetée et la loi a donc été légitimement adoptée. Deuxièmement, sur les événements de l'été 2023, il est évoqué la mort d'un jeune homme lors d'un contrôle routier. Mais cela omet des éléments essentiels. Il s'agissait d'un refus d'obtempérer avec une tentative de fuite. Les circonstances exactes sont aujourd'hui entre les mains de la justice française, ce qui montre une fois encore que notre système fonctionne, que les forces de l'ordre ne sont pas au-dessus des lois et qu'elles peuvent, elles aussi, faire l'objet d'enquêtes. Enfin, Monsieur le rapporteur, vous demandez dans votre texte de loi que la justice soit rendue de manière impartiale sur ces sujets. Vous proposez que la loi soit améliorée. Eh bien, nous avons voté la loi d'orientation et de programmation du ministère de l'Intérieur qui donne des moyens plus importants à notre police et qui va dans le sens de votre rapport. C'est pourquoi, au regard du déséquilibre et du manque de rigueur de celui-ci, je vous invite à ne pas l'adopter.
Thank you very much, Luis. Allow me to give the floor to Mr. Hasipoglu. He's with us now. So, Mr. Hasipoglu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. I am the elected representative of Turkish Cypriot people in this parliament. Here we are talking about political culture of promoting inclusive debate in our countries, also fostering a relation of trust in our societies, equipping our law enforcement mechanism to prevent discrimination and maintain security, combating all forms of profiting such as based on ethnicity. In the island of Cyprus, unfortunately, many practices run contrary to these principles. I would like to address a deeply concerning development involving a series of unlawful arrests in Cyprus. At the moment, 2 Hungarian, 1 Ukrainian, 1 Israel, and 1 German business people had been arrested in Cyprus, and the main reason is they are doing business in northern part of the island. I'm talking about the property cluster, which is under the intensive supervision of Council of Ministers, literally more than 20 years. The matter is about the rights of Greek Cypriots who left properties in the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in 1974. On the issue of property, the European Court of Human Rights delivered in 2004 a decision, and after that, the Turkish side had fully executed the cluster in connection with the rights of Greek Cypriots who left properties in North Cyprus. With the guidance of European Court of Human Rights, Turkish Cypriot side had formed an immovable property commission. And this immovable property commission had been recognized by European Court of Human Rights as an internal remedy. On one hand, although we are not recognized, we are following the European Court of Human Rights principles, and the country that this council is recognizing is unfortunately violating the European Court of Human Rights principles. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much. That concludes the list of the speakers. I call Mr. Frides, our rapporteur, to reply you. You have 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Alors, merci pour ce débat très animé, j'en attendais pas moins. J'aimerais commencer par 3 remarques. La première, c'est que je ne suis pas l'auteur de la proposition de résolution. C'est un parlementaire français qui l'a déposée. Ça a été présenté en commission des affaires sociales, accepté par le bureau de l'Assemblée, qui est revenu dans la commission. Il fallait désigner quelqu'un. Voilà, ça c'est la première chose. Je ne suis pas l'auteur par rapport effectivement à d'autres rapports sur le sujet qui ont été traités disons, très récemment. Deuxième chose, nous avons effectivement rencontré les parlementaires français après de réitérées demandes, juste avant le dépôt du rapport, une rencontre avec 3 parlementaires au Sénat, ça a duré 40 minutes, une discussion plutôt à bâton rompu, mais c'est vrai qu'en tout cas, moi j'ai cherché le dialogue, le résultat était quand même assez compliqué, tout était déjà un peu ficelé, voilà, ça c'est un élément. Le dernier point, avant que je fasse quelques commentaires, concerne la remarque de Mme Morel. J'aimerais juste dire qu'avant, en m'exprimant, j'ai dit ceci, le recours à l'article 49.3, bien que constitutionnel et tout à fait légal, a été vécu comme un passage en force. C'est ce que, en tout cas, je viens d'exprimer maintenant. Et sur le fond, je ne retire rien. Ce que vous faites en France est tout à fait légal et constitutionnel, il n'y a pas de problème. Alors, le problème, peut-être, que nous avons ou que vous avez eu, c'est le fait que je suis peut-être suisse, très au courant des choses françaises. Et dans ce rapport, effectivement, on fait allusion à quelques autres pays où il y a eu des problèmes. On cite nommément la Grèce, les Pays-Bas. Avant, j'ai parlé encore de l'Irlande dans mon exposé. Et puis ensuite, quelque part, on a dit que ça se passait un peu partout. Effectivement, c'est la réalité. Cela étant, mon but était d'essayer de voir s'il y avait une possible analyse entre ce qui se passait et une situation, on va dire, sociale, pour pouvoir arriver à, on va dire, apaiser les choses et arriver au contrat social. Je vous dis clairement, ce rapport était très compliqué parce qu'effectivement, c'est un thème que j'ai pris parce qu'on me l'a proposé. C'est peut-être mon côté médecin qui me disait que je voulais essayer de soigner un petit peu les situations compliquées. Ce que j'ai constaté en fait simplement dans votre pays, c'est qu'il y a effectivement des tensions sociales très importantes, il y a des fractures, et ces fractures, bon, on me les a exprimées, j'ai vu effectivement beaucoup de gens. Et puis, d'un autre côté, il y a après une façon de résoudre les problèmes qui sont un peu compliqués dans le sens où, à la différence de l'horizontalité suisse, vous avez une verticalité qui est importante, qui fait que les contre-pouvoirs ont de la peine à s'exprimer et indirectement, ça finit dans la rue. Alors que ce que je propose simplement, c'est de peut-être, dans l'ensemble des pays, réfléchir à des systèmes de participation plus importants qui permettent aux gens d'avoir des voies dérivatives pour ne pas utiliser les manifestations, la violence comme seul recours, mais par exemple, le système suisse, c'est des référendums, c'est des choses comme ça. Voilà, c'est simplement le fait que peut-être Suisse habitant juste à côté de la France, j'avais effectivement cet exemple de votre pays avec pour moi la possibilité de faire un enchaînement des différents problèmes et de poser un diagnostic et surtout des propositions. En attendant, j'aimerais encore j'aimerais juste remercier Madame Claire Dubois-Hamdi pour son concours et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you all, thank you all. Does the chairperson of the committee, Mrs. Saskia Kluth, wish to speak? Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to ask for a few more minutes afterwards, as this is Pierre Alain's last gathering here, and he has been done a lot. Well, the Committee of Social Affairs has examined the report on the social mobilization, social unrest, and police reaction in the Council of Europe member states. We did so, amongst other things, in Helsinki, and we have noted that there were put no amendments forward to this report. And I think it's important as a chair of the committee to just note that without democratic security, there is no real security. Security must be grounded in the rights, the institutions, in social peace and in public trust. The report calls for institutional reflexivity, including the ability of public powers, even in sovereign areas, to question themselves. We heard a lot about the French, but I have to say I was a parliamentarian in the Corona times, and I also voted for people to be home at night with a night clock. It was a very heavy decision, and we had a lot of social unrest because of it. We had a lot of demonstrations against it, and they were violent, so I completely understand the situation where you're in, but I think personally, and also in our committee, it's better to open and listen to your citizens than to fight them. The report is based on facts, and all sides were consulted. We also talked to the police, and they also asked us to pay attention to their equipment. We put attention to the complexity. There's no right or wrong. It is important that all we do is do our best better. The existence of violent actors is not denied, but the danger that the police officers face is also seen and accepted. But excessive force just undermines the legitimacy and fuels public distrust. And alternatives exist. Pierre Alain said it very concretely. Rethink the use of intermediate weapons. They scare people, they become angry, and you find no solution in the public trust. And discrimination in identity checks. We should either all be identified or none, but not one every time. We should rebuild proximity policing, so restore trust through local presence, you know, the officer of the area that you know you can talk to. Long-term community engagement is important, and it strengthens both security and the social cohesion. And of course, the most important point Pierre Alain made is that we need to discuss. We have to have a culture of consensus and not of conflict. And with this agreement is not a threat to democracy. Anger should not be answered by force. We need a new social contract. And now I come to Pierre Alain, because it's your last plenary session and your last report. And although you speak a kind of strange French that I hardly understand, in our committee we feel that you have been of immense importance to our work, and also for me, because when I first came to the committee meetings, you were sitting behind me, and if I didn't understand, you would always be there and explaining what I needed to do.
For the term you have been here, you have had an impressive career. You were general reporter on imprisoned immigration children. You were vice chair of 3 committees, chairperson of 3 committees. You were president of your delegation, vice president of the parliament, and you still look like you're very young and rested. I will say, however, that your best work was in your reports, because you're not only extraordinary, a kind person and a joyous person that is very nice to be with. You are also a doctor. You're very knowledgeable on the contents we spoke in our committee. And you always do the work not only from your head, which is good, but you will also do it from your warm social heart. Wherever ordinary people are in trouble, you will come and you will help them and you'll find really workable solutions. Let me say some reports that were really great. The maltreatment in institutions. You really changed many people's lives by just acknowledging them and the suffering they had suffered in the institutions they have been. On climate and migration, you were one of the first to identify the problems we get with migration due to the changing weather patterns. And you showed a way how we as societies can prepare for that. And 3 years ago, you also made a report on the prevention of misuse of migration topics as an election campaign issue. These are not easy topics. I'm sure not everyone would put their hands up, but you do. And the same is with the report today. You explained it very well. So we as a committee, we decided it's a strong report, and I hope the General Assembly will support you just as clear as we did, because we accepted it with a great support.
I am sure what Mrs. Saskia said represents all of us. Thank you, Mr. Frides, for all you have done all these years to this hemicycle and to the committees and everywhere. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the debate is closed. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development has presented a draft resolution to which amendments have been, no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16-191. A simple majority is required. The vote is now open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Adopted. The draft resolution is adopted. Congratulations.
You can give way to Mr.
Yes, yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President. Oof.
Thank you very much. If we can clear the chamber quietly so we can move with further item on the agenda. Colleagues. Once again, can we clear the chamber so we can move to the next item? Thank you very much. The next item of business is debate on the report titled Draft Protocol Amending the Council of Europe Convention on the Prevention of Terrorism, presented by Mr. Titus Koraten on behalf of the Committee of Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This debate will conclude on time and with time to replies and vote. I call now Mr. Koraten, Rapporteur. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, the Council of Europe Convention on the Prevention of Terrorism, commonly known as the Warsaw Convention, was opened for signature on the 16th of May 2005. In our resolution 1400 from 2004 on the challenge of terrorism in Council of Europe member states, the Assembly stated that the protection of human rights plays a key role in the fight against terrorism. These rights are central to our credibility. Any violation of these rights weakens the international coalition in the fight against terrorism and drives new supporters into the hands of the terrorists. 21 years later, these words remain as relevant as ever. Since the adoption of the Warsaw Convention, the world, and particularly our European continent, has tragically witnessed numerous devastating terrorist attacks. These brutal acts have not only resulted in substantial loss of our life and widespread trauma, but also left indelible marks of our national consciousness, security strategies, and international cooperation efforts to combat and prevent terrorism. It is evident that the threat of terrorists continues to evolve, constantly presenting new and complex challenges. To effectively confront this dangerous phenomenon, our legal definitions and frameworks must evolve accordingly. The draft protocol amending the Council of Europe Convention on the Prevention of Terrorism is a welcome step in this direction. It aims to introduce the first ever international binding and comprehensive definition of terrorism, acknowledging contemporary threats such as cyber-terrorism and environmental terrorism, which were not fully anticipated in 2005 when the Warsaw Convention was adopted. Currently, the Warsaw Convention relies on key international anti-terrorist treaties to define a terrorist offense, resulting in a situation in which some offenses, which could be considered terrorist by nature and context, do not fall within the scope of this instrument. The aim is to encompass all forms of terrorism currently prevalent, thereby solidifying a common pan-European legal definition deemed essential in the context of evolving threats. The proposal will introduce a list of criminal acts which, when committed intentionally with a terrorist aim, and which, given their nature or context, may seriously damage a country or an international organization, should be considered as terrorist offenses in addition to those contained in the existing key international anti-terrorist treaties. The proposal is closely aligned with the definition contained in the EU Directive on Combating Terrorism. However, while welcoming the much-needed amendment, we must also ensure that it does not inadvertently lead to legal uncertainties or misuse. It is our duty to ensure that combating terrorism goes hand in hand with protecting human rights and respecting the rule of law. We all know too well that countermeasures to terrorism may be misused to disproportionately restrict individual freedoms or thwart political dissent. Although the draft protocol and its explanatory report have been designed to include deliberate safeguards in this regard, I believe that further clarity can be achieved. Consequently, I propose that the scope of criminalization of terroristic threats be limited only to a credible and serious threat, in line with recommendations of some of our member states and international experts. The purpose of my proposal is to raise the threshold of liability so that genuinely dangerous conduct is targeted while avoiding the prosecution of vague, trivial, or non-credible threats. I also propose that the explanatory report be expanded to clarify that the public expression of radical, polemic, shocking, or controversial views on sensitive political questions does not fall within the scope of this amending protocol, in line with the well-established jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights. Such clarifications will further ensure that legitimate freedoms of expression and protest are preserved and not subject to criminalization under the new protocol. Additionally, I consider it is important to support the notion that legitimate activities such as those undertaken by humanitarian organizations should be clearly exempted from being criminalized under the new provisions. Given that such an addition would fall outside the scope of this amending protocol, I propose that the future comprehensive review of the Warsaw Convention should incorporate this humanitarian exception to align with international developments, including recent resolutions of the United Nations Security Council. In conclusion, colleagues, I ask you to endorse this draft opinion. I also urge the Committee of Ministers to seriously consider the Assembly's opinion and swiftly adopt the amending protocol so that it can become open for signature as soon as possible. By ratifying the amendment, the Council of Europe member states will reinforce our collective resolve to combat terrorism in all its forms, while ensuring the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Allow me to reiterate that combating terrorism and protecting Council of Europe standards and values are not contradictory, but complementary. Combating terrorism while ensuring respect for human rights, the rule of law, and our common values truly demonstrates our unwavering commitment to a more secure Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur, Mr. Korlaten. I welcome all the spectators and public on the gallery, but I also ask you to please do keep quiet while the debate is in the House. Thank you to the Rapporteur. Now we pass on to the speakers on behalf of political groups, and on behalf of EPP, I give the floor to Ms. Christophe Bricot. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il y a exactement 10 ans, en France, les 7 et 9 janvier 2015, étaient attaqués le journal Charlie Hebdo et l'Hypercacher. Quelques mois plus tard, le 13 novembre, le Bataclan. C'était du terrorisme conventionnel, d'une certaine manière. Le millénaire s'est ouvert sur 2 avions qui se sont écrasés sur des tours, ou encore 6 ans plus tôt, dans le métro japonais, un gaz sarin a été lâché. Les menaces deviennent protéiformes et cette convention est bienvenue pour adapter nos outils juridiques, adapter nos définitions et considérer que l'intention est aussi importante à considérer. Je partage en partie les réserves du rapporteur sur le fait que certains États pourraient utiliser une telle convention pour aller au-delà d'une lutte que nous devons tous mener et dont je pense qu'elle fait consensus. Néanmoins, collectivement, nous affirmons ici, en votant cette opinion, que nous restons engagés pour la lutte contre le terrorisme, que nous pensons qu'il faut régulièrement en définir les moyens et que nous soutenons le travail accompli pour adapter la Convention de Varsovie. Je remercie d'ailleurs le rapporteur pour son travail et je voterai évidemment sans réserve cette opinion. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bricot. I give floor now to José María Sánchez García on behalf of ECPA Group. The floor is yours. Please press one time and wait a couple of seconds.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le comité des ministres demande à l'Assemblée son avis au sujet de ce protocole d'amendement de la Convention dite de Varsovie de 2005. Comme vous savez bien, l'objectif de la Convention, c'est d'établir des politiques nationales de prévention pour améliorer et développer la coopération internationale. Et ensuite aussi, dans les articles 5, 6 et 7 en vigueur, de demander à chaque État membre du Conseil de l'Europe d'incriminer certaines conduites, la provocation publique d'actes terroristes, le recrutement pour le terrorisme, l'entraînement pour le terrorisme, dans les 3 cas de figure mentionnés intentionnellement. Bon, maintenant, le protocole d'amendement propose une énumération de cas de figure avec un contenu matériel en tant qu'infraction terroriste, toujours en tant que défini comme infraction pénale par le droit national des États membres du Conseil de l'Europe et d'autres possibles signataires. Au lieu de cette mention générique à l'infraction terroriste, qui est le cas dans le texte en vigueur, dont le contenu serait précisé par référence au traité annexé à la Convention. Donc, l'objet de ce projet nous paraît tout à fait raisonnable. Et je me demande pourquoi le projet d'avis pose la question de la possibilité d'une infraction ou un insuffisant respect pour le principe de l'égalité pénale au sujet de cet amendement. Je n'arrive pas à comprendre. Il me semble que l'énumération de type pénal matériel est toujours plus adapte et plus conforme avec le principe de l'égalité pénale. Et je me demande aussi pourquoi le projet d'avis se questionne au sujet de l'absence d'une clause d'exception politique qui protégerait les activités légitimes des organisateurs humanitaires. C'est difficile à comprendre puisque cette clause existe déjà dans l'article 20 de la Convention en vigueur et cette clause a pour but d'éviter que ce soit des États qui puissent justifier politiquement des actes terroristes qui constitueraient des infractions pénales. Et il y a d'autres questions que je ne partage pas totalement dans le projet d'avis, mais en tout cas, on votera, le groupe au nom duquel je parle, votera oui à ce projet d'amendement parce qu'il nous semble, somme toute, satisfaisant. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I please ask all the speakers to stick to the timeline because we have still one more debate before Mr. Zelenskyy coming here. I give the floor to Ms. Lesia Vasilenko on behalf of ALDE.
On behalf of the ALDE group, I would like to thank our rapporteur for this very careful consideration of an important matter. Terrorism remains one of the gravest threats to democratic societies, and it is essential that the legal definitions we adopt are clear, targeted, and resilient against any misuse. As the rapporteur rightly highlights, the very power of such international legislation also makes it vulnerable to abuse. The European Union's Fundamental Rights Agency, as well as the ODIHR, have flagged how overly broad definitions have in some states been misapplied to prosecute peaceful activists, suppress dissent, or intimidate civil societies. We only have to look at Council of Europe ex-member state, the Russian Federation, to understand the dangers of vague anti-terror laws and their broad application. The Putin regime has long relied on imprecise and politicized definitions of terrorism to imprison nearly all forms of domestic opposition, from pro-democracy activists to journalists and lawyers. Today, these same tools are being exported and abused by Russia in occupied Ukrainian territories, where so-called anti-terrorism charges are used to abduct, silence, and imprison Ukrainian citizens, many of whom are simply teachers, local officials, or ordinary people refusing to collaborate with the criminal, aggressive regime. Thousands are deprived of liberty not because they pose a real threat, but because they resist occupation. This is not counter-terrorism, it is systemic political repression cloaked in legal language. It is vital, therefore, that the new protocol draws a bright line between actual terrorist threats and the legitimate expression of political or radical views, however uncomfortable they may be. As proposed in paragraph 36 of the explanatory report, the Convention should further be strengthened to explicitly protect controversial but non-violent speech. The reference to the European Court of Human Rights is apt. Vagueness in law must be balanced by rigorous application in line with human rights standards. Colleagues, if we are to defend democracy, we must also defend the rule of law from distortion. Let us adopt this protocol, but with clarity and safeguards that are to ensure it protects our values rather than undermines them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call now Ms. Zelenskyy. Thank you.
President, I would like to thank the rapporteur for this very well-prepared report. The tragic, large-scale violence of recent years, including in Council of Europe states, has understandably triggered calls for a more comprehensive legal framework. Updating the Convention is not only necessary, but also urgent from a legislative and security-driven standpoint. But we must not ignore the fact that the terms terrorism or extremism have often been instrumentalized by authoritarian governments to suppress dissent. Too often, peaceful protests, civil disobedience, or controversial expression is treated as politically motivated violence. Those who dissent, even those who think differently on certain issues, have found themselves accused of extremism or subversion. The power to define violence in this way must be approached with caution. The draft protocol draws on existing international treaties and also includes acts that are punishable under national law if they are intended to harm a state or an international organization. But vague formulations such as destabilization of fundamental political, constitutional, economic, or social structures risk criminalizing legitimate activism. Three key chains are needed. Threat must be limited to serious and credible threats. The definition must exclude radical, controversial, or shocking statements, and humanitarian and civil society activists must be clearly excluded. Then the protocol can contribute to real safety while protecting fundamental freedoms and democratic values. Perhaps it is also time to rethink the term terrorism itself, perhaps change it altogether. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Ms. Pramer on behalf of Group of Socialists. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, we all want to prevent terrorism. We all want to protect our societies from those who seek to spread fear and destroy lives. But in doing so, we must not become careless with the very values we seek to defend. This protocol expands the definition of terrorism dramatically. It includes acts that may cause serious damage, based not on outcome, but intention and context. But what exactly counts as serious damage? A protest that disrupts traffic? A cyber attack with political motives? The line becomes dangerously thin. Let's be honest. Vague definitions in the wrong hands are not a safeguard. They are a weapon that can be turned against dissent, against civil society, against those who challenge the powerful. Once we allow states to call anything they dislike terrorism, we lose more than legal clarity. We lose trust, we lose freedom, we lose ourselves. That is why we strongly support the draft opinion and thank the rapporteur for his balanced work. It sends a clear message. The fight against terrorism must never be used to justify erosion of human rights. We need legal precision, democratic oversight, and unwavering respect for fundamental freedoms. Let us not fight fear with fear. Let us stand firm by the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we pass to the speakers list. Thank you. We have 7 speakers and we'll accept them all as we have time. The first is Mr. Volodymyr Zelenskyy from EPP. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Garlajan, the reporter, for this excellent opinion. It's a little bit pity, I would like just to say, that when we are discussing the statutory opinions, which actually about the binding legal instruments which should be adopted by Council of Europe, and we have less interest in this report than we have in other cases when we are just the documents of the recommendation nature. So I would like to encourage all of you to take very seriously the statutory opinions, because we are shaping the future conventional basis for the fight against terrorism within the Council of Europe. And it's quite important to amend the notion of terrorism to meet the contemporary challenges we have. And I would like to also take into account the previous speeches to say that it's quite important to have the clear-cut notion, definition of the crime of terrorism, because without it, it is impossible to guarantee the respect towards the three pillars our organization have. I mean, the rule of law, human rights, and democracy as such. I cannot touch upon also a very important issue of our interaction with the Committee of Ministers. If our dear colleagues send us documents for statutory opinions and we provide some recommendations, this recommendation should be taken into account. Otherwise, the whole idea of having statutory opinions becoming null and void. Once again, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for this excellent report.
Thank you very much. The next is Mr. Goncharenko from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We're speaking now about terrorism. And what is terrorism and who is terrorist? Terrorist is the person which makes the acts of terror with the aim to horrify. So who is the main terrorist in the world today? This is Russian Federation and Putin. This is Osama bin Putin of today's world. And Russia is not just the state sponsor of terrorism. It's not actual anymore. Russia is the state terrorist. And this definition we should give to them. Or we should say that Russia is mother of terrorism. Россия матушка, Russia mother of terrorism. Because Hamas, Houthis, all these terrorists, they are children of Russia. They are nourished by Russia. They are prepared by Russia. And this is a long-standing tradition starting from Soviet Union. Who was preparing terrorists in the world? Red Brigades, other terrorists. It was Soviet Union. And now we see the same, what Russia is doing. They try to horrify. They try to make people to be afraid of. So if you are afraid of to act against Russia, it means that they are successful. We in Ukraine, we are exhausted. We hate Russia, but we are not afraid of them. We are not. Because that's the only way to oppose them, is not to be afraid, is to fight against them. You shouldn't have negotiations with terrorists. You need to eliminate terrorists. And they are terrorists, and they should be behaved in this way. And you should understand that the only language which terrorists understand is the language of strength, the language of force. So let us speak in this language with the state terrorist, mother of terrorism in the world, Russian Federation, and its leader, Vladimir Putin.
Thank you, Mr. Goncharenko. Now I call Mr. Gauthier from Switzerland. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour revenir au thème de ce débat, Monsieur Korlatean, notre rapporteur, a l'habitude de nous livrer des excellents rapports. Et je dois dire que celui-ci ne fait pas exception. J'aimerais vraiment le remercier pour la qualité des réflexions qu'il nous livre. La modernisation de la Convention de Varsovie de 2005 était évidemment nécessaire. Il fallait des nouvelles définitions, notamment d'actes comme le cyberterrorisme ou le terrorisme environnemental. Et la lutte contre le terrorisme est quelque chose d'absolument essentiel pour protéger nos démocraties. Mais cela a été dit par plusieurs orateurs, et le rapporteur le souligne à juste titre, cela ne doit pas se faire au détriment de la défense des droits de l'homme et de l'état de droit. Et notre Assemblée, en particulier, doit y être attentive. Au cours des travaux préparatoires de ce protocole, plusieurs acteurs, dont le rapporteur spécial des Nations Unies, le professeur Ben Saul, le Bureau des institutions démocratiques et des droits de l'homme de l'OSCE, BIDDH, ou encore mon pays, la Suisse, ont exprimé certaines préoccupations sur la nouvelle définition qui est proposée. La crainte, c'est d'introduire une insécurité juridique et de permettre ensuite, grâce à cela ou sur la base de cela, une application arbitraire, excessive ou abusive de cette définition, qui serait donc, au fond, qui permettrait un détournement de la disposition par des gouvernements qui souhaiteraient utiliser les dispositions antiterroristes pour cibler des opposants politiques et les faire taire. Chers collègues, nous savons que ce risque existe et nous devons donc veiller à ce que ces mesures antiterroristes protègent la population contre les menaces crédibles et effectives de violence politique, mais qu'elles ne puissent pas être utilisées pour limiter des activités politiques légitimes. Et le droit de la liberté d'expression vaut non seulement pour les propos bien accueillis ou inoffensifs, mais aussi pour ceux qui parfois heurtent, choquent, voire inquiètent. Cela fait partie du débat démocratique. Il faut donc prendre note de la précision du rapport explicatif qu'évoque le rapporteur. Il faut peut-être préciser cette explication comme il le propose et surtout, il faut que la formulation de la menace à l'article 1, paragraphe 1, alinéa J, qui augmenterait le risque d'une criminalisation de la liberté d'expression, ne soit utilisable que pour des menaces graves et crédibles. C'est ce que propose le rapporteur dans son opinion. Et je crois que c'est très important que nous soutenions cela. Et notre collègue Vladimir Vardanyan a raison, c'est un débat important. Et c'est important que le comité des ministres écoute l'opinion de l'Assemblée. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. The next is Ms. Bastos from Portugal. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, colleagues. The draft protocol amending the Council of Europe Convention of the Prevention of Terrorism reflects our shared responsibility to respond to a changing threat landscape. Over the past year, many countries have faced a rise of cyber attacks targeting hospitals and public services, while security services are disrupted, planned attacks on transport networks and places of worship. The revised convention addresses these evolving risks. It introduces a harmonized and binding definition of terrorist offenses and extends the scope to include contemporary methods such as large-scale cyber intrusions and environmental sabotage. These acts designed not only to cause harm, but also to destabilize democratic societies. That's why this progress is essential. But so is legal clarity. What do our citizens want? Our citizens expect to be protected from terrorism, but they also expect us to do so with fairness, legal clarity, and full respect for the values that give solid foundation to democracies, guarantees the rule of law, and human rights. Citizens rightly expect protection, but also accountability and legal certainty. Our duty as their representatives is to ensure that the tools we adopt to fight terrorism are effective, proportionate, and fully aligned with the Convention's founding principles. Finally, I want to congratulate the rapporteur for this important draft opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Ms. Jordanova from Bulgaria. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, if we sacrifice our values in response to terrorism, we are delivering the terrorists a victory they could never achieve on their own. These words of former US President Obama capture the very heart of our debate now. I commend the Council of Europe Committee on Counterterrorism for drafting a protocol that amends the Warsaw Convention, establishing the first international binding, comprehensive definition of terrorism. This definition rightly reflects the evolving nature of terrorist threats, including cyber-terrorism and environmental terrorism. In our age of growing global challenges, a coordinated and lawful international approach is not just helpful, it is essential. However, we must proceed with caution. Broader counterterrorism laws carry the risk of overreach. As our rapporteur, Mr. Carleton, wisely warned, vague definition can lead to injustice, to unjust prosecution, a potential human rights violation. Our fight against terrorism must never become a tool to silence dissent and criminalize opposition. As the final text of the protocol is drafted by the Council of Ministers, the balance between security and liberty must be considered further. Legal measures must not infringe upon fundamental freedoms or violate international humanitarian law. I support the rapporteur's call for an appropriate threshold for criminal liability, especially regarding threats of terrorist acts. Today, our responsibility is clear: to strengthen our legal response to terrorism while upholding human rights, protecting civil liberties, honoring our commitments under international law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give now floor to Ms. Ingrid Shaw from Norway. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Terrorism is a complex threat that affects many nations. It causes tragic loss of life and significant destruction. And terrorism impacts not only security, but also the economy and social stability. In Norway, we experienced dramatic terrorist attacks in the most tragic way. First in 2011, when 77 persons lost their lives, most of them young people. And in 2022, when 2 people died after an attack on a pride event. In both cases, President, we see that survivors and families of the victims continue to suffer from their traumatic experiences in a long time. Some never fully recover. Regrettable, not only Norway, but far too many of us here in this assembly know firsthand how devastating this is to a society and community. And we condemn terrorism in all its forms in strongest way. I'm therefore proud to be part of an organization that for years have been developing key legal standards to combat terrorism, and I agree with the rapporteur that the introduction of common pan-European legal definition of a terrorist offence is a welcome and desirable step. Combating terrorism requires a wide range of measures, and having a solid legal foundation is of great value, particularly with regards to the necessary international cooperation we need to combat this threat. It is important that the amendment of the Convention on the Prevention of Terrorism reflects the challenges of our time. And I believe it is a step in the right direction that the definition now also includes acts such as cyber-terrorism and environmental terrorism. And lastly, I applaud the committee for pointing to the fact that parts of the draft protocol are imprecise and that legitimate activities such as freedom of religion and conscience and freedom of expression hence could be subject to criminalization. This must be, of course, be avoided. And I therefore support the recommendation presented by the committee in this opinion. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. And I call Mr. Merchenko from Ukraine. Is he present? He's not present. Then I call the rapporteur, Mr. Korlaten, to reply for the debate. You have the floor and 3 minutes to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank all the political groups and all the colleagues that took part of this debate for their contribution, their support, and also for the nuances. I think it's important to underline the fact that it is the Council of Europe. There is no other international organization. It is the Council of Europe that reached this goal to have the first ever legal definition within the international law, having legally binding force that will be part of an international treaty defining the terrorism. This is a huge achievement, and this is somehow miraculous. I'm speaking on behalf of a person that worked for 31 years in foreign policy and national security for my country and for the international Euro-Atlantic organizations, and we need to underline this important topic. The fact that we have to deal with a horrible challenge against the international society, against our democratic societies, that implies to be well armed in legal terms, first of all, to combat terrorism. But in the same time, as I mentioned in it is my proposal as a statutory opinion, we need to combat terrorism with the democratic tools. And we need to avoid mistakes. We need to avoid the misuse of the need to combat terrorists that might touch our fundamental values within the Council of Europe. That means the fundamental freedoms and liberties. This is why I'm proposing you one amendment. This is why I propose to introduce a supplementary text within the explanatory memorandum. And of course, it's up to the Committee of Ministers to take on board this proposal. And this is why, and I make reference to one nuance that have been mentioned, I take on board, but and my proposal is for the future work of the governments for a more general revision of the Warsaw Convention to look on the need to exempt the work of the humanitarian organization when discussing about combating terrorism. And this is reflected, by the way, by an important resolution of the United Nations Security Council. So once again, it's an extremely important step forward. Like my colleagues, Mr. Vardanyan and Mr. Cotier, I will refresh our request. It's not an appeal. We are members of our national parliaments. We are members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. It's our duty to ask the Committee of Ministers to take very serious on board what are our proposals, because these are adequate proposals that are reflecting both dimensions, the need to combat terrorism, but also in the same time to assure the respect of the fundamental human rights. My last comment will be the following one. I draw your attention that this is an amendment protocol. So I encourage, on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly, please allow me, I ask the member states not only to sign, but to ratify as soon as possible this amendment protocol, and of course to put in place this new legal definition. And finally, I want to thank Rafael Sokol and Guillaume Cano Palomares for the support, and I encourage colleagues to vote this statutory opinion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corlat. And does the chairperson of committee, Lord Keane, do you wish to speak? If yes, the floor is yours, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President. First of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur, Mr. Kolatian, on his opinion regarding the draft amending protocol to the Warsaw Convention. I should say that it was unanimously adopted by the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. The draft protocol underlines the Council's commitment to adopting a legal framework in response to evolving challenges. Since its adoption 20 years ago, the Warsaw Convention has served as a vital tool in the fight against terrorism. Yet, as with many legal instruments, it must remain dynamic, capable of responding to the changing nature of threats. The draft amending protocol is a positive example of the Council of Europe recognizing where its legislation required updating. It reflects a genuine consensus among member states, a consensus achieved through dialogue, mutual understanding, and a shared commitment to upholding human rights while improving our collective security. The new definition of a terrorist offence will allow state parties to prevent the commission of acts of terror more effectively by enhancing cooperation between states and strengthening mechanisms to counteract terrorist financing and recruitment. And these enhancements will be crucial. However, I also wish to stress that while we must empower our states to act effectively against terrorism, we must do so without compromising the fundamental freedoms and rights that unite us in this Council. And that is why the amendments proposed in Mr. Kolatian's opinion aim to ensure that this delicate balance is struck. President, I urge this Assembly to support his opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Keane. The debate with this is closed. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented the draft opinion document 1618-6, to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft opinion contained in the document, and the 2/3 majority is required. A vote in the hemicycle and the remote vote is now open. Please do vote. Thank you very much. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And I declare the draft opinion document 1618-6 has been adopted. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Analysis and Guidelines for Sustainable and Socially Fair Energy Transition, document 16182, presented by Ms. Saskia Klut on behalf of the Committee of Social Affairs. In order to finish by 8:25, we must interrupt the speakers list at 8:15 to allow time for the vote. I call on Ms. Saskia Klut to speak. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes to wind up at the end of the debate. Saskia.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am sorry for my colleagues that you have to watch again me today. But this is how the planning goes when we are in a week like this week. So thank you very much. This is actually a report I am very, very happy to present here, because it is a topic that is extremely alive in our societies. We debate the clean energy transition and any results for our population about a daily basis. When I started working 20 years ago or 30 years ago, I started working on the energy transition, but my first steps were in mobility. And what we saw is when you introduce clean mobiles, clean cars, you first do it where it will achieve the most reduction in CO2.
And that is with people who drive a lot and people who have big and heavy cars. There you have the biggest impact on climate change. The same then we did in our normal energy system. So we started with the places where pollution was the biggest and to make the biggest impact. And as a result, we kind of, I will not say we forgot, because every week and every year we worked on making it a social just transition, but it was very difficult to find a social just transition. And now we are in a point of time where we really need to get our act together, if I can say it like that, and make a transition that is not only sustainable, but is also fair to all people, whether you are rich or poor, whether you have an own house or a rented house, or whether you have knowledge of technologies or you do not have knowledge of technology. And the good news is our societies are doing a great job in making the transition. And it's not easy, but we are doing it. We set targets, and every time we set a target, we feel it's ambitious and it is hard to get. But in reality, again and again, we make the targets that we set for ourselves. And we don't only set those targets for ourselves, we set them, of course, for our children, because we want to keep climate change as little as possible, to give them also a bright future in our nation. If you look to a transition, what will it bring to society? It will not only bring clean energy. If you transition from fossil fuels to clean energy, it will also reduce health impact, because we have less particles in the air, less children get sick, less workers get sick in the mines. If you look at mobility, we have many cities that are not so pleasant to stay because we have a lot of cars. Cities where the children cannot play on the streets, children cannot walk or cycle to school by themselves because it's just unsafe. If we make a new mobility system where you can drive a car, but it will be paced down, if you can bike to your work, even if it's 20 miles ahead, it will bring you not only health, but it will also bring you a lot of good clean air and pleasant cities to live in. And pleasant cities to live in are not only nice for people, but they are also economically interesting, because the value of houses will go up, interesting companies will come, and because they like the people who are working in your city. So we had two topics. One was mobility. The other one is the housing sector. About 75% of the buildings are still energy inefficient, which means they're either too hot in summer or too cold in the winter. And with climate change accelerating, it is important that we make insulated houses that keep people cool in summer and warm in the winter, with affordable energy costs. So these things are achievable, but they will not happen overnight. We have to work on it. One of the big things that is related to energy use in housing is energy poverty. People who do have a heating system, but are not able to pay for it. I stayed in an Airbnb house a couple of years ago, and the lady was only there in the summer in her own house, because in winter she could not afford anymore. Even though it was a really nice house, she could not afford to heat it anymore. If she would get help to insulate it, she would be able to live there in a nice proper house, and all people could not only have a nice holiday in the summer there, but also in the winter. If you look to people who live in deprived areas, you not only have the problem where they cannot pay their bill and they will be cold or warm, it will also hinder their ability to work because they are tired. It will also, if their house, for example, is too wet, it will keep them, it will make them sick and unhealthy because they have mold on the wall, which makes them sick. So there are a lot of benefits to clean energy
for our societies. And then, but we need to work more on how to work with our society to make it work. Not only technically, but also social make it work, and also make it politically work. So one of the things that people ask for, both companies, people, normal people, but also governments, is predictability. So you can work together and make steps forward together. So a company knows where he will stand in 20 years, so they can make an investment plan. So one of the first recommendation is that every country makes a national strategy, how the transition should look, what needs to be done to make the transition not only technically, but how to make it also affordable, which instruments are to be used, which budgets have to be planned, and which, for example, communication campaign needs to be done. I will have 1 minute and then I will finish. Local promotion of local energy is very important. Organize communities around energy, because they can help people and also give people a kind of feeling of support and grip on their life. And involve citizens and municipalities in how to do it. So not only make a national strategy, but also make a local strategy. Thank you very much, President. It must not have been my best speech, but I have to say it was a long day, so.
I think you've had a very good day, Saskia. Colleagues, before we start the speaking, can I just remind everybody it is a speaking limit of 2 minutes. 2 minutes in this debate. And I call the first speaker on behalf of the political groups, that's Ms. Siguri Anderson on behalf of the ECPA.
Mr. President, when it comes to transitioning from fossil fuels to more sustainable energy, our countries differ greatly in regard to their possibilities in the matter. Iceland, for example, my country, is running 90% on sustainable energy. The total energy mix consumption is 90% renewable. But even Iceland, with such an advantage, has been implementing EU law on energy transition. For example, obligation to import expensive but energy inefficient biofuels, an obligation to buy emission quotas from European countries that have much lower share of sustainable energy. A 90% country, Iceland, is buying emission quotas from EU country with perhaps less than 20% renewable. This is flat out a scam. And who are the real victims of the so-called energy transition scams, such as these? The consumers, the families and households, many of whom are in no financial means to take on an extra cost of this agenda. The real question is, what has been the result of all these costly endeavors? Does anyone know that? Can anyone really confirm that these burdens have been placed on households and enterprise have led to a substantial reduction of CO2 emissions? Especially bearing in mind that this hanky-panky has led to a massive exodus of production and industry from Europe and to less developed countries, and countries that have even less percentage of renewable energy than EU countries. Dear colleagues, the EU has implemented a lot of actions. We know that these actions have led to loss of jobs and lessened competitiveness of the EU. But do we know for a fact that these actions have reduced greenhouse emissions? I warn against letting the end justify the means. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Ms. Yulia Ochinikova. I think she may be greeted. Oh, she's here. I thought you were waiting to greet the President. Ms. Ochinikova, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues. First of all, I want to thank very much to our rapporteur for the wonderful work. And I'm honored to speak today on the topic that holds strategic importance for every nation in our common European home. So we have a lot of discussion about European Green Deal, but it's very important we have witnessed a growing consensus. The energy transition is not only climate imperative, it's a moral, economic and geopolitical one. But it's really our green future. This is a line and paradigm of our development in every countries. But its growing inequality, climate crisis, and geopolitical insecurity are all interwoven. The way we produce, distribute, and consume energy lies at the heart of these challenges, and we, as the policymakers, bear the responsibility to lead this transformation, not tomorrow, not in 10 years, but now. So there is no true sustainability without security. There is no just transition without freedom. For a too long time, Europe depended on fossil fuels from authoritarian regime, compromising both the strategic autonomy in its values. But the war in Ukraine has reminded us that a truly democratic energy system is one of the decentralized, transparent, and people-centered. This system cannot be weaponized because it's owned by communities. So, the liberal vision of transition is one of the empowered citizens. So, the offered proposals in the draft resolution, such as regarding infrastructure investment, green taxation, energy storage, and inclusive job creation, is not isolated policy choices. Together, they form a coherent strategy for climate action with justice in its core. Sustainable and socially fair energy is an opportunity to rethink the social contract and to build Europe green, more sovereign, more equal, and more future-ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madame Gabrielle Cathala on behalf of the UEL.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le rapport qui nous est présenté rappelle qu'il ne peut y avoir de transition écologique sans justice sociale. Nous ne pouvons imposer des mesures environnementales qui pénalisent les plus précaires. L'écologie ne peut être un luxe réservé à quelques-uns. Elle doit être accessible à toutes et tous. L'écologie doit être populaire. Nous devons veiller à ce que les politiques de transition énergétique n'excluent pas davantage les plus précaires, mais au contraire les protègent et les accompagnent réellement. La rapporteure, Madame Clout, cite favorablement la mise en place de zones à faible émission dans les grandes villes françaises. Je tiens à exprimer ici une divergence, car ce qui est dénoncé à juste titre dans ce même rapport, à savoir le risque de mesures écologistes socialement injustes, est précisément ce que nous observons avec la mise en place des ZFE, qui culpabilisent les propriétaires des véhicules les plus anciens et donc les plus polluants, qui sont bien souvent les populations les plus précaires, pendant que les plus fortunés peuvent continuer à utiliser des SUV. Ce dispositif est socialement injuste dès lors que les mobilités alternatives de transport accessibles ne sont pas effectives ou que le reste à charge pour le remplacement de son véhicule est inatteignable. La transition écologique doit viser l'essentiel, sortir des énergies fossiles, garantir une énergie propre, stable et accessible, condition indispensable à la préservation des droits sociaux fondamentaux. Mais au-delà de l'enjeu social, cette transition vers les énergies renouvelables est aussi une question de souveraineté et de paix. La ruée mondiale vers les ressources rares intensifie les conflits. Faut-il rappeler que l'un des premiers réflexes de Donald Trump pour soutenir l'Ukraine fut d'exiger un accès privilégié à leurs terres rares, à leurs matériaux rares. Le lien est clair, plus les ressources se raréfieront, plus les conflits s'aggraveront. J'alerte aussi sur une menace croissante sur l'écologie, la montée des extrêmes droites partout en Europe. En France, l'extrême droite s'est alliée à la droite conservatrice permettant de voter un moratoire sur les énergies renouvelables et pour réouvrir la centrale nucléaire Fessenheim près de la frontière allemande. Heureusement, hier, notre Assemblée nationale a pu rectifier le tir, mais cela démontre les dangers du climato-scepticisme des droites extrêmes et conservatrices en Europe et dans le monde. Nous devons faire mieux, nous devons porter une bifurcation énergétique et écologique ancrée dans la justice sociale, fondée sur la solidarité et à la hauteur de l'urgence écologique. Merci.
Thank you. And our third speaker is Ms. Luz Martinez Sergio on behalf of the Socialist Democrats and Greens.
Gracias, presidente. Quiero comenzar reconociendo el excelente trabajo de la rapporteur Saskia Kluit, cuyo informe nos ofrece una hoja de ruta clara, valiente y profundamente humana hacia un modelo energético sostenible y justo. Nos enfrentamos a uno de los mayores desafíos de nuestro tiempo, transformar nuestro sistema energético para que sea respetuoso con el medio ambiente y equitativo socialmente. La energía limpia, segura y asequible no es un lujo, sino una condición indispensable para la prosperidad de Europa y para enfrentar la triple crisis planetaria: contaminación, cambio climático y pérdida de biodiversidad. Esta transición debe basarse en los derechos humanos, garantizando que nadie quede atrás. Por eso, la justicia climática y la justicia social deben avanzar juntas. Y para lograrlo necesitamos inversiones decididas, gobernanzas eficaces y una transformación cultural profunda. Las políticas públicas deben fomentar la innovación tecnológica, apoyar a las empresas en su reconversión y proteger, cómo no, a los trabajadores en sectores en transformación. Señorías, el sector de la vivienda es clave porque el 75% de los edificios en Europa son energéticamente ineficaces. Mejorar el aislamiento, modernizar sistemas de calefacción y fomentar el autoconsumo energético no solo reduce emisiones, sino que combate la pobreza energética. Para este grupo es necesario que estas mejoras sean accesibles para todos, especialmente para los hogares vulnerables. En transporte debemos acelerar la movilidad limpia, segura y accesible. Hay ejemplos, lo ha comentado la rapporteur, zonas de bajas emisiones en Francia, el billete Deutschlandticket en Alemania y la red ferroviaria de alta velocidad en mi propio país. Estos ejemplos deben ser extendidos y adaptados localmente. La reciente crisis energética ha evidenciado nuestra dependencia de combustibles fósiles importados. Por ello, la seguridad energética exige diversificación, modernización de infraestructuras y mayor interconexión entre países. Apostar por las renovables es una decisión estratégica. Actuemos con visión, coraje y responsabilidad. El futuro energético de Europa se construye con justicia, solidaridad y voluntad política. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And our final speaker on behalf of the political groups is Monsieur Christophe Bricot of the EPP.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je fais partie d'une génération qui a connu l'époque où celles et ceux qui nous prévenaient du changement climatique étaient regardés comme des hippies un peu farfelus. Aujourd'hui, ça n'est plus le cas et c'est heureux. Dans la déclaration de Reykjavik, il est mentionné le droit à un environnement sain comme un droit fondamental et il n'y a pas plus tard qu'un mois, lors de la 134e réunion du Comité des ministres du Conseil de l'Europe, une stratégie pour l'environnement a été adoptée à Luxembourg à cette occasion. Et d'ailleurs, je pense que nous aurions intérêt à mettre en commun cette stratégie avec nos propres résolutions ou recommandations, puisque sur un sujet comme celui-là, il ne me semble pas utile de se disperser. Alors, quelques mots sur ce rapport néanmoins, et quelques sujets importants. Pour qu'une transition énergétique soit socialement équitable, me semble-t-il, il faut que les moyens de cette transition énergétique se fondent sur un modèle économique viable. On est dans une économie de marché, que ça plaise ou non. Il faut trouver des modèles économiques viables. Il faut laisser de la place à l'innovation. Quelques moyens sont mentionnés dans le rapport, mais j'en citerai par exemple dans mon pays. Nous utilisons des boucles thalassothermiques pour générer du chaud et du froid, qui sont parfaitement verts en utilisant la différence de température de l'eau de mer. On la prend, on prend la différence de température, on la rejette. Point. Il y a des tas de façons. Laissez la place à l'innovation. Très important. Et enfin, j'aimerais simplement rappeler deux points, et je pense que j'aurai le temps. Oui. Le premier, c'est que rappeler quand même que notre continent est le continent le plus vertueux du monde en matière d'économie durable. Ce n'est pas parfait. Il faut continuer, bien sûr. Mais il faut aussi regarder ce qui se passe en Asie, ce qui se passe dans d'autres continents qui sont bien moins vertueux que nous. Et deuxième point, et je sais que ça ne plaira sans doute pas à tout le monde, certains des pays d'Europe utilisent l'énergie nucléaire qui est décarbonée et permet un accès à une électricité finalement peu chère et moins dangereuse stratégiquement que le gaz ou le pétrole. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And I now call Ms. Aurora Floridia from Italy.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. I thank Saskia Kluit for this valuable report that highlights the imperative to ensure clean, safe and affordable energy for all users in Europe, across Europe. Affordable energy for all represents in a certain sense a basic right to ensure dignity, health and participation in society for all. It is one of the conditions for guaranteeing and protecting the right to an adequate and decent standard of living, as food, water and housing are. On the other side, this is also a key to addressing the triple planetary crisis of pollution, climate change and biodiversity loss. We believe that human rights and the environment are intertwined and that a clean, healthy and sustainable environment is integral to the full enjoyment of human rights by present and future generations. Let me be clear, a healthy environment is essential for survival, for ensuring a decent quality of life. It strengthens social cohesion, social justice, and the stability of the entire productive fabric. We must not forget that rights are not concessions, not for favors to be granted at the discretion of politicians. They are fundamental to guarantee the democratic stability. We therefore insist on the role and responsibility of states in steering sustainable energy policy choices for all stakeholders and keeping implementation steady over long term. We ask our member states to supply the most vulnerable users in the early phases of transition to more sustainable energy systems. We plead for a large-scale deployment of renewable energy sources. They are abundant and free of charge, offering huge long-term savings. There is no time to waste. And today, more than ever, it is our duty to think about the safety of our countries. As Alexander Langer once said, the ecological conversion will only succeed if it appears socially desirable. This report is a contribution in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call Mr. Yuri Kemelchuk of Ukraine.
Dear President, dear colleagues, countries on the front line like Ukraine know well, as long as we pay for Russian energy, we finance the war machine. Since February 2022, over 200 billion euros flowed to Russian Federation, funding aggression and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. This is not just a climate or economic issue. It is about strategic resilience and sovereignty. Every new contract with the Kremlin prolongs the war and risks European stability. Ukraine's example speaks loudly. Synchronization with NSOE, mobile generators, microgrids, and rapid restoration of infrastructure under fire demonstrates the power of layered resilience. I urge this Assembly to support a clear, enforceable phase-out of Russian fossil and nuclear supplies, scaled-up investment in decentralized, resilient grids and renewables across Europe, and a new decision-making paradigm, evaluating energy policies not just by cost or carbon, but by whether they strengthen our collective security. Today, energy is not merely what we consume, it is what we enable, either aggression or our shared safety. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Yunus Emre of Turkey to address us.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Saskia for her outstanding work. Like her previous contributions, this report holds great significance for the policy recommendations and decisions of our Assembly. I believe the issue of justice brought to the agenda through the concept of just transition in the report is of great importance. We must pay attention to the disparities in development between countries and regions, as well as the historical extent to which the environment and nature have been polluted. Consider, for example, the fact that a person living in the United States causes 20 times more carbon emissions than someone living on the African continent. In such a context, can we truly argue that every individual and every society bears equal responsibility in the energy transition process? While it is necessary to share the opportunities arising from this transition equally, we must ensure that the burdens are shared fairly. For this reason, developed industrial countries must approach the issue of justice with the utmost seriousness. Another important dimension of justice relates to the intergenerational justice. We must recognize that intergenerational justice is a multidimensional concept. It is not only about political decision-making process, but also about redefining the relationship between humans and nature. We are talking about regulating the relationship between past, present, and the future. I am pleased to observe that efforts are being made around the world to establish standards that can help to implement this multidimensional concept in practice. The Council of Europe has made significant contributions to the recognition of environmental issues as human rights issue, and this resolution, along with similar initiatives, is of great value in deepening those contributions. Once again, I would like to thank Saskia and everyone involved in the preparation of this timely and well-targeted report. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Perrin Moon of the United Kingdom.
Muraz, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to address the Assembly on a matter that lies at the heart of our shared future, ensuring that the energy transition is not only a sustainable one, but a socially just one. I want to focus on a specific aspect of the energy transition, the shift from a fossil fuel-intensive economy to a materials-intensive one, the technologies that will power our net zero future, electric vehicles, wind turbines, solar panels and grid-scale batteries, depend on a secure and ethical supply of critical minerals, tin, lithium, tungsten and rare earths. The UK constituency that I represent in Cornwall is rich in geological potential for many of these materials, and in previous centuries, Cornwall was at the heart of the extractive industries for tin and other metals, which brought great wealth to the region. But as the price of tin collapsed and global supply chains shifted, Cornwall lost its beating heart. Many skilled miners emigrated, and now Cornwall is one of the most socio-economically deprived areas in the UK. However, the opportunities of the shift away from fossil fuels presents the dawning of a new age. Today, the UK and much of Europe imports nearly all of its critical minerals. Global supply chains are highly concentrated, often in regions with serious geopolitical, environmental and human rights concerns. The Democratic Republic of Congo, Indonesia, China and Myanmar. According to the IEA, demand for lithium, copper and rare earths is set to double or triple by 2040. Yet by 2030, 85% of lithium refining is expected to take place in just 3 countries. We're also heading for a global shortage of tin, which is used in virtually every single electrical device. We must act now in partnership to build resilient, transparent and ethical supply chains, and that means investing in domestic capacity, because for us it's not just about rocks and resources, it's about reviving left-behind communities, restoring pride and rebuilding opportunities. In conclusion, a socially just transition means ensuring that the benefits of green growth are shared through good jobs, skills and training and social regeneration. Cornwall is a powerful example of how industrial heritage can evolve in a new and sustainable future, benefiting both the planet and our communities.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Maria Nefeli Vassiliou Chatsianandou of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Ms. Kloot for the draft report on the vital topic of clean, safe and affordable energy, a cornerstone for Europe's democratic resilience, environmental responsibility and long-term prosperity. We gather here at a moment of global urgency and responsibility. As the draft resolution rightly affirms, the triple planetary crisis of pollution, climate change and biodiversity loss demands not just pledges, but swift and coordinated action. The energy transition is not only a technological or economic challenge. It is fundamentally a human rights issue. Energy underpins our right to housing, health, work and education. It determines whether a family lives in dignity or in poverty, particularly in times of inflation and instability. The transition to renewable energy must be just. That means targeted support, renovation grants, tax incentives and fair pricing mechanisms, so no one is left behind. At the same time, the transition brings opportunity, making renewables not just viable, but central to the economies. We fully support the Assembly's call to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, promote sustainable mobility, and empower citizens as prosumers. As the resolution suggests, it is essential to involve municipalities and local actors, because energy democracy starts at the community level. Furthermore, digital tools, including artificial intelligence, must be harnessed not to increase consumption, but to optimize efficiency and equity in our energy systems. This is where innovation meets responsibility. Dear colleagues, the future is not something we enter, but it's something we must shape. So let's shape it with justice, innovation and cooperation. Let's ensure that clean energy becomes not a privilege for the few, but the right for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Ugzan Haspiloglu of Cyprus. No, then our next speaker will be Mr. Stefan Schenach.
Schön, Herr Präsident. Ja, ich bedanke mich auch bei der Berichterstatterin, denn dieser Bericht macht einmal ganz deutlich, eine Energiewende muss es geben, weil der Klimawandel wird teurer sein, wenn wir mit Schlechtwetter, Extremwettern, das wird ganz viel Leben kosten, es wird aber auch ganz viele Kosten verursachen. Deshalb gibt es keine Alternative zur Energiewende. Und wir haben gesehen an vielen Beispielen, eine Energiewende geht nur mit einem entsprechenden sozialen Programm, sodass alle Teile der Bevölkerung daran teilnehmen können. Das musste auch der deutsche frühere Umwelt- und Wirtschaftsminister Habeck schmerzlich erleben mit seiner Debatte rund um die Wärmepumpe. Wenn das nicht breit diskutiert wird und den Menschen hier nicht die Angst genommen wird, dann geht das nicht. Lieber Freund Bricot, ich schätze dich ja sehr, aber bitte nicht wieder damit anzufangen, dass die Atomenergie eine saubere Energie ist und eine billige Energie. Sie ist weder sauber noch billig, sie hat wenig CO2, das ist richtig. Aber sie ist extrem teuer, wenn man alleine die Ruinen und Mahnmale über hunderte Jahre betrachtet. Und sie muss extrem subventioniert werden im Bau. Das ist einfach eine Tatsache. Und sollte ein Unfall passieren, das haben wir in genügend Beispielen der Welt erlebt, dann wird die Sache wirklich teuer. Also Atom ist keine Alternative. Die Sonne, der Wind schicken alle keine Rechnungen. Viele Länder sind glücklich, sie haben auch noch Wasser und können auch noch die Wasserenergie ausnutzen. Das sind alles Dinge, die man machen kann. Und in den Jahren, wo ich Präsident der Union für das Mittelmeer war, haben wir den mediterranen Solarplan gemacht, also etwas, was auch die Plastiktüten rund um das Mittelmeer, die ja alle aus Erdöl bestehen, als Grundmaterial beiseite geschafft hätte. Das sind alles Wege, wo wir diese Transformation, diese notwendige, überlebensnotwendige Technik schaffen können.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. George Loukadis of Cyprus.
Mr. Chairperson, dear colleagues, let me begin by sincerely thanking Ms. Saskia Klut for this important report, which does not merely describe a technological transition, but confronts a deeper political and ethical question: who controls energy and for whose benefit? Today, energy has become both a tool of geopolitical leverage and an object of financial speculation across Europe. Private and strategic interests have seized control over resources and prices, transforming a basic social necessity into a source of insecurity and exclusion. In this context, energy poverty is not an unintended consequence. It is a systemic injustice. In countries like Cyprus, Greece, and Spain, more than 1 in 5 people cannot afford to heat or cool their homes adequately. These are not just numbers. They are open wounds in our democratic societies. And unless we act, the green transition risks becoming a new line of inequality between those who can afford to be sustainable and those left behind. That is why the report is right to assert that access to clean, affordable energy must be recognized and protected as a fundamental social right, enshrined in binding legislation. States must not retreat behind the market. Governments have the responsibility to intervene by banning electricity disconnections. They have the duty to subsidize measures that strongly enhance the energy efficiency of households, to support green mobility and public transports, and to ensure fair and progressive pricing, making clean and affordable energy accessible to all. Dear colleagues, the energy transition is not just about megawatts. It's a choice between profit and people. It's about who we are and the future we choose to build, inclusive, fair, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Gerardo Giovanni of San Marino.
Grazie Presidente. A parte le sfide della democrazia e dello Stato di diritto, quelle della lotta sul riscaldamento globale e della transizione ecologica sono indubbiamente quelle più importanti e che riguarderanno da ora in avanti sempre più il modo di concepire queste cose relative all'ambiente, alla salute umana, ma anche all'economia come un diritto. E bisogna cambiare però un po' la narrazione, perché tanti interventi sono stati anche giustamente critici, ma questo report, e bisogna ringraziare quindi Saskia per averlo portato alla nostra attenzione, pone al centro del dibattito proprio la questione della sostenibilità, che è cruciale, ma è in qualche modo anche secondaria rispetto al fatto che questa sfida avrà degli effetti positivi sia dal punto di vista ecologico che economico che geopolitico. Perché questo? Dal punto di vista ecologico non c'è bisogno di farla tanto lunga, la sfida è non compromettere il pianeta più di quello che già stiamo facendo. Dal punto di vista economico anche però, perché i lavori del futuro non saranno sicuramente legati all'economia del fossile. Possiamo ancora permetterci di pensare che per decenni andremo avanti con questo modello economico? No. Ce n'è un altro che sta crescendo e che dobbiamo abbracciare perché è positivo dal punto di vista delle competenze dei giovani, dal punto di vista degli effetti, quindi anche in Europa, che tra l'altro, e questo è l'ultimo punto che affronto, dal punto di vista geopolitico non è dotata di risorse fossili e quindi c'è anche una questione che ha a che fare con il non creare ulteriori, come è stato nel passato, problemi dal punto di vista di quello che crea l'estrazione dei fossili, che alla fine diventa economia per qualcuno, ma guerra per altri. Grazie.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Mr. Dave Robertson of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. The climate crisis is real. It is here and it is already costing lives and livelihoods. The fact that we are still having to say so after so many years, so much evidence and the overwhelming weight of scientific opinion beggars belief. There will always be people and political voices who are not strong enough to make a difficult choice. That has always been the way and it will always be the way. And I know not everybody has the same knowledge as me, and in my opinion there are far too few legislators who are physicists, but I do find much of the debate around the just transition to be frustrating. Because this is no longer a difficult choice, nor is it any longer a scientific exercise, it is an economic one. Low carbon energy sources are cheaper, it is fact. But cheaper energy sources don't always translate into cheaper energy prices quickly though, because the capital cost of building infrastructure is high and even though revenue costs are low. Member States need to seize the opportunity that this transition provides. New jobs, energy security, lower bills are all within our reach. All it takes is the confidence to free up the capital that we need, to support the measures to create an environment for that transition to happen. But in too many places, the West runs the risk of missing that chance. We risk turning a blind eye to the opportunity that we have before us. And if the West does not grasp it, other actors will. If we do not act, then what will the answer to the slave labour solar panels that come from states who do not respect human rights? We must create alternatives which support our values and the human rights that we value here in this place. Oil wealth gave freedom to states with horrendous human rights record to act with impunity in the last century. We must not allow the next energy transition to provide the shield for abuses of human rights in the next. Please support this.
Thank you. That concludes the list of speakers. I now invite the rapporteur, Ms. Klut, to reply. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Ms. Catala and Mr. Luciades about the principal point that it is a human rights situation if you look at the energy transition, and that was the basis of the report. We try to work on many instruments that can address these kind of things that you mentioned. For example, if you talk about zero emission zones, of course you need to help people with fossil fuel cars to get other cars, to get good public transport, or to get other means of transport to go to their work. And that will also benefit the children on the streets that they can play on when we have less space. And SAFs might never have been a good idea anyway. If you look to housing and work, you have to look at it from different angles. The right to housing and the right to work and mobility is not only being threatened by high energy prices, it's also threatened if you lose your house, like we just saw in Austria, if a glacier collapses. We also lose our houses and our safety when water floods are coming in our houses. So is in our country a couple of years ago in Germany and Luxembourg and Belgium did. But what is very important that we give back control to normal people. And that if we want to give them back control, we need to give them incentives so they can pay, so they can join, and so they can get power. And the local energy communities is a wonderful instrument to give them that. The rare metals were mentioned, and that is a really, that's true. We don't have to look away. Many mines that are in the global south are not well. They are not good for the environment. They are not good for the people who work in them. They are not good for the people who live around them. But we also have to see the solutions for that. I forgot your name, but you talked about innovation. We can also innovate our way out of this. The circular economy we talk so much about needs to be pushed very hard to the maximum so we can reuse the energy metals that we already here, and otherwise we go to Cornwall for the tin. And another thing we keep forgetting, we need to reduce. The less we use, the less materials we need. Then the last thing, but it might be the important thing, is that our whole financial taxation and financial systems are based on centralized fossil-based systems. And it is extremely urgent that we change this to a system that benefits the green energy transition, that benefits a system where people with low incomes can enjoy as much the fruits as people with high incomes. And that, to get that, we need to change taxation, we need to change capping on energy pricing, and we need to help people who cannot pay their bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call on the Vice Chair of the Committee to respond. You have 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Reykjavik Summit has stressed the link between human rights and the environment. It stressed the right to a healthy environment and highlighted the importance of social justice. Our states derive that social justice, including through energy policies and public investment. Their actions should therefore support the energy transition in a socially fair manner. This transition is an opportunity for Europe to be stronger and more resilient geopolitically, economically, and socially speaking. The report emphasizes the importance of renewable energy sources, abundant, local, and free of charge, with a huge potential to ensure our shared energy security. However, to ensure a smooth transition, there is a need for partnerships to mobilize resources and cross-border solidarity, to demonstrate the benefits in public discourse and protect the vulnerable in the early stages of energy transition. It is obvious that the conceptual discussion on the topic of energy transition in Europe has not yet been completed, and this debate proves that. In this regard, it is important to mention that this report specifically proceeds from the fact that Europe needs more clean, safe, and affordable energy, which is paramount for the prosperity of our countries, and we owe this to our population. And as our debate is ending, allow me to thank all of those who have contributed to the debate, and I would also like to thank the reporters and the members of Secretariat for the great work done. Thank you.
Thank you. The debate is now closed. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development has presented a draft resolution, document 16182, to which 3 amendments have been tabled. I understand that the Vice Chair of the Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that all 3 amendments to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the Committee, be declared as definitively approved. Is that so, Mr. Vice Chairman? If no one objects, I will consider these amendments to be approved. If there is an objection, we'll need to verify that objection with 10 people standing. Are there any objections? No? Amendments 1, 2 and 3 to the draft resolution are therefore approved and will not be called. Colleagues, we'll now proceed to the vote on the draft resolution in document 16182 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Please reveal the vote. The draft resolution is therefore adopted. Colleagues, if people will just remain in their seats now, are we going to have we're seeing the arrival of President Zelenskyy, and he will be addressing us shortly. Okay.
punishment. And we must make it happen together across all of Europe. Slava Ukraini! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Georgia, Mr. Zelenskyy, what will be your message to Georgian people?
Son Excellence, Monsieur Volodymyr Zelenskyy, président de l'Ukraine.
Mr. President, welcome home. As a Greek, I come from a tradition where war was not glorified but understood, where theater did not entertain but reveal, where truth was sung on stage because the wounds were too deep to name in prose. And so, I turn to the voices of our ancient dramatists, those who 25 centuries ago knew what we are once again forced to confront today. Euripides wrote, "What else is war but the suffering of the innocent?" Sophocles warned, "The long day presses hard on the heart of the brave." And Aeschylus, who fought at Marathon, told us we must suffer in truth. These are words and not relics. They are today the daily reality of Ukraine. For over 1,200 days and nights, the people of Ukraine have endured not only explosions, but the silence that follows. Not just losing your home, but the quiet pain of seeing the world scroll past horror. They live in nightmares, and among those nightmares, one stands out as the most dangerous: that the world might become accustomed to this war, that a full-scale invasion of a sovereign state becomes normalized, that war crimes become invisible, that suffering becomes business as usual. But this assembly, this council, was created to stand precisely against such moral erosion. This assembly took the initiative through a long and difficult session in which I had the privilege to participate to expel the aggressor from the Council of Europe. To this day, we remain the first and only institution globally to have done so. The special tribunal is an idea born in this hemicycle. And today, Mr. President, we place a few quiet signatures on paper. Simple gestures, almost routine, but they carry the weight of a continent and the voice of a people who have suffered in silence. This agreement is more than a legal document. It is a forge. It is where law meets memory and where steel meets justice. You, Mr. President, were not born in a palace or a capital. You come from Kryvyi, a city forged in the heat of mines and metallurgy. There people know what steel is, not just as a material, but as a character. And here in Strasbourg, a city that once lay on the front lines of Europe's wars and now hosts the instruments of peace, still become statues. The ink that flows today is not soft. It is tempered like iron by courage and memory. The Greeks taught us a timeless lesson. First come hybris, the arrogance of unchecked power, followed by atis, blindness, when impunity masquerades as strength, until nemesis restores balance, not through vengeance, but by setting limits. Above all stands justice, not as a punishment, but as a memory, as law, and as the true beginning of peace. It is why they founded Arios Pagos, the High Court for crimes of blood. There where law replaced vengeance. Reason spoke louder than rage. Justice, as a goddess, walked silently, a silent but unstoppable force of history. Today in Strasbourg, we echo the spirit of that sacred court. We say together that aggression is a crime, that sovereignty is not optional, that truth matters, and that justice is not the end of the war. It is the beginning of peace. Because where there is no justice, there can be no closure. And where there is no justice, nemesis waits in silence. Mr. President, I now invite you to address our Assembly.
Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini! Like at home. You said, welcome home. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Madam Secretary General, honorable members of the Assembly, dear friends. First of all, thank you for supporting us, supporting Ukraine. Your support has been strong, clear, very important. In many ways, you have shown real leadership. Your clear political positions calling Russia's actions a crime of aggression, supporting a just end to the war, and rejecting any attempt to legitimize the Russian occupation of our Ukrainian territories, have helped shape the political response of all of Europe. You have set the standard for every democratic nation across the continent. Thank you for that. Thank you. Since, yeah, please. Thank you. Since the start of the full-scale invasion more than 3 years ago, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe has adopted almost 30 resolutions in support of Ukraine. The Council of Europe was the first major international organization to expel Russia for its aggression. You made it clear Russia's attack on Ukraine is an attack on all of Europe. And that's exactly what it is. It's a war against our shared way of life, a way of life that changed Europe for the better. Europe was once the source of many bloody wars and brutal ideologies that caused huge suffering, not just here, but around the world. Not long ago, in just 1 century, Europe brought itself to ruin, and brought it twice. The devastation was total both times, but Europe learned its lessons. It rebuilt itself as a continent of peace. And today Europe helps others find peace and recover from tragedy. It defends international law and human rights around the world. Europe also shows the world how nations can respect each other even after a difficult and painful shared history. And these achievements didn't come by accident. They are not only the result of political will or public opinion, though those played a huge part. These changes also came from the right choices by leaders and the sincere beliefs of people across Europe. And of course, they are also the result of the work of European institutions like the Council of Europe and this Parliamentary Assembly that unite the continent. And importantly, they are also the result of Europe's commitment to justice, to holding evil accountable not just by force, but by law, by courts, by verdicts based on proven guilt. And we all remember that tribunal that brought justice after the horrors of Nazism. And the world will never forget Nuremberg, years later, when hate and war returned to part of Europe. Another tribunal was needed, this time for the crimes in the former Yugoslavia. And again, Europe and its partners made sure justice was done in The Hague. Now we need the same for Russia's aggression against Ukraine. This crime must be judged clearly and fairly. The world needs an honest historic verdict, so everyone responsible for this war must be held to account. And not just because of what we all see happening in Ukraine, but through a proper legal process. It was here, in this assembly, that the first call for such a tribunal was made. The idea was endorsed here, and now it's gaining real support from partner countries in Europe and beyond. And I also want to thank the members of the Committee of Ministers who took a vote and supported the decision on establishing the special tribunal. Thank you. And yes, thank you. Yes, there is still a long road ahead, and really we know it. Today's agreement to create the tribunal is just the beginning, and now we must take real steps to make it work. And it will take strong political and legal cooperation to make sure every Russian war criminal faces justice, including Putin. And this is the path we must walk all the way to real charges and real verdicts. And I urge you to stay involved and keep leading, just as you have done so far. Some people, and understandably so, ask, what can a tribunal really do? Wouldn't it be better to focus entirely on weapons, technologies, and drones? Of course, military support for Ukraine, tough sanctions against Russia, political pressure on the aggressor are all essential. And these are the things that make Russia feel the true cost of this war. And yes, the aggressor must lose. And we are working on that. Ukrainian lives must be protected. And I thank everyone who supports our defense. But justice matters too. And it must work so that war criminals have nowhere to hide. Not in Europe, not anywhere. Justice must work in a way that makes it clear to anyone planning such crimes, crimes of aggression, that accountability is certain. And justice must work in a way that sets a legal principle: no rewards for aggression. That's why the crime of aggression must be recorded, judged, and punished. The Hague, perfect venue for it. The Hague is waiting for justice to be delivered. Thank you to everyone who is making that happen. Thank you. Thank you all. Merci à vous. Slava Ukraini. Дякую дуже. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, President Zelensky has agreed to answer questions as the procedure is in this assembly. I will start with the leader of the Socialists, Greens and Democrats, Mr. Frank Schwabe. Frank, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear Mr. President Zelensky, thank you very much for your speech, and thank you very much for your leadership, not just for Ukraine, but to be an example for all the countries in the free world. I would like to assure you the full support of my group, of the Socialists, Greens and Democrats, for Ukraine and for your work. And let me say, I really want to say you can be very proud on your members of the Verkhovna Rada here, who are here in this assembly. They do their very best to support Ukraine from here, whether they are from your governmental party or whether they are from the opposition. And I know it's a difficult, very difficult time for yourself, and it's a not easy day for you as well. I hope you feel the strength from this parliamentary assembly to support you and Ukraine. I would like to ask you a question, and I know for some people it sounds strange on a day like this where you lose so many lives. So how is the situation of rebuilding in the country? I know it's important for you to give hope in rebuilding already. Where are we now, and how we can increase the pace of rebuilding Ukraine? Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Frank. Dear President, would you like to respond?
Of course, I will answer.
You are not in the White House.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very thankful to all the parliamentarians here and, of course, to all the Ukrainian parliamentarians. And I think that we have one big opposition and one big enemy. This is Putin. And we need unity here in Europe and, of course, in Ukraine. And I'm very thankful for the unity in Ukraine. Thank you. It helps a lot. Thank you so much. Then you said, of course, it's under leadership of Ruslan in Parliament, in Ukrainian Parliament, of Ruslan Stefanchuk. I'm very thankful. He's very strong man, and he's very big man, big and strong. But he has very big heart, really. He has very big Ukrainian heart. It's very helpful. About reconstruction, really, this is not, I can say it's an urgent question, because reconstruction is not only a strategic question, it's a tactical question. We have a lot of damages after each winter because of huge attack of Russians, because of, hundreds of drones per night. So it's about dozens of thousands of drones attacking our infrastructure each winter. So there is a tactical reconstruction which goes every day. And of course, we need your support. We need involvement of your businesses, private sector. They give jobs, and we need financing of different institutions. This is when you invest during the war. I think this is, maybe it's more important than even after, because you believe in independent Ukraine, you believe that Ukraine will prevail. And that's why it's so important to come now to Ukraine, to invest now to Ukraine, to invest not in dream, in real Ukraine, to help our people. And about the strategic program, that we will have very good meeting on the 10th and 11th of July, the closest period of time in Italy, under the leadership of, this time in Rome, under the leadership of our good friend of Ukraine, Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. And we will have meeting with the leaders there, and we will not only speak. This is very good result for this year's meeting. It will be really a lot of projects. Well, and we will sign these documents, contracts, and I hope that we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you, President. On behalf of the European People's Party, the leader of the group, Mr. Pablo Hispan. Pablo, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Distinguished President, welcome to the Parliamentary Assembly. One of the founding fathers of the Council of Europe was Winston Churchill. Today, Mr. President, you, with your leadership and defense of your people and Europe as a whole, are a Winston Churchill of our time. And I feel in that way the first time that I met you in Kiev. I speak on behalf of the PP, the political group which led the report on the legal aspects of the Russian aggression, which laid the groundwork for the tribunal and the register of damage. Unfortunately, today we have a more divided Europe, very often provoked by Russia interference. We have countries which lack the political or military commitment to adequately support Ukraine on the one hand and to prepare for our defense and security on the other. The EPP believes that the fight of your country is our fight. What could be the consequences of these divisions for the brave people of Ukraine?
Thank you, Pablo. Dear President, I know that now that you want to respond.
So this is, it was from the very beginning. This is a goal of Russia. So this is hybrid war. It's not just weapon, because you saw that they've been not successful from the very beginning of this war. They wanted to occupy us, during some days, and we stand with all our heroic soldiers, with all our people. It's really a strongest of our people, of our nation. But what was the most important? The unity. And we could organize the unity in Europe, even without, there's different parties. Yes, but with different views, but with the same values. And I think this is the question of values, this unity. And Russia is targeting, yes, by using social media, TV, different kinds of media, but also hybrid attacks and cyber attacks, a lot of different things. These are instruments in the hands of Kremlin. What we need, not to lose this unity. I began from these words, and I really address it to you. And we need unity in Europe. First of all, it's our continent of real humanity, real freedom. And of course, for Putin, it's quick steps to divide all of us. And of course, if he will prevail in this, in dividing Europe, he will occupy all these values and destroy all these countries. It's not only about Ukraine. I think between us, I think we help a lot Europe today. And really, the price is very high. We pay this price. We are very thankful to all the countries, all the participants of this fight. But we really pay a lot. It's our Ukrainian losses. It's broken families, destroyed lives. And that's why we need from you big unity. You are much more stronger than Russia. They're alone, really alone. Repeat it each day.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, Sir Christopher Chop.
President, may I thank you for your inspiring leadership by example for freedom and also against appeasement. It is so important that Russia is defeated and that full democratic sovereignty is restored to the whole of Ukraine. To that end, what do you want us to do to help? Do you want us, for example, to provide a more military assistance? Do you think we are doing enough in terms of sanctions against Russia? What else do you think we can be doing? Because at the moment we are obviously not doing enough in order to defeat the enemy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It was an important signal from the very beginning of full-scale invasion, your support. Yeah, political support, yes, but it's steps, you know, one by one. Then we needed, after political supports and voices, what is extremely important now also, we needed very much military support. So it was like an urgent help to survive. And then, when the war is not short, we needed very much to decrease the economy of Russia, because they pay for this war. They increase their production each day. They are bigger for today than the production of Europe. By the way, whole Europe, including EU and other countries, UK, Norway. So this was very important. And I think this is the time when we have to put pressure, do everything what we can, of course, with military support, but military is to stand. But to decrease Russian appetite, it's been to put sanctions as strong as possible. Banking, energy, and of course, on components for their defending sector. It's very important. And it comes always with, it's a pity, it goes to European, Asia, China, even Taiwan, and other countries where businesses really, sell components, and then Russia uses big number of missiles attacking us. Without these components, they can't have such huge number of missiles. Sometimes really countries, they don't know, the private sector, they really don't know that they sell to Russia. Of course, they don't want to sell. For example, in Europe and other countries, they don't want. But we have to focus on it. We have to think. We have to be cautious and smart. Yes, and to look where it goes. And this is very important, not to help, in any case, Russia to increase this war. And you said what else? I think what else? Do you know President Trump?
We have heard of him.
We need strong connection with him. We need Europe. I think we need unity between Europe and the United States, and we will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, President. And now, on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, the leader of the group, Mr. Julian Boulay. Julian.
President Zelensky, you are the great defender of the free world and of Europe. And we've been talking about you so many times. We've been following you, fighting for your country, and also for the sake of the whole European human rights protectors and rule of law and democracy. And it's fantastic to see you here. I'm very privileged that I can address you this question on behalf of the Liberal group, and where, by the way, most of the Ukrainian delegation are sitting. And I'm very privileged that they've entrusted me with this task. Also, on behalf of all the Romanians, I want to thank you for keeping away from our borders, Romanian borders and Moldova's borders, the Russian troops and tanks. That is so important, and we owe it to you. A big thank you. Now, Mr. President, no peace without accountability and justice. Nobody is above the law, no matter how high Mr. Putin and his accomplices sit. No peace agreement that would normalize occupation of Ukrainian territories. This is the firm position of the ALDE group in this assembly. And now, my question is, what would you like to see the progress on the treaty you have just signed by the end of the year? And what message should we bring home to our people, our parliaments, and our governments? Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thanks so much. The last thing about what deal? Sorry. After tribunal document. Next steps. Better to provide it this century, I think. This, I think, the main signal. What can I say? This is a big. First of all, this is a very strong instrument, and I mean this. We need judicially, and I think that this is really the first time such strong judicial recognition. Yes, that crime of aggression, and that's why this is a very important step. What we need, you know, not only words and not only signatures. This is great, but this is political win. But we need real, practical steps, and that's why we will need all the parliamentarians of all the participants here, all the countries, all our family, European family, yes. And I think we have, yes, to do it and to bring, I think, to bring peace closer. And this is one of the instruments which can help, yes. And I thank you for all the words you said from the very beginning. And I really wanted, I'm not sure that I have rights for these words, but anyway, I will tell. Because we are in war, and I want to tell you, I want to congratulate your country with a very important choice. That's it.
Thank you. On behalf of the United European Left, the co-chair of the party, Laura Castel. Laura.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. President, thank you so much for your speech and welcome to this Assembly. As you know, we stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people during all these challenging and devastating times. And the Ukrainian people and our continent deserve peace. On the one hand, what is your vision for just and lasting peace settlement? And for the other hand, at the same time, Mr. President, we also believe that even under martial law, people deserve safeguards of their human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, in compliance with the recommendations of the Venice Commission. We know, though, that the Ukrainian Constitutional Court faces several serious problems, such as lack of quorum and chairmanship. So, can you elaborate on these problems and whether you have a strategy to safeguard human rights, democracy, and the rule of law for all Ukrainians? Thanks again, Mr. President, for being here with us, and warm welcome again on behalf of the Left Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your question. The first part was about, sorry, it's a little bit late. Huh?
It was about
the
peace.
plan. So I think that we had a lot of different documents, yes, and we can share different views. And there are some views which I don't want publicly share because Russia will know about it, and that's why it's not good. But what is very important, now we have to focus on instruments which will pressure Russia and put them to the table. We can say negotiations or talks or dialogue, but anyway, to the beginning of a way without weapons. Russia doesn't want it, but, you know, without any kind of ultimatums. This is very important. If we speak about peace talks, it's not peace ultimatums, Because freedom for us, and I think we showed it from the very beginning of this war, freedom doesn't have price. We don't sell it, and don't sell our independence. That's it. Really to save what he wants to occupy it. This is Ukraine, but this is more about not only territories, it's more about identity, it's more about philosophy, more about freedom, really. And I think he won't destroy it, because without Ukraine, I mean, he wouldn't be able to build the empire. He needs bases, and he needs Ukraine. We don't sell Ukraine.
Mr. President.
About Constitutional Court, yes, about Constitutional Court, I know that, I mean that, so we have some questions with it, but we will manage it.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. President, we may have offered you just a cup of coffee, but I believe Greek coffee, yes. I didn't mention it because I said a lot about Greeks in my country, so. And I believe some hope, but be sure a lot of support, and a support that it is unconditional. Only the conditions of democracy are being served here. Thank you so much for being with us. It is an honor. Dear colleagues, the Assembly will hold the next sitting tomorrow. The sitting is adjourned.